everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. Thank you for joining me. Happy Saturday. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. I'm very excited to be able to do this live today. Good morning. I'm gonna give it just a couple of minutes just to kind of let people filter in because we're not used to going live on Saturday mornings. And also I just want to give people some time just to kind of see that we're doing a live presentation. So you guys can hang out. We're going to have the chat going, which is kind of cool. Don't usually have that unless it's like Friday or Saturday nights during my lives. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Just a little bit of information about today's presentation. So whether you guys are watching live or you're watching the playback, this is going to be pretty much a full-blown webinar. So if you've taken any of my courses with me or if you've taken any of my webinars, you know that they're pretty long. They are definitely in depth. We're probably going to be hanging out for a couple of hours. So it'd be a really great time to like grab a piece of paper, take some notes, grab a pen, a notebook, or if you want to grab a laptop, and also have your natal chart on standby so you can follow along with some of the stuff that's going on as we talk about this. I'm going to let you guys know all of the really important degrees, the biggest transits, and I will take it at the end through each and every one of the 12 signs. Thank you for joining me. I apologize I had to postpone this, but oh my goodness, you guys will see why when I show you the New Year's chart, why I think this got rescheduled. I got really sick on New Year's Day and I was down for a couple of days. So fortunately I had to postpone this. I love being able to do this on New Year's Day with you guys, but it is what it is, right? We're gonna have to roll with the punches this particular year. Generally, I charge for my webinars, but it's been a goal of mine to keep being able to bring high quality content, educational content on my channel for everyone. So the reason why this is possible is because I have more members, I have more support, I have people that are donating. That donation goes towards time for me to be able to put these presentations together, for me to be able to do research through my books and also just continue learning and make time to be able to present this to everybody. So I try to keep everything affordable, but I have made a point of making this free on New Year's just so everybody has some insight into what's coming for the year ahead because I feel like everybody benefits from this. Obviously, it's the beginning of the year. It's also the beginning of the month. So if you're not somebody who's able to donate, other ways that you can support the channel is by becoming a level member. So not many people know we have memberships. If you just like my content, you get a lot out of it from the horoscopes, the weekly videos, or from these webinars. And if you want more of this content, you can join my memberships and you can get in just for a couple dollars a month and you can support. This is the only platform that I'm taking. I don't have a Patreon. I don't have anything like that. I'm doing it all through YouTube. If you are in a position of not being able to financially support, totally fine. You can hang out with us, interacting in the chat, letting us know where you guys are tuning in from, giving me a thumbs up, leaving comments, and sharing this on your various platforms is super helpful because this is going to create more engagement with the channel. The channel is going to grow. It's going to get to other people who are going to benefit from this information. So it's not always that I ask you guys for donations. You guys are super generous as it is, but because of donations, it makes it possible for me to present this to you guys. So throughout this presentation, you guys are going to see in the top corner that there's a QR code. That QR code is going to take you directly to my PayPal. I don't have any set donation amounts, anything like that. You want to give $2, you want to give more than that, totally cool. Any of your guys' generosity will be appreciated and is going to go towards creating more content on the channel. Now, hopefully at the end of this next year, I can even in advance let you guys know what I'm working on, but just to let you guys know what some of your donations might be going towards, I am in the process of creating a whole bunch of new content that's going to be educational. So it's going to be like planets through the houses, the various sun, moon, and rising sign combinations, aspects and synastry. And so I'm going to be releasing these videos in a sequence of order so that way you guys can start learning astrology and understanding what planets and houses or signs mean. So that way you can start learning how to work with your own natal chart. So that's the content that I'm focusing on creating. I'm also going to be putting together a Saturn in Pisces boot camp. So for people who want to go deeper into the Saturn in Pisces, maybe you have your natal Saturn in Pisces and you're having your first or your second Saturn return, or those of you guys who are coming into your third, and you want to know all about how to prepare for the next Saturn transit that's going to be starting in 2023. That's something else that I'm putting together. I'm creating also a workshop that's going to be about healing and Chiron, because we are going to see Chiron and Jupiter make some conjunctions in the spring. I do anticipate that this is going to create a healing crisis for the world, but that will present the opportunity for us to become more aware of being able to heal these wounds ourselves. So I hope to create like an interactive workshop to be able to connect people and talk to you guys about how to work with Chiron in your natal chart. Those of you guys who are going through your Chiron return, or you have very prominent Aries placements, maybe you're having a Chiron opposition or a Chiron square. I know I'm having one. I think it'll be really, really, really helpful to bring people together and show you guys how to use astrology to better heal some of these issues, and talk about where it's taking place in transit and how to be able to remedy that through self-awareness, meditation, journaling techniques. We're going to have writing prompts, and I'm also going to make all kinds of herbal and crystal recommendations based off of where this is taking place. So I have a lot of really cool things that I'm putting together that I'm really excited for in 2023. And I just want to say a big thank you for joining me. Like I said, make sure you have your chart on hand. So if you do not have your chart, you can head over to astro.com. You want to plug in this information. You want to know your full birthday, the exact time, and the location. My recommendation would be to actually cast the chart using Placidus. For the sake of my presentation, or when I give you guys my full moon reports, or I talk about the horoscopes, I do use whole signs. However, in my personal practice, when I work one-on-one with clients, I'm going to be taking a look at both the whole sign as well as Placidus. So I know everybody's got their own, way of doing this. Totally cool. If you're using Placidus, you're going to want to be looking at the specific degrees that I'm mentioning. If you're using whole sign, you're going to want to look at the house. I am a Western astrologer, okay? So I'm a tropical astrologer. I personally practice evolutionary astrology. That's my background. That's my interest. I went through Jeffrey Wolfgren's Pluto school. I've also trained with a variation of other astrologers, and I have a background in all different types of stuff. So it's a fusion of both Western and evolutionary astrology. If you like my content, make sure that you click the button below and you're subscribed. Please, like I said, give me a thumbs up. And if you want to book a personalized reading with me, all of my information is below. It'll take you to my website, where I have a whole variation of different services that I offer. I also have courses if you want to learn with me. That's going to be starting up here on the 22nd. I'm going to be teaching how to make predictions using transits and kind of going beyond just the natal chart. And there's a bunch of other stuff that I'm going to be announcing at the end of this particular presentation. At the end, I'm going to talk to you guys about actually a reading special that I'm going to be doing only for the month of January. That's going to be an overview, personalized readings. And I'll talk to you a little bit about my courses that are going to be coming up if you guys want to join. Okay. So make sure you have that chart on hand. Let's go ahead and get into the presentation, and let's take a look at the astrology of 2023. This is going to be a preview. And those of you guys who don't know me, my name is Candice Marie, and I'm really excited to take a look at what's going to be coming in the year ahead. Let's go ahead and dive into it. Okay, so let me take you guys to the first slide. Just to kind of give you guys a heads up in order of what we're going to be taking a look at today. The topics that are going to be discussed in today's discussion. So we are going to be touching on numerology. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the numerology of 2023 and how that is relating vibrationally. I'm not a numerologist, but I do like to touch on this at the beginning of the year. And I'm also going to be talking about how that numerology is connected to the tarot and what the tarot is saying, both in terms of the specific numerology and the numerology combinations, and how it relates to two very specific tarot cards and what that prediction is going to be. I have like a little journaled message for everybody, so you guys are aware of what energy is coming up. I'm also going to take you through the major astrological themes of 2023. Now, at any point in time, feel free, you can take screenshots of some of these particular slides, I'm going to have so many dates for you guys. So you can come back throughout this and you can reference it. You can write these things down. And if you're somebody who's like a total, you know, astro geek and you're super into being able to plan your life or your week ahead revolving around the astrology, I do have a 2023 astrological calendar that's been put out to my website. So it's already got it all spelled out for you with the transits daily. Check it out. I put it on sale. So if you guys want to pick that up, I have a physical version that's printed and I have a digital version. It's right behind me. You guys can kind of see it if you guys want to take a look at that. Hello, Kobe. Hey, Amber. Hey, Sundancer. Hey, Jennifer. Thank you guys for joining me. And then at the end, I'm going to take you guys through the 12 rising signs. So I'm going to take it through the 12 rising signs, and I'm going to talk about all of the really significant transits and ingresses that are going to be taking place for you guys, so that way you know what's going on. And yeah, without further ado, we're going to go ahead and now jump into the numerology. So let's take a look at that. So the numerology for 2023 in a nutshell, okay, just kind of bare bones. In numerology, the number 7 is associated with spiritual awakening, all right? And so you're going to hear that term come up quite a bit today throughout our presentation. It's about awakening, development, intuition, and your inner wisdom, tuning into that. Those of you guys know 7 is a pretty high vibe spiritual number. It's also associated with individualism, independence, and self-awareness, which is kind of interesting, right? Because when I think of 7, I think of the 7th house, I think of Libra, I think of partnership, I think of being one-on-one with another person, whether it's a romantic partner or a client or a business partner. But in order to be in relationship, right, we have to be super aware of ourselves. We have to have a good relationship with ourselves. So I think that that's interesting, the way that 7 reflects that. The number 7 is also associated very much with creativity, intelligence, and strong intellect. So this year is going to provide us with the opportunity to really start learning about what we think on a personal level, but really reflecting on what we think, what we believe, what we know, and really developing that fully before we're meeting other people. Okay, there's going to be so many themes of tuning into our higher self, tuning into our intuition, being able to develop our own belief systems, and then being able to meet others. So it's only when we're whole with ourselves, we really are the best partner out in the world to other people. So it's interesting that it has more of like a twist where it's like, okay, you think 7 is about partnerships, but it's really about yourself. Now, 2023, it reduces down to a 7, but it can also be seen as 43, right? If you add that up, because we know that there's 78 cards in the tarot. So specifically, we're going to take a look at both card number 7 and card number 43. Now, the tarot associations, card number 7 is the Chariot, okay? So the Chariot is card number 7. This is associated, obviously, with getting your ducks in a row, getting your horses in order, being able to kind of tame two very different energies, and figuring out within those energies what direction you're going to be going in, being able to take something that might be kind of moving much faster than you're comfortable with moving. And then also seeing a situation where it's like kind of slow and steady. So we're kind of pulling the reins in and we're kind of finding our stride. We're not going too fast. We're not going too slow. Obviously, the Chariot is also known as a vehicle for getting places. So this can talk about physical moves, physical relocations. This can talk about using our intuition as guidance for getting to where we want to go, higher knowledge. If you guys took my tarot course, you know that when I talked about the Chariot card, I talk about how the man who is riding the chariot has a chariot that's draped in this fabric and this material that's covered in stars. So that being above him represents that higher knowledge, that awareness. Maybe it is that you're checking in and reading your horoscope more often. Maybe it is that you're listening to the guidance of the cosmos. Maybe you're meditating more, you're learning more about numerology, you're learning more about meditation. You're trying to get in touch with something higher than yourself when it comes to navigating the world out there, which in some situations, the Chariot can be a bit chaotic. It can be scary if a wheel falls off and then suddenly it's kind of like, you know, topsy-turvy. If you're going too fast, you're running the risk of doing that or hitting something. If you're going too slow, it's much more difficult to get to where you want to go. Overall, though, this is a very positive card. This talks about letting your emotions and letting your intuition be the guide to get to where you want to go and taking action, right? When it comes to protecting your home, protecting your family, protecting your emotions. It is a card that has connections and associations also with the sign of Cancer. So when we think of Cancer being a cardinal water sign, this is about being able to take action, listening to our intuition, and being able to use our emotions to get to where we want to go. I feel like this is going to materialize as a lot of change on the home front for a lot of people. But interesting, when we look at both of these cards, there is a sense of movement, right? These cards are both about moving forward, moving on, moving away, you know, going somewhere else, traveling. And between the two sphinxes, we also see that we have a symbol that's associated with finding balance, and also anything in regards to order and healing and medicine. So that can talk about advancements when it comes to health, advancements when it comes to mental health, advancements when it comes to healthier relationships, healthier relation to our emotions, to our family, to our home. So kind of the list goes on, but it's really about letting your intuition kind of guide the way and being mindful that the speed of 2023 is so fast, guys. Things are going to speed up exponentially this year and next year. I know that this is a presentation that's about 2023, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, yes, everything that's been going on since 2020 has been to get to this acceleration point where 2023 and 2024, it's like the wheels come off, we jump into a new reality. We have to decide which reality we are going to be moving into, okay? So we'll see lots of aspects between both Pisces and also Taurus. And when we look at that relationship between Neptunian 12th house energy, the vision, the belief, the intuition, the letting go, the release, and then also Taurus, which is the physical reality, our earth, our food, our resources, we are going to play a role in deciding based off of our emotions what kind of a reality we're going to be having, what kind of an experience we're going to be having, how our bodies are going to feel, how our finances are looking, how the earth responds. Everybody is going to feel that their emotions are going to be on overdrive. And on a collective level, we're learning to be much more aware and also responsible with our emotions and our feelings because we know that this is collectively affecting everyone, all right? So I want you guys to be keeping that in mind throughout this year. If you don't like your reality, you have the ability to change it. I guess like I could have picked a much better election time and I guess day for this presentation because I'm trying to be very aware right now that the moon is in opposition to Pluto. I tend to be kind of middle of the road when it comes to my predictions, but you guys know that I'm just going to tell it like it is between the lines, or between the eyes. But in this demonstration, some of you guys may have to read in between the lines because there are some things that I'm going to bring up that can be very sensitive and a little outrageous, and like, you know, the algorithm of YouTube may not be so friendly. So you guys get what I'm saying. I'll touch on some of these topics. When we shift into looking at the Eight of Cups, okay? So like I said, if we look at both of these cards, it's about movement, where the Chariot is like, I know where I need to go. My emotions are pushing me in that direction. The Eight of Cups is like, I need to walk away. When this card comes up for me in a reading with a client, I always remind them, this is the moment that you get in the car and you leave and you don't look in your passenger mirror, you don't look in your rearview mirror, you just keep going. You don't look back. In many situations throughout this year, we're going to realize why the last couple of years has been so tumultuous, why there's been so much breakdown, why there's been so much change, so much conflict, why we've been pushing, you know, so hard to move forward and to adapt. It's literally because it's time for us to emotionally and literally leave the past behind and focus on the future, right? So as we're moving forward, we are going to be focusing on moving into the future, letting the past go, leaving the past behind. Eight of Cups is about also emotions, right? So this is an element of water. So this guy's moving at night. He's reflecting on, where he's got to go, not necessarily where he's been. The 7 of Cups is about confusion. The 8 of Cups is the need to kind of move into the future. The 9 of Cups is when we reach our goals, okay? So when we put these 2 cards together, and we look at this, it's like emotionally knowing that it's time. So some of us may not physically go through the motions yet, okay? That may take place later in the year. That may take place going into 2024. But if you're having reoccurring dreams, confirmations in readings, if you're having intuitive hits, if you just know that's like, man, I can't keep harboring and focusing on the past, I have to let this go, then it's time to do that. Because the Cancer connection to the Chariot is also very subconscious and it's very emotional, there is this sense sometimes to get stuck, right? To get stuck when it comes to moving forward. So when we look at these 2 cards, card number 42 of the tarot is saying it's time to move forward, right? It's time to be able to embrace the future, even if it's scary, even if we don't know what direction we're going in, even if the future is not clear. There are circumstances that are coming up for us on an emotional or on a spiritual level that is telling us that it's okay to let go. It's okay to embrace the future, right? And move into that even though it's not defined. And guess what? The future is not defined. We have the opportunity to be able to create the future in the right now. And I think so many people are going to be more focusing on just their emotions and realizing that they're just at a point where they're kind of hitting a wall. So when I connect these 2 cards together, of the Chariot and the 8 of Cups, this is my message for you guys, okay? You're moving through an experience and now it's time to move forward, particularly when it comes to your emotions. You're leaving behind an emotional gap and abandoning your life as you knew it. You know that you had to walk away and leave your old life behind, and there are new changes and directions coming into your world. These changes are based on the past for your present, and within a few months, new things will start to happen. You have the power and bravery to let go of things that are no longer viable or productive to your present or to your future. The Chariot is helping you get into a very positive direction. It shows that you're going in directions and that in new directions and that you're forming new contacts with new people. The plans and projects that you had are now starting to happen and really getting off the ground. This is dealing with the comings and goings of everyday life and any links to short journeys that will be extremely good. You realize that an episode of your life has come to an end, and this is a marvelous chance to go and have some new experiences and be ready to come to new experiences and be ready for new opportunities that are coming your way. You've realized that it's time to move on and that you've eradicated things that are no longer in use. It can be difficult, emotionally, quite painful, but when you let go, you'll feel so much better and refreshed, and when you realize that this has been necessary for a long time. You will actually question and wonder at some point later in the year why you held back for so long. This is a new chapter that's taking you somewhere new. It may be a new dwelling, like I said, because it's connected to Cancer. You'll be making a more secure earthly base for yourself, and you'll also feel that you've got your private bases and finances covered. You'll feel safe, both physically and emotionally, in a new atmosphere that you've provided for yourself. This is important for you to deal with in this current year. The obstacles that you're coming across symbolizes the need for more willpower, right? And to really make sure that both physical and emotional abilities are all intact. Be expecting an exciting new journey, okay? So that's what I've got for you guys when you put these 2 cards together in particular. So yeah, it might be helpful if you're going through a difficult time. I know for me personally, like I've gotten into the habit. I've gone back to like doing my daily card readings. I've gone back to also making sure that if a card's repetitively coming up, I'm meditating with it. Maybe I'll journal about it. I'll put that on like a lock screen. Sometimes I'll put that on my desktop. If you're having a difficult time embracing change, these 2 cards can be really powerful in terms of having it in a place where you can see them regularly, to just remind you just to keep on keeping on, right? And that there is some kind of beauty in the breakdown in the process of being able to really let go and move forward. Now, I want to give you guys the Wheel of the Year spread. I guess I should have had my cards out for this. Apologies. Here we go. And I did this last year and it was really interesting. I like doing it live and being able to show you guys month by month what the predictions are going to be for 2023. So I'm working with, I have no affiliation. These are just the decks that I like using. I'm working with the St. Cyril Lucid Dreams Beginner Tarot deck. Okay. And if you guys look at the Wheel of the Year spread in particular, you notice that the first card in the position of the 9 o'clock hour, this is where you start the spread, is March. This is when we have the astrological new year, okay? So like the Muggle new year is New Year's Day. But the real changing of the energies and the tried and true new year that dates back to God knows how long that we've been practicing for a very long period of time is when the sun actually moves into the cardinal fire sign of Aries. So we're gonna look at the Wheel of the Year. We will also look at the New Year's Day chart, and we will also look at the spring equinox. So you guys are going to get like a fuller picture of what everything is. But for the sake of this particular spread, I am going to be starting on the 9 o'clock hour, which is March. So we're going to take a look at what the tarot has to say for the predictions of March of 2023 all the way until February, and that will be of next year. I will not be starting in January. I'm going to start in March. To everybody who's just joining us, thank you. There's a ton of people in the chat, but I just want to say thank you guys. Thank you for joining me. This is going to be my 2023 presentation. And I see some people are already making donations. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. So we're going to ask the tarot what we need to be looking at in 2023. We're going to pull card by card and see what's coming up. All right, so this is going to be for March of 2023. Let's see what card comes up here. So the first card that I have is the Seven of Swords. Okay, the Seven of Swords, which is interesting because this is a card that talks about whether or not you actually feel like you can trust yourself, whether or not you're sure if you want to hold on to something, if you're leaving it behind. There can be issues that come up with truth and betrayal, okay? There can also be issues that also come up with dishonesty, whether this is being dishonest with yourself, right? Being in denial. I'll talk a little bit about March of 2023, but March is a very big month. We're going to see another Mars-Neptune square, okay? So there is like a sense of, as we've seen throughout the Mars retrograde in Gemini, what's true and what's false. There's a difficult time in finding reality. So for many of us, right, March is that kind of ending and beginning, right? Ending and beginning. So the sun won't actually ingress until closer to, I think, like the 19th or the 20th of March into Aries. So there can be a sense of being like, wow, something that I thought was true is not true, or the reality that I thought was true is not, it's not real. So there is kind of grappling and coming to terms with something. And yeah, I would say just be mindful of that in March. Now for April of 2023, the card that I got is the Hanged Man. So it's like, oh my goodness, there's something that I unveiled or something that I didn't trust. And now that I'm coming to terms with it, and now that I know what it is, I have to reflect on it. I feel like I have to kind of take a moment, take a step back. Much more need for isolation, separation, the need to reflect, to meditate. Specifically, this deck says pause, surrender, letting go, waiting, new perspectives, uncertainty, contemplation, right? So yes, the year does kind of start, at least the astrological new year, in a way that what we thought was reality, what we thought was true. I think there's going to be some bombs that are being dropped, some truth bombs that are being dropped, and a lot of us are going to be questioning, well, what else is there, right? We will be seeing Saturn go into Pisces, and this is a card that is very much associated with Pisces, and it's going to put a highlight on mental health, spiritual health, meditation, reflection, what we do with isolation, what we do with alone time. Okay, so I'll get into that a little bit more, but interesting that April is saying that there is a need to kind of detach, be by ourselves, and reflect. All right, so now we have May of 2023. And the card that I get is the Moon card. Interesting, guys. We are only 3 months into the astrological new year. We have already pulled 2 major arcana cards. The Moon card may be highlighting the need to really pay attention to that particular lunar cycle, especially the new and the full moon, okay? So, by the way, there will be an eclipse that is going to be happening right around this time. So we'll talk about those eclipses, but this is interesting because those are definitely turning points. The moon talks about illusion, what's hidden, our intuition, the unseen, the unknown, fears, transitions, secrets, confusion, things that can be quite complex. So I feel like this is interesting because a lot of the things that were being set up during Pisces season, right, February and March of 2023, start to become a physical reality. We start to see those physical manifestations taking place in the month of May. So the Moon card can talk about things that we've been worried about or what have you, kind of coming finally into full bloom and like realizing like, whoa, there's been a lot of things that's been going on behind the scenes. There can be, especially with the Hangman and the Moon card, like paranoia, fear. So we want to be mindful of that. We want to be making a conscious effort to kind of turn on our own personal little nightlight. That's what I always say when the Moon card comes up. Think of it as all of the fear that can come up in the nighttime, the things that we can't see. So there's a focus on like illuminating some of that, shining a light on that, shining a light on the things that are scary or the things that we're afraid to acknowledge or heal or work through. So if we turn on our own little nightlight, we're able to kind of shine a light on that and realize that those things that were like the monsters in the closet, they're not as scary as we thought they were, but there's a need to kind of highlight them, face them head on, you know? All right, so now we're gonna take this to June of 2023. The card that we have is the 8 of Swords. We have a lot of swords, guys. It talks about issues in terms of communication, mental strife, things like that. 8 of Swords is self-imposed prison of thoughts, limiting negative thoughts, victim mentality, trapped, helpless, feeling stuck. When I teach my tarot course and I talk about the 8 of Swords, I put it very simply. You have the opportunity to get out of this situation. It is a self-imposed mental prison, okay? So you're only stuck if you feel that you're stuck. You're only stuck if you tell yourself you're stuck. In this particular card, you see that the woman looks like she's tied up and she's kind of blindfolded, but in reality, her hands are not bound. So if she wanted to be able to get out of this situation, she could, you know, take the blindfold off, realize that all the swords that are surrounding her are purely something that's just there. That's like a fragment of her imagination. So it's all the limitations and the things that come up that tell you that you can't get out of it. So there's like a need to really look at it and go, okay, there's something that's making me feel like I'm trapped in this particular dynamic. You know, how can I be reminding myself that I create my own reality? Pretty appropriate for the time. Then we go to July of 2023, and things are looking like they're getting a little bit better here. We've got the 3 of Coins. So this is when we're experiencing kind of like the summer that's starting here in the Northern Hemisphere. This will be the second quarter of the year. 3 of Coins is like working together towards a common cause. Collaboration, teamwork, skills, pooling of energy, work, and learning. This is really cool because I'm going to be honest with you guys. Probably the one of the best recommendations I can make, there's several, but one of them would be find something that's a bad habit, replace it with a hobby or replace it with a skill. Okay, so find a vice, replace it with a skill. Try to find a way in your physical reality to learn something new that's useful, physical. 3 of Coins. Okay, so if you want to pick up sewing, if you want to pick up gardening, if you want to, you know, learn how to do some do-it-yourself projects, if you want to learn carpentry, whatever. Learn a physical skill this year, okay? So find a vice, replace it with a skill. That's the best way to be able to work with the sextiles that are going on between Taurus and Pisces. But this is also saying working with other people. So finding ways to productively work with other people, getting back out there, figuring out how to work on relationships, work on socializing, work on becoming more financially stable, practical ways. And you're going to need other people to help you do that. So that's really interesting for this particular month. Okay, so we're on July, I think. Yeah. Let's see here. So we've got March, April, May, June, July. Okay, so we're moving now to August of 2023. And the card that I get is the Empress. Awesome card. So really cool because this has connections and associations with Venus. And those of you guys who are a little bit more astrologically savvy, you know that in the summer of 2023, we're going to have a Venus retrograde in Leo happening in the July-ish August period. We'll take a look at this in a minute. But this is really cool because what this is saying is that all of the hard work produces some kind of fruit. Okay, so maybe the beginning of the year is like, I'm worried, I'm scrambling, what do I do? For a lot of people, you guys, your minds are going to be blown, okay? Especially if you've seen my Uranus lecture. I did a Uranus North Node conjunction. A lot of the things I predicted are happening, guys. I said to you, the service industry is going to get wiped out. And you guys are going to start seeing that a lot of jobs are about to be replaced with robots, both because of that conjunction, but also Pluto going into Aquarius. So I feel like we want to be looking at skills and trades and jobs and things that cannot be replaced by robots. We may be able to 3D print things. We may be able to have, AI art, but it's never going to replace a hand, glazed piece of pottery. It's never going to replace a table that somebody, creates with their hands. It's never going to replace an opportunity for somebody to do some kind of like personalized welding or something that you can do with your hands. So it's interesting because many people in 2023 are going to realize, shit, my job's about to be replaced by a robot. And what can I do, or what skills can I acquire that is going to keep me on the up and up and also allow me to be able to thrive and make a living? So this is going to start happening over the summer. You guys are going to start to see this, especially as Pluto goes into Aquarius. It's definitely going to change a lot of people's resources. It's going to change a lot of people's income. And if you are on the up and up and you're prepared for this, depending on what you're doing for a living, you're going to find that this is going to be the month of August where you start seeing the fruit, stuff that's being produced, and also really enjoying and loving what you're doing, creating something that's beautiful. I love that this came up for August because I also think that we're going to see a birth boom. Whatever your stance is on population stuff, whatever your stance is also on a woman's right to choose, these topics are going to come up. So we're going to hear more about life. North Node is in Taurus, right? That is about conservative. That is about life. That's also about femininity. It's ruled by Venus. So we're going to be hearing much more about women, how women are taking their place in society. We're also going to hear a lot more about birth rates going up, birth rates going down, the need to focus more on fertility and health. And I feel like with the North Node in Taurus and the Jupiter conjunction that's setting up, we are also going to be hearing a lot more about people choosing life and choosing to have families and start families. Mother figures, grandmothers, important female figures, that's a big thing as well. All right, so now we're going to be looking at September of 2023, and here we have the Devil. Guys, how many have we had now? So this is September. So we've had 1, 2, 3. This is the 4th major arcana card. Need I remind you, there's only 22, okay, in the whole deck. So here we are in September, and here comes the Devil card. And those of you guys who know, you guys know that Pluto's retrograding. It'll go into Aquarius. It's going to retrograde back. It's going to go to Capricorn again. So it's going to spend a little bit of time in Capricorn. It'll fully transition into Aquarius, and it'll stay there closer to later in 2024. But I think this is talking about the Pluto transit. And, we're going to see this year. Mars is going to go through Libra. The Sun is going to go through Libra. We're going to see squares that are going to be taking place, lots of cardinal squares, and it's all going to hit Pluto. So Pluto in Capricorn, it's about top-down structures, power, control, right, from big business, from corporate companies, how tied big businesses to the media, how it's tied to also health and wellness, to politics. We're going to hear a lot more about lobbying. We're going to hear a lot more about abuse of control. So the Capricorn connection to the Devil is where we're feeling bound, where we're feeling stuck. Addiction might be a thing that we're looking at in all ways, shapes, and forms. Addiction isn't limited to just drugs and alcohol. Sex addiction, right? Pornography addiction, addiction to obsession with wealth, addiction to pain and suffering, where we are so stuck in those patterns. Addiction when it comes to eating, addiction when it comes to relationships, to working, right? And so I think that this is about recognizing toxic energies, being able to realize that there are negative attachments, that there's oppression that's going on, abuse that's going on. We're going to start to kind of see these layers get kind of peeled back. And this is very much going to be the case as we see some of these squares taking place. Because by this point in time, yes, Pluto is back in Capricorn and it's going to be hanging out in the late degrees, making its squares. So this might be the time in September where you're like, where am I not having healthy relationships? Sun, Mars will be in Libra. Where am I letting, other people kind of dictate and determine what's best for me? Keep in mind the North Node's going to be moving into Aries. So we'll talk about that, but that's going to be a really important time. All right, so now here we are in October of 2023, and we get the Two of Cups, where we're stronger together, partnerships and harmony, connections, support, other people coming in, partners of destiny, unified love, okay? It doesn't always have to be about romantic love, but joining forces. I think 2023 is going to be the year that a lot of people are going to realize that there is an agenda or an incentive to tear people apart. It's been going on for a little while. Okay. Think back to like the Mars retrograde that we had in 2020 and the squares to Pluto and all the stuff that was going on with Saturn and Jupiter. And we're going to realize that we're stronger united than we are divided. And that whether it's division amongst political beliefs, religious beliefs, economic stuff that's going on, health divide, it doesn't matter. This is not helping us. So when we start to see certain groups and communities of people that are not usually kind of cast aside, start to get more so cast aside, we're going to realize that there's a real problem here where we're not being able to meet in the middle, that we're having a difficult time, not necessarily agreeing, but being able to respect one another and having more harmony in relationships. So this can be a significant turning point for unity, right? So we can see through difficult times, it's going to make some relationships stronger, which I do think that is possible. I do think a lot of this is going to land on what we're doing on an individual level, okay? So we're having to really let go of it's your fault, you said this, you did that, I can't forgive you. This cannot be undone type of energy, right? There is going to be much more of a need with that North Node in Aries and Jupiter in Aries at the beginning of this year to take responsibility on a personal level, right? We are all responsible for our own behavior. We are all responsible for also our own health, our own wellness, our own happiness. We have to get more active physically, spiritually, emotionally, start cleaning up our own messes, healing our own wounds so we can better join other people. Interesting, right? Kind of refers back to that number 7 that I was talking about. Now this is going to be November of 2023. Yet another major arcana card. I lost count. You guys have to let me know how many we have. This is the Star card. I love that this card is coming up. I love that this is also talking about the opportunity for healing. I think about the potential once we have some of these truth bombs come out early this year in 2023, the amount of phone calls that we're going to have from loved ones and from friends that are going to be like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I cut off our friendship. I'm sorry I did not allow you to come to Thanksgiving or to Christmas. I'm sorry that you were fired. I'm sorry that I didn't listen to you. The opportunity for healing. And this is the card that generally comes after the Tower. So we can assume that there's been some kind of toppling of something. We've realized, we've recognized where we've gone wrong. We come together as a community to heal. This is a card that's also associated with Aquarius. So there is a lot of Aquarian energy that is going to be building, guys. It won't be for 2, 3, 4 more generations, okay, that we really, I believe, start to come into the age of Aquarius. So you guys have to keep in mind, those of you guys who are, alive now, we are responsible for this revolution as this transit happens over the next 20 years to rebuild society, to rebuild groups, to rebuild humanity, to totally change and transform. So we're leaving a better world for our future generations. Now, it won't be, like I said, for 2 or 3 generations down the road that we're coming into this age of Aquarius, but it is all going to be built off of the changes that we make. And a lot of us know that revolution is not pretty, it's not easy, it's difficult, it's challenging. But this requires us to heal in order to move forward collectively as a group, right? Super 8 of Cups. Okay, so now we move on to December of 2023 and what the theme is going to be for December. You can't make this up. Here is the Hierophant. So what are we actively healing and working through? Society, right? I see the Hierophant also as something that is rather traditional, conservative. This can be about professionals, this can be about guides, this can be about religious figures, this can be about teachers, gurus, mentors. This is about law, okay? That's another thing that we're going to see a lot of in 2023. Pretty much our last support system is going to be whether or not the courts and the rule of law is going to evolve and if it's actually going to start protecting the people. So we're going to be turning to professionals, we're going to be turning to lawyers and civil rights activists, and we're going to be turning to politicians and scientists, and we're going to be seeking people who are more so certified. I'm not going to say verified, but certified. People who have the backing, they have the knowledge, they have the experience, not relying on fact checking. Not relying on sources that are telling us what is true and false. We want data, we want information. We don't want graphs that are being skewed. We don't want propaganda that's being put out there. We want to be able to hear from the voices of a multitude of professionals. So I think about legal professionals, medical professionals, just making sure that we're having a strong foundational kind of support system. And also we're going to be looking at ethics. We're going to be looking at society as a whole and where we're going in terms of our morals, and whether or not there needs to be some sense of really kind of refining that a little bit more, right? All right. Forgive me. I'm getting so stuck with the numbers because I'm focusing on the message that's coming through. March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Okay. So now we're on to January. When I do this, I channel, so I kind of forget what I'm doing. So now we're on to January, and this is 2024. Ace of Coins. Stability, security, power, physical power, opportunities for new resources, new material gains, offers, promotions, better health, new manifestations, feeling more so grounded. So that's a cool transit that we're going to be seeing. That's kind of kicking off 2024. Those of you guys who know, next year we're going to see Jupiter and Uranus coming into conjunction. So there is opportunities for wealth, although I think that the term wealthy is going to be redefined. What it means to be wealthy, right? Are you wealthy because you have freedom? Are you considered well off because you're healthy, or because you grow your own food, or you have control of your body, or you have access to your bank account? Do you have wealth because you invested in, cryptocurrencies, or you invested in new state-of-the-art technologies and tech? Who knows? But 2024 is going to be starting off as focusing on physical gain, physical change, and planting new seeds. So that's really positive. Like I said, this year and next year are very much two in the same. So we will see. Now we have February of 2023. How appropriate. Here is the Eight of Cups. I was waiting for it to pop up. I was like, I know it's going to pop up somehow. So once again, this is reminding us that we have to move forward. We have to move on. You guys will see it next year with some of the transits that are taking place. Pluto that's still going to be making its way in and out of Capricorn and finally into Aquarius. That there are some hard realignments that take place in 2023 that set us up for the physical changes in 2024. So something that we're going to be reflecting on in February of next year is moving on, letting go, searching for truth, walking away, even if we don't know what the future holds. So it's just reinforcing whether you get the show on the road now or you fight the resistance and the change the whole way into 2024. You guys don't want to go kicking and screaming, okay? A lot of Pluto square the nodes that we're going to experience this year is going to feel like we're going kicking and screaming. But if you get the show on the road sooner rather than later, you're setting yourself up to be much more financially and physically sound. So you're still looking at having to leave certain things and walk away. So it's interesting. And that is how the year ends. So one more, we're going to do the signature card. That is going to be for 2023. So this is kind of encapsulates everything. The card that I get is the 9 of Wands, right? So it's like, I've heard a lot of people say this when I talk about 2023. They're like, I don't know if I can take any more. That's very much the 9 of Wands, but this is also perseverance. Okay, don't get thrown off by the visual of the card where you see the guy all bandaged and he's like holding on to his wands and he's like, perseverance, right? Close to success, the last stand, testing of faith, the final push, grit. If anything, that the fixed squares have taught me, all right, is that fixed squares produce grit. Any square produces grit, but the fixed squares have been like the grinding of the gears. So the last 2 years we've seen Saturn in Aquarius squaring off with Uranus and Taurus, and it's just been like this like stalemate, you know? It's like one thing changes and it forces something else to change. And I've had Uranus in opposition to my Sun and my Pluto, and I've had Saturn square, and it's all squaring my nodes. So I have been locked into a fixed T-square, a grand fixed cross all year. And it's gonna magnify next year in 2024 when Jupiter Uranus opposes my Sun. And so it's just taught me like I can't fight it. I have to make the changes. Everything has to change in unison, and there is a season to each and every few months. And so we have to learn to crawl before we can run. So something you're going to learn about this year is that there is that feeling of that because the nodes are still in the fixed signs, and we are going to see Pluto that's going to square. But this is the year where many of us are going to look back and we're going to go, that's when everything changed. That's when I got really tired, but I pushed through anyway. That's where I stood up. I focused on success. I laid boundaries. Boundaries are going to be a big thing this year because we're going to see sextiles between Saturn and Jupiter that are emerging. And this is definitely the test of faith, right? Saturn and Pisces, testing of the faith. So that's my year in advance. So many cards that came up relating to the major arcana. Very, very interesting for 2023. So that's an interesting way for us to take a look at the year ahead. You guys will have to come back. I loved going back and reading comments from last year and kind of seeing how some of that stuff panned out. So we'll see how that manifests for us. And we'll get on with the presentation, and let's get more into the astrology of 2023 and see what's kind of coming up for us. All right, so I'm going to leave this up for a hot minute. I'm going to move through this. These are just the ones that I'm going to be touching on, and I'm going to be breaking them down as I go through my presentation. So this is a really good time if you guys want to take a screenshot. You can take a screenshot of this. So that way you have all of the really big transits at a glance for you. So that way you know what to anticipate. Let me pull up my notes here. Okay. So this is going to be the biggest transits at a glance for 2023. Oops, lost this. There we go. Okay. Those of you guys who are just joining me, welcome. Thank you. This is going to be our astrology for 2023 presentation. If you guys want to donate for this presentation, it is appreciated. All right, so I just want to start off by saying this. Once we get some of these retrogrades out of the way, right, we're getting ready to have Mars go direct later this week. We're going to have Mercury that's going to go direct in January. We're just waiting for Uranus to go direct. Once these planets go direct, from January 22nd, 2023 to April 21st, 2023, all planets are direct. That's like after a period of sitting at stoplights and kind of coming to each stoplight and getting stuck behind somebody who's been going slow in the left lane moves over, and then you just see it's like free and clear. It's just green light after green light after green light, and you can just fly through and you can move forward to your destination. That's kind of how I see this. So use this period from January 22nd to April 21st, 2023 as an opportunity to set things in motion. You want to launch businesses, you want to move, you want to change jobs. Obviously, look at your personal astrology. But this is such an important time because it's not rare, but it is a little unusual to see such a long period of time where there are no retrogrades. So this is probably some of the best working periods for you guys to make things happen, to plan stuff. The list goes on. I'm going to start off with Jupiter conjunct Chiron in Aries, okay? Long story short, Aries, right? It's about the self. It's also about the head. This is about physical fitness. I'm going to talk about how this is going to materialize in a health sense in a little bit. Jupiter expands things, right? It makes things bigger. So Jupiter is going to come into conjunction with Chiron and Aries. So to put it simply, watch what starts materializing around mid-March of 2023. Now this conjunction, you have to understand, depending on the planet, because Jupiter, I'm giving you the dates when they're exact, but there's going to be a period of time on each side where you're going to see this energy kind of rise and fall. So does it mean something happens on these dates? Maybe. You have to look at the lunar transits. But we're going to see some kind of healing crisis. I think that's going to be materializing in the world as a result of this conjunction because Chiron deals with opening a wound. Aries is very personal. It's something that happens very fast. It's something that's just beginning because it's the cardinal sign of the zodiac that starts the wheel. So somewhere around mid-March, we're going to start hearing more about health-related issues, health crisis. And this is going to be very much connected, I think, both to Aries, but also to Pisces. I'm looking forward, although Sun-Jupiter connections can be larger than life, I'm looking forward to seeing an exalted Aries Sun conjunct Jupiter in Aries. So that's going to be taking place on April 11th. If your birthday is around April 11th, let's say the 10th through the 12th, or if you have any planets that's going to be between 20 and 22 degrees of Aries, make sure you make a note of this because this is going to be a very lucky period. Obviously, look at the house that it's taking place in. But an exalted sun in Aries, which means the sun's going to have extra potency, it's extra bright, it's going to be much more powerful, and then it's going to come into conjunction with Jupiter, which once again wants to expand something. So we'll see individuals become more focused on their goals. We'll see people learning more, traveling more, being more optimistic, being also aware of law, rights to individuals. So I think people are going to be researching laws, both state and federal and international, focusing on what right do we have as individuals when it comes to the decisions that are being made globally in the world. But also personal beliefs, personal philosophy, you know, the list goes on. Very interesting time. I'm excited to see this happen. So this is gonna be April 11th, 2023. It's gonna happen right on my moon. So I'm kind of stoked to see what happens with that in a lunar year. Then we're gonna move to Saturn. So Saturn is going to be entering into the sign of Pisces. It'll stay for roughly about 2.5 years. It's going to enter a mutable water sign, and this will be on March the 7th, 2023. I have a couple slides on that. I'm going to talk to you guys about what that means. But this basically means that it's taking the heat. Saturn is taking the heat off of the fixed signs, all right? Even when Saturn retrogrades, it will stay in Pisces all year long. So congratulations, right, to all of my Tauruses, Leos, Scorpios, and Aquariuses. I know that things have been challenging. You have a little bit more of a push here now that Pluto is coming. But you're going to kind of get that ease from Saturn. So where there's been delays and limitations, you're going to see that kind of ease up a little bit now. Those of you guys who are the mutable signs, right? Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, Pisces, especially the first 8 degrees. You guys are going to be under the reigns of Saturn this year, and I'll talk about how that's going to affect you. We will see some positive aspects happening with Saturn, though. We are going to see that Saturn is going to sextile the North Node in Taurus. This will be happening around April 14th, 2023. We'll see some slight sextiles between Jupiter and Saturn taking place as well. And that's also positive because we're going to see support coming from Saturn. So that way, you know, Jupiter is not totally running off with the show. But still, the Saturn North Node sextile, that's supporting our destiny, our future, right? And so Saturn is seriousness, commitment, sobriety in the sign of Pisces. Now, this sextile is going to be happening around April 14, 2023. More on that in a minute. Jupiter will conjunct the North Node in Taurus at 3 degrees. Oh my goodness. If you have any placements that are between, let's say, 2 and 4 degrees of Taurus, specifically Sun, Moon, Rising, a personal planet, both the North Node and also Jupiter coming into conjunction here is very, very big for you. This is your birthday, very big for you. It's almost like your time in the sun. But collectively, because the North Node is about where we're all collectively going, that conjunction to Jupiter means we are going to see a huge expansion in terms of knowledge, information, travel, right? Jupiter rules that, laws. And it's about earthly things, banking institutions, the bond market, the earth. Also, I feel like probably one of the biggest things that people are going to be focusing on doing with this conjunction is learning more about food. Where does our food come from? What's in it? Who grows it? Who controls it? Who determines how much it costs? Will this materialize as increased food prices? Yes, it will, unfortunately. But I do think that this is going to incentivize some people to learn more about where their food is coming, what's in their food, and to learn about how to grow their own gardens. Go and look into victory gardens, guys. If you live in an urban area and if you can grow, even if it's microgreens, or if you can grow, fresh herbs on a windowsill, do it. If you're thinking about selling your high-rise apartment and moving to, the country and buying acreage and growing fruit and vegetables, do it. If you know that people in your community are hungry and you have the space to be able to grow food, do it. These are things that are going to provide connection. It's going to help support the masses. It's also going to teach us more about our relationship to the planet. It's going to teach us also a lot more about conservation and not wasting things. So I want you guys to start thinking about that. How much food are we throwing away? Where are we getting greedy? Where are we ordering too much, having too many things, right? And what is the contribution that we're giving to our planet? Are we planting trees? Are we focusing on being able to kind of repair some of the things that we've done? And how can we also kind of pay it forward and kind of help other people by being generous with food, with information, with resources, dedicating our time or donating to services that provide us with insight and provide us with growth. We are going to see a grand cardinal cross involving the nodes and Pluto, which is pretty gnarly. I'm not going to candy coat it. This will be taking place between 24 and 29 degrees of the cardinal signs. So if you have any placements between 24 or 29 degrees, Aries, Cancer, Libra, or Capricorn, buckle up, because the grand cardinal cross is going to be very loud. It's going to make a very significant impact on the world. It's going to initiate, 4 different areas of change in your particular chart. We are going to be seeing the North Node going into Aries, the South Node going into Libra. And this cardinal cross is going to involve Pluto, and it's going to be gnarly. So this is going to be from July 17th through the 22nd of 2023. I'm anticipating just a profound need for change, and we're also going to be looking at powers and control, especially when it comes to government or when it comes to big business. From July 22nd on, you'll see this into like August, we're going to see the Venus retrograde in Leo. I'm going to talk about this a little bit. Venus retrograde is going to be a time where we are dealing with karmic matters in regards to relationships, money, resources. Venus rules harmony, also beauty, women. And it's going to be very loud because it's going to be in Leo, which is very dramatic, very lovable, very fun, very flamboyant. It's going to conjunct Mars, so it's going to be very passionate, and it's also going to come into a square both with Jupiter in Taurus and also Uranus in Taurus. So we are going to see some wild fluctuations in the markets, in some trends, in art, in cryptocurrency. The list goes on. So yeah, if you see that you have any planets within the degrees that I mentioned, pay attention. If you have any personal planets in Leo or Sun, Moon, and Rising in Leo, it's going to be like 28 to, I forget the degree. I'll show it to you guys in a second. It's going to be very loud, especially if you're a Libra or a Taurus rising. Okay, very, very prominent retrograde that we're going to see that period. Pluto enters into Aquarius March 23rd, 2023. And I feel like that's the thing that most people are talking about. The astrology community is talking about this. Yeah, it's a big deal because, you know, Pluto changes signs roughly every 18 to 20 something years. So this is the first time that Pluto has changed signs since 2008. And you guys know that's when we had major economic issues and collapse to some extent in Capricorn. And it was also setting up what ultimately ended up being, now looking back, this period of time where we've given so much of our power away, right? To governing forces, to big business, to corporate America, to consumerism, to capitalism, the list goes on. And so now we're looking at the effects that that has on us. So it's not usually till the end of the transit we really start to see the full manifestation of it. So it's interesting as we're seeing Pluto leaving Capricorn, we're going to see the nodes square it. So it's kind of like there's going to be this realization that's like, whoa, there's too much power, there's too much greed, there's too many people at the top, there's too much. And ultimately Pluto does transform, change, and it can destroy things. So we might start to kind of realize that it may have, the power may have gotten to the heads of certain structures. But Pluto entering into Aquarius, he's going to kind of play like peekaboo. He's going to be there for like a little over 2.5 months. And then he's going to retrograde back into the sign of Capricorn. It'll go in and out, like I said, fully into Aquarius in 2024. But still, that 2.5 months, it's going to be an eye-opener. Why is it going to be an eye-opener? Well, 0 degrees, if you guys remember back in the end of 2020, both Saturn and Jupiter ingress into Aquarius together. We call that great conjunction. It's what all these astrologers were talking about. The great conjunction, 0 degrees of a fixed sign, right? So this was basically saying there's a new seed that's being planted for the future growth, Jupiter, and knowledge and information and spirituality of the masses, Aquarius. And Saturn and Jupiter together represents that expansion and contraction. So it's basically saying the need to commit to growth on a spiritual level, vibrationally, also in terms of our planet, also in terms of bringing people together, right? I think that as we get through this presentation, you guys are going to talk about some gnarly stuff, but in spite of that, I believe that we will prevail. Even if we don't see it in our lifetimes, as a result of some of the decisions that we're making, we're going to see that it's really going to affect the future in a big way. If we look back at like the last time that we saw Pluto go into Aquarius, you know, right on the heels of the American Revolution, we were still kind of getting set up as a country, but we did rebel, right, against top-down structures. We did leave the UK, and we were not continued to be ruled by a royal. So we're going to see something similar here. And we're also in the midst of, you know, America having its Pluto return. That's still going to play out for another year. In the past, we also saw the French Revolution, which was also pretty bloody. So I think that there is definitely something brewing, and you guys are going to see this both in terms of our relationship, I think, with big business, but also our relationship to the governing forces in the world right now. As it retrogrades back into Capricorn around June 11th, 2023, this is a time to really watch because, like I said, we're going to start to see some nodal squares, but we're going to see a review of Pluto in Capricorn. And as Pluto is in the later degrees of Capricorn, we're also going to see that it's like the iron fist gets tighter. Like the more that I think some of these organizations and groups and power structures start to realize that they're losing control, there's going to be a grip. Remember back in 2020, as Saturn went in and out of Aquarius and it dipped into the late degrees of Capricorn, that's when we saw that we had lockdowns, right? We had government shutdowns. We had all kinds of things going on. They couldn't come to decisions also in regards to funding. So then we saw there were periods of time where it was like, oh, there's no government, blah, blah, blah. And they're going to scare people. Pluto can be scare tactics. So there's going to be a sense of, oh, you don't want this. If you don't go along with it, you're not going to have postage, or you're not going to have access to this, you're not going to have access to that, or we're not going to be able to run these things. You won't have trash, you know, like whatever. And there's some truth to that. I'm not saying that it's a good thing to let it fall apart, but I do feel like you guys have to watch out for the scare tactics that are going to be coming up as a result of this. And so you'll see that grip get kind of tighter. Greed, also all that stuff's going to be a thing. Then we're going to see on July 25th, 2023, Pluto's going to square the nodes. So that is a hard need to evolve, right? In evolutionary astrology, we say this, evolve or die, right? Not literally, but figuratively. You got to get with the program. You got to embrace that change. Jupiter enters Taurus May 16th, 2023. Jupiter is going to stay in Taurus all year long. So if you are a Taurus sun, moon, or rising, you're really going to reap the benefits of this. It brings expansion, like I said, on the earthly plane, also money, riches, wealth, travel, but land is going to become more valuable. Food prices are going to go up, but if you happen to be in the beef industry, if you happen to be in the leather industry, if you happen to be somebody who's a farmer, or you work with people who supply food, that can be a thing, a big thing. Jupiter comes into conjunction with the North Node June 1st, 2023, expanding collectively our future. And it will start to sextile Saturn in Pisces on June 19th, 2023. Okay. So I do recommend take a screenshot of this, save this, so you have all of that, or you can pick up my calendar. It's already ready for you. If you guys want to do that, you guys can pick that up on my website. All right, so let's kind of break this down now. Let's look at this a little bit more deeply by looking at the New Year's Eve or New Year's Day chart. So this is for January 1st, 2023, 12:01 a.m. So this is right when the new year happened. Everybody was still probably cheersing and making out and doing whatever they were doing. Some people were asleep, whatever you were doing. But like I refer to this as the Muggles New Year. So this is when, we have the beginning of the calendar new year. It's like, you know, I keep going back to this, and the more that I look at this, I'm like, I should have known. So those of you guys who aren't aware, I was supposed to be doing this on the 1st, but I got very sick with food poisoning. But New Year's was really fun. It was an awesome day. I definitely felt the vibe with the North Node and the Moon in Taurus. There was definitely a lot of good food, good wine, having a good time, and definitely paid for it the next couple of days. But nevertheless, I think that this, to me, looks rather positive. You guys are going to see that if you feel like you're kind of kicking yourself, like you didn't get the opportunity to start your New Year's resolutions, it's totally okay. You're going to have the opportunity to do that with the new moon in Aquarius that's coming up later this month. You're going to also have the opportunity to do that during the spring equinox, at least here in the Northern Hemisphere. So, you know, the energies don't make sense to me. As much as I try to like work with this, I look at this and I'm like, it doesn't make sense that the year ends when you look at like the pagan holidays and all of those calendars, really working with the elements and also the cosmos. It's just, it's like right when the year is coming to an end, it starts. It doesn't make sense. So give yourself until March going into April if you guys really want to focus on starting new things. I'm really liking like the Sun and Jupiter in Aries too. We're going to have 2 new moons in Aries. I'll show you guys the equinox chart in a minute. But just looking at this in a sense of the calendar new year, obviously it's going to be 0 degrees Aries because I want it to resonate not from my location, but just with everyone. We've got Jupiter on the ascendant. So let's start there, right? Jupiter on the ascendant, more positive, more open, more optimistic about what the future holds. Jupiter being in Aries is also like personal beliefs, feeling like, hey, I really feel like next year is going to be better. You know, it's going to be more expansive. We're going to learn more. We're going to travel more. We're going to see new opportunities, new things. So for everybody, especially Jupiter being in the 1st degrees, it does represent this sense of like, yeah, I really am open to a fresh start. So if you're open to relocating, if you're open to starting a new job, if you're trying to focus more on self-awareness or your health or anything like that, a positive mindset is going to get you so far this year, right? And I think that this is going to be really wonderful. I mean, really all the way until we see Jupiter go into Taurus. I think for a lot of us, if we're setting our sights on new beginnings, we'll start to see it physically manifest as we get into like April and May. So you guys can get a head start on this now. You can wait till after the retrograde. You can make the decision that you're going to start with the next new moon. Really, the choice is yours. I'm looking at that new moon that's coming in Aquarius, though. It's going to be very close to Pluto. So if you guys want to wait until that new moon in Aquarius and you're sick of your own shit and you're ready for shift, then yeah, I mean, I think it's totally possible to set intentions with that new moon, and it can be really beneficial moving forward. We've got the moon in Taurus. It's in its exaltation, so it's very much focusing on quality, resources, what feels good, what smells good, what is going to be physically stable and secure. So the moon coming into contact with its own North Node is also especially positive because it's saying that over this next year, collectively, we're all looking at our money, our resources, our security, our values, right? Our banking. So there is going to be this sense of like really focusing on getting solid from a collective level. Now the moon has connections to Cancer. So it can be saying like a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm going to be buying a house this year. I'm going to be building my, portfolio. I am going to be building a house. I'm planting a garden. There is this connection between emotional needs and physical movement. Okay, so realize that your emotions are pushing you to focus on stability, security, what you need to be eating to feel good in your body, to get back into the body. Grounding techniques, anything in regards to just focusing on connecting to the element of earth and feeling more secure. We've got the moon that's also forming a trine to the sun. So that's saying when it comes to our actions out in the world, sun and Capricorn, our work, our responsibility, what have you, it's in alignment with creating more stability. So I think now more than ever, this is also saying like there is this incentive to really focus on like not just do I have a job, but am I making a difference, right? Am I doing something that's bringing me security and stability? Does it feel emotionally good to be making money the way that I'm making money? So I think a lot of people are going to be looking at making changes in their career personally. The sun's always going to go through that 10 degrees of Capricorn during New Year's. That's just the way that it works because that's what happens. It's that same degree. The moon moves around and other planets move around as well. We also see the moon right behind Uranus. And this is, I think, where it got me personally, because that was my Pluto polarity point. But being that the moon talks about where we're going collectively, and it's behind Uranus, the planet of shock and surprise and what is unexpected, on one hand, on a spiritual level, it's saying that we have to listen to our intuition. We have to be in our bodies, practicing being grounded, feeling things, being in the moment, right? Something that I was listening to recently, and I don't know why I haven't read it sooner, but I finally worked through The Power of Now. Have you guys read that book by Tolle? And in that book, he talks a lot about take a moment every day to just be present, even if you're washing dishes or if you're folding laundry or if you're walking the dog or whatever it is you're doing. Take time to be present and be in the moment and be like, wow, I'm noticing, I'm embracing this. Learn to be more observant, right, of our behavior, especially in Taurus. It's how do I feel in my body right now? Am I listening to what my body is telling me, right? Or am I just zoning out and eating chocolate cake? Am I just zoning out and, smoking cannabis? Am I just drinking or taking prescription medications because I don't want to feel the way that I feel in my body? I want to escape my reality. That's the real thing. We're going to see that being a thing. And so I think that through scare tactics out in the media, through the state of the world and just things that are going on, there's so many things that have been happening that's literally pulling us out of our body. So we're not present. And when we're not present, we're not in the now, and we're not able to make decisions based off of love and being grounded and being able to actively plan our future. So you see people that will freak out and they will spend a bunch of money because they're scared, or they will hoard things because they're told that there's shortages, or they'll shut down because they don't feel safe or they don't feel secure, right? So this is going to be a really big thing. Like one of the best things that you guys can do in 2023 is turn your Wi-Fi off. Turn your location services off. Turn your you put it in airplane mode, don't sleep next to your bed. Don't sleep next to your phone. Don't sleep next to your bed. Don't sleep next to your phone. Make it a conscious decision to leave your phone at home and go for a walk and be in nature, or go and do some yoga. Like find ways to disconnect from those energies. And maybe for some of you, it's turning the news off. Maybe for some of you guys, it's not having those news alerts. Only you're going to be able to decide what is going to be what you're exposing yourself to. You're responsible for what you're consuming, literally and energetically. And I use the term energy because the moon is behind Uranus. So it's basically saying there's going to be these impulsive urges that are going to come up this year. There is going to be shocks and surprises that are going to come up this year, but we can intuitively feel what's coming if we're in the body. Or we can be more in touch with what's going on collectively and know that it may actually go against the narrative of what's kind of being put out there, all the fear porn and everything that's being put out into the media. But it requires us to kind of tune in. But the moon behind Uranus means that unless we consciously take that time to meditate and check in with ourselves, to be doing body scans, to be eating well, to be, you know, being focused on grounding, we're not going to be able to receive those messages. We may get kind of scared or, you know, sent into a spiral because of some of the things that are being sent out energetically. So Uranus is the internet. Uranus is in Taurus is food and the vibration of food. Uranus is also anything that's connecting to routers and towers and 5G stuff and all of that stuff, right? So you may benefit by looking into, like, I'm going to turn off my stuff. If I'm going to bed, I don't need the Wi-Fi on, you know, get into the habit of not going to sleep watching Netflix. Get into the habit of not feeling like you need to be on a screen 24/7. Don't put your phone in your pocket, right? Look into radiation and stuff that's coming out of cell phones. And also how that's affecting our earth, how that's affecting our food. So as you're going out and you're buying food, I'm not going to tell you guys what to do. I'm just going to tell you that if you get into the habit of grocery shopping, as you're picking your produce or as you're picking any of the food that you're getting, first of all, if you're buying food that's coming out of a box, it's making it really difficult to have contact with that food, right? So it's like there's a box, it's kind of sealed and it's wrapped in plastic, and we're going to hear more about microplastics. We're going to hear more about how food is affecting us, how it's being grown, whether or not it's organic, what's being sprayed on it, the list goes on. Get into the habit of choosing food that you can pick up and you can hold. And you can ask yourself and you can hold that food and go, what does this feel like vibrationally? And don't get me wrong, I love me some Oreos, but vibrationally, it's probably not going to be as good as having like an apple, right? It's just not. So get into the habit maybe of embracing whole foods and knowing where these foods are coming from. Support your local farmers market, right? Make your own meals. Don't be buying processed food. And also be very selective when it comes to the quality. If you are somebody that's consuming meat or consuming dairy, knowing where it's coming from, knowing that you're choosing responsibly and stuff that's sustainable. Some of you guys may benefit by doing some research and getting, you know, stuff that's delivered to you that's going to be from local ranchers or going to be from organic farms. So try to have a better relationship with what you're consuming in all regards. Yeah, our mind is going to be on our money and our money is going to be on our mind. We've got the sun in the 10th house trining planets in the 2nd house. So it is saying that we're thinking about how we can be more productive and make more, but that's also going to create an incentive to consume more. Part of the rat race that's been created is a lot of us are working and working schedules and working jobs because we're feeling like we have to be able to keep up with our consuming habits. We have to have the new car, we have to have the bigger house, we have to have the new bag, we have to have the new iPhone, right? But how much do you have to work to pay for that? How many more hours do you have to put in to afford that? Do you really need those things? So I think that the moon being at a 6, it talks about healthy relationship to material goods. Where is your money going? The 2nd house is physical. I'm going to let you guys in on a secret, even though it's really convenient. Cash is king. Make a decision consciously to support local, to try to actually physically spend one day a week where you pay for things with cash, right? Or a check. Be mindful of what bank you're using, right? The big banks out there, they're not your friend. The more that you're using those big banks, the more that that money is contributing to them and some of the horrible things that they're doing out in the world lately. The more that they're also going to have control. You know, consider looking into, community banks, things that are going to be local for you, and make a conscious effort to try to pay for things in cash, okay? At least once a week if you can. But also start looking into other ways that you can physically diversify your money. Are you buying land? Are you buying property or real estate, right? Are you buying materials like gold or silver? Are you leaning more into the direction of seeing the value in cryptocurrencies? There's no doubt that's all going to continue to go up. When people start to realize what's about to happen in the world over the next year or two, they're going to start figuring out how they can acquire land, how they can acquire natural raw materials. So obviously, I'm not a financial advisor, but do your research and start figuring out what you value and where you can make the most of your resources physically, okay? Just swiping with a debit card, just buying stuff online all the time. I'm making a conscious effort to do these things. These are things that I'm personally saying because these are things that I'm doing. I'm constantly asking myself, do I need this thing? Is it going to be productive? If it's going to be something that's going to benefit my health, yes, I am going to buy the juicer. But do I need to be buying all of the other little things? Do I need to have all of the subscriptions? Is it worth feeling that pressure of having to work all the time just to keep up with that? Probably not. Simplifying our lives is going to be something that's going to be amazing. And I think we're going to be able to do that if we're learning how to either acquire things more locally or at a much more affordable rate, whether it's making it ourselves, growing it ourselves, or buying it locally. It's just going to make more sense. And it may be a little bit more work. You know, you got to go to the bank, you got to go to the farmer's market, you got to do things. It's not as easy. But part of the reason why we are in the cycle that we're in is because it's become so easy to just click a button and get something. It's become so easy to get free shipping. It's become so easy to send the email instead of sending the card because postage is going up. We have to find ways to become better grounded and kind of a little bit more traditional to experience and also enhance that physical one-on-one. Everything that's been kind of put in line is to intentionally create separation. So I want you guys to figure out how to have much more of a physical experience in your day-to-day life. Mercury's retrograde. And so that retrograde is going to be happening obviously throughout January. We're kind of in the halfway point right now. Mercury is retrograding back into conjunction with the sun, which means we're hearing about a lot of news about what's changing with government, what's changing with big business. This whole month, we're going to hear a lot more about layoffs. We're going to hear about numbers that are coming out with the economy. I'm not an economist, I'm not a financial advisor, but it's pretty evident that things are a lot rockier than what they've led on. And I have been saying for some time on the channel, they're not going to be putting this out there until after the new year. So you're going to start hearing that's like, oh, maybe we are in a recession. Oh, maybe it is a lot more serious than we thought. Oh my God, there is economic issues big time. Yes, not just because of the retrograde. The retrograde indicates this is being held back. So this is saying there's changes going on within government and also big business structures. And that there is profound things that are going to be shifting with power and control out in the world, right? Mercury is also sandwiched between the sun and Pluto. So it's saying that there's a holding back of information, a holding back of documents. There may be something that ultimately comes out that's very significant about our financial situation, at least here in the United States, once Mercury comes into conjunction with our Pluto closer to early February. We've got sextiles between planets in Capricorn, which is all about responsibility and long-term goals and planning, to Neptune. So there is a sense of reorganizing some of that. So we can dissolve old things and let old things go, or we can also be better kind of planning for the future. And we've got the Venus-Pluto conjunction, which is very, very big, right? Because the South Node in Scorpio is ruled by Pluto. The North Node in Taurus is ruled by Venus. We've got the past and the future rulers in conjunction at high degrees, basically saying at 27 degrees, we need to communicate and talk about what needs to die off, what needs to change, right? So we've got political people, big business, people who are in control, older generations, Capricorn, who are talking about a huge change and transformation that's getting ready to take place with money, right? Financial decisions that are being made, the Fed. Also big banks, big businesses, like they're realizing that things aren't looking so hot. That conjunction is also kind of peppering the rest of the year, and we're going to see that as the nodes come to square that over the summertime, it's like the truth kind of really starting to spill out May, June, July, August of 2023. Am I missing anything? Mars is retrograde. You know, the sun is quincunx or in conjunct Mars, so there is this sense of power and focusing on control and long-standing decisions and getting work done that is not meshing well with Mars in Gemini. Mars in Gemini wants to communicate, wants to share, wants to move around, right? It wants to be able to move quickly and put stuff out and release information. And because it's retrograde, it's frustrated. Notice that the sun sextiles the South Node and it forms a yod to Mars. So really what it's saying is that don't get too focused on the glitz and the glamour of New Year's and the security and the food and the this and the that. There is a need to not allow certain topics to be swept under the rug this year. Mars stations at 8 degrees, so it's getting really close there during the new year. And Mars is the focal point. So it's actually saying with the retrograde Mars connecting to the South Node, we can't just not talk about the past. There's going to be an incentive this year to be like, no, hurry up, move forward. There's other things going on to distract you that's going to worry you over here. Don't look back there. We don't need to talk about that. We don't need to discuss that. Mars retrograde in Gemini is, you don't need to look at those conversations. You don't need to see those emails. You don't need to see those old posts. You don't need to hear those old phone conversations. Don't read the news, right? Don't go back and reference things. You know, we don't want to talk about what numbers we put out. We want to talk about where we're going, full steam ahead, which is interesting. Chariot and the Eight of Cups is like, hurry up and move on. So the other interpretation can be that there are so many things coming, used as a distraction to kind of keep us from asking questions. And I think I heard this quote somewhere recently. I'm probably going to botch it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'd much rather have questions that I don't have answers to than have answers that we cannot question, right? And that's very much the Mars in conjunct the Sun. It's the, where are you saying that we can't question things? It's okay if we don't have an answer, but when we're being given answers and facts and information that we cannot question, that is the problem. So the Mars retrograde has been with its in conjunct to the South Node and in conjunct to the Sun on New Year's Day, a square to Neptune. Illusions, don't ask questions, just listen to what we're telling you. Don't think outside of the box. Don't question the narrative. Don't go against what superiors are telling you. Listen to your boss, listen to your teacher, listen to your parents, listen to your local government, right? So that's pretty much that in a nutshell. There's other aspects to this, but that seems to be the most prominent for me personally. I guess we could look at it in another way where Mars and Chiron, Mars is the ruler of Aries, so that there is a conversation going on between the sextile between Chiron and Aries for self-healing, and Mars and Gemini, which is words and the mind, also creating an in conjunct to the South Node, right? The Yod is basically saying there is a need with the South Node in Scorpio. We have to acknowledge people who died. We have to. We have to acknowledge pain. We have to acknowledge abuse. We have to acknowledge corruption. We have to acknowledge excess spending. We have to acknowledge the things that go on behind closed doors. And in order to do that, we have to incentivize self-healing, self-awareness, self-education. You have to be courageous. The sextile that's taking place to Mars is basically saying, don't just be quiet and say nothing. That's what you're being told to do. And yeah, there's fear of censorship, there's fear of being cut off, there's fear of being disassociated with, right? But I think we're kind of at a point where throughout this Mars retrograde, because it's getting ready to station, I can say this, so many people have literally walked back statements that they've made over these last few years, right? About their belief system in general. I'm not going to say what it's connected to, just in general. I believe this, I have done my research, I've reflected on this, now I believe that. Right? It's okay to change your mind. That's what the North Node taught us in Gemini. That's what the Mars retrograde is teaching us. And to not be swayed, to be courageous with our words, and to also seek out what may potentially be other platforms if you're feeling like you don't have the freedom to do that, to be heard. And that's it. Saturn's in Aquarius. Not much is going on there. The moon eventually comes into conjunction, but it's not in a square to Saturn yet. So that's pretty much the long and short of it. Just complete reworking of our roles and our responsibility out in the world, right? All right, so let's take it to the next slide. You can take a screenshot of this if you guys want. This will be the lunations of 2023. Those of you guys who are used to my channel, you know how this works. I do new and full moon reports every month. I'm going to bring you guys all of that information. But if you're like me and you want to look at all the new and the full moons to cross-reference with your natal chart for those degrees, this can be really helpful. So if you have a sun, a moon, or a rising with any of these conjunctions, you're going to want to make a note of that time period, usually within a 3-day period. Okay. So take a look at this. We've got the full moons and the new moons. So right off the bat, where is it? I have my notes here. Something that just comes to mind for me is that March and April present 2 new moons in Aries. We call this a black moon when we have a double new moon. One of them will be an eclipse. Okay, so we're going to have one new moon in Aries at Let's see, where is it? 0 degrees. And we're going to have one new moon solar eclipse in Aries at 29 degrees. So that's really significant because it's the starting, okay? We're literally the first degree of the zodiac. This is why I said that the spring equinox is so significant, because we're going to have it around the time of a new moon. Super potent. So don't worry, don't beat yourself up if you were not able to get going with all of your guys' New Year's resolutions. Totally fine. You can hang out and just chill. Use, like what we said, looking at the cards that came up, the need to kind of reflect on what you don't really trust, or it's like something's missing, I'm still searching, I need to meditate. Like, a lot of our intentions are really going to go further if we're doing this closer to the spring equinox, at least here in the Northern Hemisphere. Something else that catches my attention is that 2023 boasts the first full moons, right? So the first 1, 2, 3, 4 full moons. It looks like they're all going to be at 16 degrees. Okay. So if you look at the left side, that full moon in Cancer, that's the one that we just had. Oh, I'm glad that one's over. It was conjunct my Chiron. It's been a rocky last couple days for me. February, we've got 16 degrees of Leo, March, 16 degrees of Virgo, April, 16 degrees of Libra. Look at your chart right now, right? Do you have any planets at 16 degrees in general? Do you? Okay, take a look. Because it doesn't matter if it's not 16 degrees of that particular sign. It's going to aspect your planet. And 16, right? What is that connected to energetically? Cancer, emotions, feelings. So these full moons are going to be extra, extra, extra potent. It's the past, it's home, it's our homeland, it's our feelings, it's our intuition, okay? So just keep in mind. And that whole list is going to take you through it. If you see on the sidebar, if it's got an FM, that's a full moon, okay? Lunar eclipse. So those will be the eclipses, which I'll get to in a second. And then the right side, it's going to be the new moons that are going to be taking place in 2023. It was bound to happen at some point. I was going to say 2022, 2023. We've got 100 people who are in the chat right now, so let me know where you guys are tuning in from. Thank you guys. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, give me a thumbs up. This is a presentation I'm doing for several hours on 2023. I'm going to get into the 12 signs. If you guys want to donate to this, it's appreciated because we are making this free. So if you guys want to donate, please do. And then the new moons. 1 degrees of Aquarius, 1 of Pisces, 0 of Aries, okay? March 21st, 2023. You guys want to mark this on your calendar. Right around that equinox, the 19th or the 21st, that is when you want to be starting your new things, right? Remember, like I said, we're going to start having all planets direct. So you can do it at the end of January, but if you really want to work with the way that the seasons work and the way that the cosmos work, that's when you want to do it. We're going to have then a 29-degree eclipse, a new moon solar eclipse in Aries, the very first of that sequence. 28 of Taurus, that's going to be conjunct Algol, so we've seen a couple of those. That one's going to be pretty prominent. May 19th, it boasts a lot of issues with death, suicide, beheadings, unfortunately, neurological issues, which I've been saying for years is going to happen, and we're going to see more of this that's going to be coming. It's a gnarly star. 26 of Gemini, 24 of Cancer. That Cancer new moon will oppose Pluto and square the node. So the July 17th, 2023, that one's kind of gnarly. 23 of Leo, 21 of Virgo, 21 of Libra. That'll be a solar eclipse. Then we've got 20 of Scorpio, which should be, I believe, in opposition to Uranus. And then we've got 20 degrees of Sagittarius. So take a screenshot of this if you guys want to have all the new and the full moons ahead of time. So that way you know where this is taking place. Obviously, if you have your birthday on a new moon this year, within a day or so, fresh new start. Everything's new, right? So that's a really good time to get a solar return reading. If you're having your birthday on a full moon, everything is going to feel like a full moon this year. Everything's coming in for you. It's like big. So I think back to a couple years ago, I had a new moon on my birthday. I was starting all new things. A couple years later, I had a full moon. It all came to fruition. It all kind of came together. Really strong for setting intentions with new moons, right? Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Then if you're looking at that full moon, it's going to be about just feeling like everything's kind of coming together. It's going to feel a lot more emotional. All right, so that's going to be the lunations of 2023. I now want to get into the slides talking to you guys about the nodes and the eclipses. So the eclipses of 2023 are going to be these. We've got new eclipses that are getting ready to get ushered in. So even though the nodes don't change signs until later in the year, we're going to have new eclipses that are being ushered in April. So there will be, like I said, an Aries 29 degrees eclipse on April 20th, 2023. All right, right before we go into Taurus. That 29 degrees, if you guys know, is a pivotal tipping point. Okay, 29 is associated with Saturn, so it's about karmic things. So it's about making a decision. So 29 of Aries is the most intense, the most fit, the most confrontational, the most war, the most intensity. It is a sign ruled by Mars. So the aspects of Mars in that eclipse is going to be very important. We are going to be seeing Mars move through Cancer, and then we're going to see Mars that's going to be moving through Leo over the summer. And Mars is not as comfortable in the sign of Cancer. 27, 28, 29 degrees of the cardinal signs. Hold on to your shorts because that eclipse is going to square Pluto. So it's basically getting ready to usher in the nodal changes. On May the 5th, 2023, we are going to have a Scorpio eclipse. It's going to be at 14 degrees. This will be a lunar eclipse, which means this is going to be a full moon. In aspect to Uranus, right? It's going to be in opposition to Uranus. This is, those of you guys, I don't know if anybody's born in like 89, 90, it's going to be right on top of our Plutos. So that's going to be really interesting. We've seen some of these eclipses, right? Look back and take a look at what was happening in May of 2022, right? I don't know about you guys, but I had an eclipse that was in aspect then to my Sun and my Pluto, and I got really sick. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, that one in opposition to Uranus is definitely rocking and rolling. By this point in time, we also see Pluto and Aquarius, nodal squares. Huge financial changes coming in the spring, so watch for that. Obviously, a Scorpio moon of any kind is more challenging. It's difficult. Add that into an eclipse, and it's for some people, it's very challenging. Death, rebirth, regeneration, letting go, new things, psychological changes. Also, the South Node connections, right? So there's going to be stuff going on there. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. On October 14th, 2023, we see a solar eclipse, which means this is a new moon. It's going to be in Libra. So this is the first one of Libra. And this is the first time that we've seen the South Node in Libra in 19 years. The first time we've seen the North Node in Aries in 19 years. So if you have a North or a South Node in one of those degrees, you're having a nodal return. 21 of Libra. Okay, Mars will be in Libra too at some point in the fall. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's around the eclipse. I'll look at it. I'll do a webinar as we get closer to the spring. But yeah, that's going to be a solar eclipse. So that's a new moon that's going to be on steroids. And on October 28th, 2023, lunar eclipse in Taurus. The good news is, guys, okay, this will be at 6 degrees. Jupiter's going to be in Taurus. So this is good for money, resources, abundance, things like that. So that eclipse I'm looking forward to looking at because I feel like that's going to be a little bit more positive. Moon's going to be in exaltation. Jupiter's going to be involved. The node is going to obviously have changed. Okay, the North Node will have moved into Aries, but still it's going to have aspects to Jupiter. But yeah, if you have a North or a South Node in Aries or Libra, you are either having a North Node return or you are having a reverse nodal return. So this happens every 9 and 18 years. I'm going to do a whole eclipse thing on this in the spring, so I'll take you guys through that. But that's what you have to look forward to. So Scorpio and Taurus, you guys still have some changes. The fixed signs, you guys are still feeling it. And yeah, get ready, Aries and Libra placements. You guys are next up on the list. So let's talk about those nodal changes. What does that mean, right? The North and the South Node. Not a lot of people know. They change about every 18 months. The North Node and the South Node are kind of like invisible planets. So they represent points connected to the moon, right? And the moon is our subconscious, our emotions, our emotional growth, our psychic growth, our spiritual growth. And it's also connected to the collective because the moon is about all of us, how we're feeling subconsciously. So when these nodes change signs, they change signs right around the time that the eclipses also start happening. And the North Node is going to move into Aries, which means the South Node is going to move into Libra. And that's going to be on July 17th, 2023. Okay. Now, it will stay in these signs until January 11th, 2025. So about 18 months of us having a collective focus on North Node in Aries topics and South Node in Libra topics. This will be affecting anybody who's got 29 to 20 degrees of the cardinal signs the most, also known as the third decan, okay? So if you are an Aries, Cancer, Libra, or Capricorn, rising, sun, moon, pay attention, especially if it's anything from 20 to 29 degrees. This is where you're going to have significant effects going on in your chart. The nodes retrograde backwards in degrees, okay? So it's going to start at 29 degrees. It's going to work its way to 20 by the end of this year. What does this mean if you have, collectively the North Node in Aries? Aries keywords, right? Because Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. It's a fire sign, so it's quick moving, it's passionate, it's about a me first attitude, it's about the individual, it's about taking action. Keywords would be action, it's initiative, boldness, determination, taking a stand, listening to our gut, right? Everybody thinks it's just the water signs that are intuitive. Aries is about what you do first thing in the morning. It's getting up. It's like what first comes to mind for you and what you start, what you initiate. But it's also about bringing things into existence, making things happen, right? So to some extent, I think that this is going to be about like, what are you doing on your own, right? What do you do for yourself? Now, this is where you want to look at your chart. You want to look at where Aries is. The North Node is going there. So you know that as the North Node goes there, you're taking an initiative to do more of that, right? North Node is where we have growth. But the North Node is also mysterious and we don't know, we don't see it coming, and it can be futuristic, and it can be something that can almost be like such a focus that we become obsessed with it. So we got to look at the aspects. But everybody has Aries somewhere in their chart. So take a look. That North Node is going to move there really until, January of 2025. So you got a hot minute of being able to kind of work on starting new patterns there. Here's a friendly tip. Okay, Jupiter's already in this house now. So Jupiter's already moving through there going, hey, let's learn more about this thing. Let's expand in this area of our life. Let's go and take a class. Let's travel somewhere, right? Something like that. The South Node is going to be moving through Libra. So Libra keywords are balance, fairness, relationships, diplomacy, allies. It's what's refined, what's sociable, what's lighthearted, charming, right? What's beautiful, Libra. Libra is ruled by Venus. For the last 2 years, we have seen the North Node has been in Taurus. What feels good? It's ruled by Venus. So it's like we want more pleasure. We want more food. We want more money. There can be an excess. There can be hoarding that goes on with that placement. The South Node has been in Scorpio. So it's we're releasing, we're purging, we're detoxing, we're letting go of fear so we can... Taurus, the North Node in Taurus transit wasn't just about our physical existence. It's about our bodies. Uranus is there. How is our bodies responding to frequency? How is our body responding to the earth? How is our body responding to 5G or all of these things, right? How are we combating that? And like, where are there energetic things going on that's interfering with our bodies? So that's why I talk to you guys so much about getting out in nature, doing things, go and put your feet in the grass, do some yoga, whatever you got to do. Have a house plant, right? Something that's integrating that element of earth. It's going to be kind of flip-flop when the North Node goes into Aries, because then the focus is on more Mars-related things. Then our release point, South Node, is going to be more Venus-related things. So you're going to hear some astrologers go towards the North Node, forget the South Node. No, these two signs are on an axis that reflect each other. So we actually need both to balance each other out. If we go too far into the North Node, it can be too obsessive and too fixated. If we go too far in the South Node, it can be like things are becoming too easy and we get stuck in the past. So we want to find that middle ground. Those of you guys who don't know, I already put out a video that was previewing the North Node in Aries, and I took it through all of the different rising signs, and I talk about how to integrate both and what you may experience, okay? I'll talk about in the 12 signs what the North and the South Node are doing for you too. Energetically though, yeah, we can make the assumption that the North Node in Aries is going to be turning us towards collectively, where the positive is, you know, accountability is the name of the game in 2023. Personal accountability. We are responsible for our bodies. We are responsible for our health. We are responsible for ourselves, right? Jupiter is there right now saying we need to learn more about that. We need to know our rights. We need to know, you know, our beliefs. We need to really like tune inward and really reflect on our own personal beliefs, our own moral compass before making decisions out in the world. Chiron is also in Aries, so there's also this wounding revolving around our own, you know, personal bodies, our own images, feeling isolated, feeling alone. A lot of people are afraid to speak up. A lot of people are afraid to stand out. A lot of people are afraid to create ripples. But in 2023, it has to be that people are willing to override that, because it will be because of individuals who stand up and take a stand that we're going to start seeing change in the world. And a lot of people go, well, what am I going to do? But if enough people make the decision to consciously stand up and start learning more about the decisions that are being made around the world, and the fact that our lack of accountability, our lack of involvement, our lack of knowledge, that's why certain systems are taking over. I encourage all of you guys to support individuals, to go and support independent media, right? To, if you find somebody who is you know, a journalist that you love, and they may not be on a mainstream, you know, TV screen, go and support them. Subscribe to their content. That's not a lot of people realize. If we're working on the internet, the best thing you can do if you can't donate is subscribe, share our content, and interact with us, because that's going to help other people see us, and that's also going to bring more viewers, and it's going to help us continue to do what we're doing, because people like me and also independent journalists or other astrologers or other teachers or whatever, we're able to do this because of contributions from you guys. So if you like what somebody's saying, if you like the research they're doing, if you like what they're putting out there, the content, what they're teaching, support them. That's the best thing you can do, because it's going to help that individual grow, and in exchange, you're also going to learn something. With the South Node being in Libra, there will be this feeling of not detaching, but not putting as much focus or emphasis on relationships, right? So we may see that there's less people who are like, well, you know, what, like, I want to get married. You're going to see some people go, well, what's the benefit of that? What do I get from that? You know, like, do I have freedom? Jupiter in Aries is going to be about freedom. So a lot of people are going to go, well, what's the benefit? I'm not getting anything, or I don't want to be in a relationship. I want to focus on me, or I don't feel like I need to have a business partner. I want to start my own business, something of that nature, right? North Node in Aries, unfortunately, is going to be bringing up more combativeness, more threats of war, more anger, more frustration, but it's going to give us the opportunity to really kind of take a look at masculine energy and what we do with that. And I'm not saying we're going to focus on men and not women, although some people may interpret what happens over the next couple of years as that. But we're taking a look at, I think with Jupiter and Chiron in Aries and the North Node moving into Aries, is we need to heal the masculine. We need to work on healing the masculine side, where we can embrace anger and frustration and use it as fuel for motivation to get to where we want to go. Accountability, like I said, but also initiative. You know, we're going to see that people who are self-starters and entrepreneurs, and people who are also focusing more on independence and also fitness, are going to be leading the way. We're going to see much more emphasis also on combat and armies and anything in regards to like military operations. With the South Node in Libra, I think we're going to see that it's going to be harder to keep the peace. It's going to be harder to find fairness. It's going to be harder to find just judges. We may see situations in our lives where there's really prominent partnerships out in the world that are like consciously uncoupling. That's what we're going to call it. Like, it's just not working for us anymore. You know, we're taking our space. Bands might break up. Significant partners that you see out in Hollywood or in the media might separate. We may also see that there is just more of a willingness to release and let go. The darker side of Libra, which can be codependence, right? There can be this sense of needing to have a relationship, needing to have a partner. And I think that can be positive, because I think it's going to teach us collectively that like a relationship is the icing on the cake. That if you happen to have a partner, if you happen to be married, if you happen to have a business partner, like whatever, that just enhances what is already a completely fulfilled life. So individuals are going to start realizing that we have the opportunity to really have great relationships. We don't have to worry about all the drama that can come with Libra, which can be like infidelity or, indecisiveness or choosing other people, as long as we're doing our stuff, right? So relationships can really thrive if we're doing the work that we need to be doing on an individual level. The list goes on. South Node in Libra, we may see like major changes in art. We may move a little bit more so away from what's super feminine. North Node's in Taurus. Me personally, I have been loving it, because you see a lot of like absolutely gorgeous full-figured women. But as the North Node goes into Aries, we're going to notice this shift where it's going to be like sleek and toned and more masculine and more defined and not as feminine. And we're going to want to see like more jaw lines and foreheads and shorter haircuts and athletic wear. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but that's what we're going to see, right? We're going to be moving away from what's considered more Venusian. And we're going to be going much more into an individual level. So we're going to see like lots of symbols and archetypes for the warrior, right? So you're going to see like serious faces and army stuff and, war propaganda and, what are you doing on a personal level, and be strong. Like that's going to be like so many like marketing campaigns throughout this particular transit. All right. So somebody says no short hair. Jupiter and Uranus will still be in Taurus. So I'm not saying that we're totally going to throw all of that out. But I definitely think the positive side is that whether you're a man or a woman, regardless of your gender, it's about embracing that masculine side and healing that. And I think it's also going to give us the opportunity collectively to also look at things and go like, you don't have to be serious and strong and unemotional because you identify as a man. That sometimes being strong and that masculine energy is about being able to hold space and protect the feminine, right? So we're going to start looking at what it means to kind of heal masculinity and masculinity issues, and like where army veterans and men in general and, anything relating to how we act and how we instinctively think and respond. So I think a lot of us are going to have to kind of combat why as a society we have learned to be confrontational, and where we have learned to be aggressive. And I think a lot of it is also like, unfortunately, this woke culture of being combative and attacking people because there is an agenda to promote wokeism. It's gonna need to be tackled, because the squares that we'll see from Pluto and Capricorn to these placements in Aries is you're going to see a whole movement of younger people who are going to be just like angry and using that basically as an incentive. It's what are we doing with that anger? How do we transmute it? Where does carrying that around in the body create pain? Where does it create migraines? Where does it create sinus issues? Where do we have head-on collisions, impact? Where do we have concussions, right? All of that stuff. Aries is about the head, where we're running into things. So we will see that there is going to be more that we're going to learn about the impact of sports, and where sports and concussions and injuries and hitting things and running into things affects us, right? All right. So let's move on. Let's take a look at my 2023 hot takes before we get into each and every one of the individual planets. Some of these things I already touched on. Thank you guys, as always. If you guys like this and if you guys want to donate to my presentation, please do. I appreciate it. And some people are asking questions about the calendar in the chat. So one thing you guys don't know is if you buy the physical calendar, Everything has been discounted because it's the beginning of the year. You will get a QR code where you can scan it, and you also get a digital copy. So if you want to just get the digital, if it's more affordable, and if you want it now, you can. But if you get the physical, you're going to get both. It looks exactly identical. It's the same thing. Those were the proofs we sent off to the printer. So my 2023 hot takes. Let's start with climate. Okay, once again, I have to remind everybody, I am not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I just read the astrology. So some of the things that I may say may be sensitive topics, and everybody's entitled to their opinions. I'm not here to justify what's right or wrong. I'm just kind of forecasting what's kind of coming in the astrology. In regards to climate, right? Because that is more going to be connecting to the North Node in Taurus, Uranus in Taurus, Jupiter going into Taurus, the state of what's going on with the Earth. And we've seen squares between Taurus and Saturn and Aquarius these last 2 years where there's been this debate about, is there a climate crisis? I do believe that with Pluto going into Aquarius, because Pluto does deal with resources, and it deals with money, and it deals with wealth, and it deals with taxes. Pluto going into Aquarius does seem to kind of insinuate that there is probably going to be carbon taxes. There's going to be some kind of need to change or transform the climate, right? It can be the political climate. It can literally be the air. It can be stuff relating to the carbon footprint. Those of you guys who have not been aware of what's going on in the world, do some research. Don't just listen to me. Go and see what's out there. Go and look into the 2030 agenda, okay? It's put out there by the World Economic Forum for a massive push to limit air transportation, to imply carbon taxes, to start tracking what we're buying, what we're consuming, what we're eating, and start taxing us if we want to take more than a few flights, if we want to buy more meat, if we are buying things that are harmful to the environment. Once again, I'm not here to talk about whether or not it's true or false. It's being stated that this is the direction that they're trying to push. There is an incentive to also focus on more, I guess, cleaner ways of being able to get around. Okay, so we think of electric vehicles, right? And so obviously immediately that seems like a simple solution, but you guys want to do your research and look into, well, where are those resources coming from? How many minerals do we need? Go and look into having to get the cobalt and all the other minerals needed for some of these electric vehicles. To an extent, to me, personally, the Pluto going into Aquarius square the node says that this is a manipulation, that there is going to be manipulation that's going to go on where they're going to say, well, we have this crisis and we need to save the planet. So you're going to have to pay this tax, or, you know, we're going to have new health passports. So in order to know that, you know, you're proactively protecting the planet, we need you to sign up for this new like digital ID to be able to travel and move around. Also, I do anticipate that there is going to be climate lockdowns. We are already seeing this being tested in some parts of the world as these 15-minute cities, where they're basically telling people that they can only travel a certain period of time. They're only allowed out of their house at a certain period of time. You can only go a certain distance from your home. And so they're test running this now. That's what's going on. They're doing that. Trying to see if people will comply. Okay, so if you just kind of look at what's gone on since 2020, we saw obviously the pandemic, which introduced the lockdowns, which then introduced new laws, which then introduced vaccine passports, which then introduced the talk of being able to control other things. Pluto in Capricorn basically has been the setup for Pluto going into Aquarius. And once these new rules and regulations are in place, it's going to change all of humanity, Pluto in Aquarius. So when you hear some of this stuff, it sounds crazy, but it's really not that crazy because it does resonate with some of the stuff that's going on. Now, in spite of a lot of this, okay, the Saturn-Uranus squares have materialized as like, you know, the truckers in Canada, the protests that happened with all of the farmers in Europe and all across the world, that has been the squares. And I do feel like Pluto in Aquarius is ultimately power for the people. So in spite of a lot of this stuff, and it looks a little grim, I don't really think that it's going to hold. I think that it may be a couple of years of us having to work through this. But certainly Pluto in Aquarius, if you look at what happened with the US Revolution, we walked away from heavy taxes, taxation without representation, basically being forced to, set up colonies and just run resources, and become just another arm of England. We pushed back against that. And so as a result of that, we have the United States. Pluto in Aquarius, I do believe, is going to bring up this theme of also totally changing and transforming the money that we're putting into politics, the money that we're putting into humanitarian efforts as well. But yeah, I think a lot of these things are a thing. Where is it going to happen in the world? You'd have to really look at specific, astrocartography. You would want to look at like eclipses and stuff. But like I said, go and do your research. There's definitely going to be a lot of power, Pluto, in things that relate to politics, the internet, anything in connection also to climate. For currency, I do feel like there is a push towards, CBDC. So those of you guys who aren't aware, the central banking digital currency. So this is the big banks that run the world. They are making decisions right now. They are piloting programs right now to put or create an incentive to try to get people to see value and start using basically digital coins instead of dollars. Frankly, it's all the same. So if you think about your bank account, you're swiping a debit card, you see that number in your account go up or down. It's not different, right? So it's all connected anyway. But the push towards this is basically going to digitalize everything. So we're going to see this push to digitalize the dollar and various, currencies around the world. Why is this a problem? Because it's going to create more control. So Pluto in Aquarius, I think, is a part of that. I think also with the North Node Uranus conjunction that's already happened, there's been this incentive to hurry up and make this happen, right? To get it going, to push it, but we can push it too quickly. And I think we may see some of that in where we're not ready for it. It hasn't been thoroughly researched yet, as other things that have been rolled out very quickly. And we saw how that has panned out. And eventually, I think 2024, when we see the North Node Uranus conjunction, it will materialize as this realization that we are going to start seeing that wealth is looked at very differently, right? Uranus can be digital. It can be the internet. It can also be, innovations in technology and gadgets and also like food. And I think that they're gonna try to fully adopt some kind of digital coin with the central banks in 2024. That's what I think is what they're trying to push for. As a result of this, crypto will grow. Okay, so Uranus and Taurus, crypto will grow. I'm not going to say all the coins are going to grow. Obviously, you guys got to go and do your research. Me personally, the only two things that I really seriously look at would be Bitcoin and Ethereum. That's the only thing that I'm looking at, that I'm personally attached to and invested in any way, shape, or form. But you got to do your research and you got to look into it. Other tech stocks are going to go up. Other food stocks are going to go up. Other things in regards to minerals are going to go up. But I think that as there's this push to tell people, hey, we're going digital. We can see every purchase you make. We're going to tax you more. Now we're going to go through your accounts. We're going to start doing this, that, and the other. And also, we can shut things off. We've seen this happen. Where this is being piloted, and I think in parts of Africa, they're basically saying you can use the central banking, but you can only withdraw so much money. So they're trying to limit the ability for you to take out cash to incentivize people and basically scare people into being like, look, you need to use this digital currency. This is going to be a thing. No coincidence that this is also some of the same parts of the world where they also trial run vaccines. People are going to realize that the control of our finances, our health, a digital social credit score, similar to what we see in China, is all about to be pushed in the Western world. And whether or not you comply is very much likely going to be a situation that will dictate and control whether or not you can buy things, whether or not you can travel, and whether or not you're going to have access to the internet. Water sources. This is also going to be a really big thing in the next year. Part of this is because Saturn is going to be going into Pisces. Thank you guys. Appreciate your donations. Jules and Echoist, thank you guys so much. You guys can donate if you want. This is a free presentation. Water sources. So Saturn is going to be going into Pisces. Neptune is in Pisces. It's going to continue to stay in Pisces in 2024. And as the next few years progress, as we get to 2025, Saturn is going to be approaching a conjunction to Neptune. Now, 2025 going into 2026, we will see both Saturn and Neptune go into Aries. Okay, so that'll be a new Saturn-Neptune cycle. We haven't seen this happen basically since Capricorn, when it happened in the 90s. I was born with that conjunction. Aries is where we start new. Aries is the individual. So in a few years' time, Saturn will go into its detriment in Aries, and it'll conjunct Neptune. We're going to find out that a lot of people are going to get sick, unfortunately. And we're also going to find that we may find ourselves in a state of a self-created prison. Very Eight of Swords energy. That card came up at some point. I don't know when, but it came up during the annual reading. Is it because we're stuck in the matrix? Is it because we have not stood up for our rights? Is it because we have more quarantine camps? Is it because some of us are being isolated from the world because we're refusing to basically go along with this new control whenever it has to do with these new systems? I don't know. But water sources are so important. We're going to hear more about water shortages. We're going to hear about issues relating to pollution, where there's been contamination of fresh water and salt water. Pisces has associations with the sea, so I think we're going to learn our limits when it comes to the sea, how deep the sea goes. We're going to explore more, perhaps. I think we're going to also need to learn more about diseases that come through water and where water contamination is getting us sick. I get sick to my stomach when I see some of these things that are being pushed in the New York City commercials for, oh, drink the tap water, it's safe, drink it. Polio is being found in New York City tap water. It's been published. It's out there. People are seeing it. One of the best things you guys can do is make sure you have high quality water. Know your water source. If you live somewhere, check your land, tap it, see if you can get a well. If you can't, bottled water is not necessarily the best choice, believe it or not. We're seeing issues where bottled water is being opened. People say it smells like pond water. It's got issues with algae. One of the best things you guys can do is get a high quality filtration system. Maybe even look into Kangen water. You can also look into an at-home kind of filtration system where it's like a drip system, where it is, I'm trying to think of the word, but it's almost like, I used to have one, I can't think of it. It's a filtration system basically where it like evaporates, right? So I'm not talking about just boiling your water. I'm talking about knowing where your water comes from, not just haphazardly drinking the water, listening to studies about water. There's been all kinds of stuff where people have been talking about taking water and speaking to it and then putting it under a microscope and how things are responding on a cellular level, right? There's also stuff that's come out recently on the internet of people who are taking photos of water as it's crystallizing and looking at the shapes and the things that it's making, and fresh water versus tap water in various places, right? So remember, we need water to survive. On a cellular level, all of our body is made up of water. So it's not just about what we're consuming, but how are we talking to ourselves, right? How is our body responding? Are we staying hydrated? Are we taking in enough, right? So also water that comes from the sky. You guys have seen stuff probably that's come up on the internet recently. Speaking of water, I'm gonna take some water. Give me a second. About going out and finding like a film or a residue on your car. It's kind of oily. Or the snow that's falling that doesn't seem to melt in some places. Weather manipulation and things that are going on with weather manipulation and how that is affecting us, because it's going to contaminate crops, it's going to contaminate water sources, it's going to make us sick. So I think you're going to hear more about that. And like I said, disease prevention with water. I mean, just stay hydrated, guys. That's one of the best things that you guys can do, is make sure that you're getting high quality water. And if you can invest in a system, if you don't own something, look at getting something where you can do that at home. A war, unfortunately, there is always a threat of war with the North Node in Aries. A push towards global conflict, invasions, and war in some countries. So it's possible that we are going to see more of this. We're going to see tensions rise, more confrontation, especially with the North Node in Aries and the fact that it's going to be coming into a square, particularly with the nodes, right? Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. And a push towards conflict. So you're going to see, it's not like the North Node in Taurus, which is like, be pleasant, just go along with things, you're fine. The North Node in Aries is going to be challenging, right? Like the ram likes to kind of like ram into things. That's what it likes to do. So you're going to see people going toe to toe, a push for anger, a push for conflict, a push in some situations for violence. And there's going to be a sense of people kind of going more so toe to toe. And so we're already, you know, like I said, I'm trying to be aware that the moon's in opposition to Pluto. We're already aware that a threat of nuclear war is potentially real. It's real. Unfortunately, this is where we're at. There has been that crisis that's been going on. There's been this threat. But part of it is because they're wanting to create that narrative of us having to be afraid. Because if enough people are afraid, it's vibrationally going to send that current throughout the planet. And then you're going to see more angry people, and you're going to see more conflicts and more fight. And it's just going to be drama. So we want to really focus on what's changing in terms of our drive and our desires and our independence. And in some ways, frustration can be really positive because it can show us like where we really need to kind of have a breakthrough and like get out of our own way. But yeah, war is possible. Pluto also has connections to that. And that's the concern that I have, is the square. And you know, Pluto and Capricorn square the nodes is going to be where there's potentially a war that is generated or created to be distracted, or to be able to create more division, or to be able to produce more products for war, to have more control and have more money, right? That's really what this is about, guys. If you look back in time, every like 80 or so odd years, we have recently, in recent times, couple hundred years, we've had war. It just so happens to happen in that sequence. We always see it those every so many years. I personally believe, not a historian, but I personally believe that this happens when we're reaching a certain level of consciousness. That's what's so cool about 2023, is that a lot of this stuff sounds scary, but realize this, the aspects are being set up for us to think about creating our own reality. And so if we're buying into fear, we're going to create more fear. We're going to create a much more difficult, hostile world. If we're deciding to disengage and disconnect and focus on manifestation and the life that we want to create, and also focusing on being proactive and taking the initiative, we're going to create a very different world. We're also going to create all kinds of sub-societies and other things that are going to be supporting. I do anticipate a healing crisis, though. I mean, that's very much a thing, you know? So blood issues, because Mars is connected to Aries. So Aries rules obviously the face, the sinuses, the head. So that's why I talked about head-on collisions and things like that. But blood, iron, specifically iron issues, but clotting issues within the blood, neurological issues, and also immune system issues. Now I say immune system because that's more connected to Saturn and Pisces. Saturn in Pisces is also going to, I think, produce much more of a need to look at the seriousness of the mental health epidemic that we're having. Also issues that we're having with hospitals and doctors, and whether or not, you know, people are being limited, because Saturn is limitation, in terms of what they can talk about when it comes to health and wellness. What rights we have as individuals when it comes to information that's being hidden. I encourage everybody to learn more about the Freedom of Information Act, the fact that you can request information online on a variation of topics that are going on in the country and in the world, if you want to have more clarity about that. Hospital issues, mental health issues, issues in regards to addiction, all the Pisces things. But because Chiron is in Aries, it's going to be our own personal healing crisis. And like I said, I'm going to give you guys the dates for this, but we will see a conjunction between Jupiter and Chiron. That is going to happen. And eventually we are going to see a conjunction between the North Node and Chiron that will take place as well. So 2023 and 2024 are going to be big years for this. Immune system issues, I think, are a big thing, personally. I think that's going to be huge with Saturn and Pisces. And I also think that we're going to be learning about, because Capricorn has connections to Saturn, and we're going to see over the next few years that, you know, Neptune is still sextiling Pluto in Capricorn. Saturn is going to come into conjunction with Neptune. That there is no doubt, there is an incentive to heal, to shield, hide, conceal, or make certain things vanish in regards to health and wellness, whether this is records, whether this is connections that political figures have to big pharma, and also like lobbying, trading, stock stuff, all of that stuff. And it's on both sides of the aisle. I don't know the numbers, so I'm not going to quote it, but I was listening to a report the other day that was talking about 2019 to 2022, how many people in Senate and Congress and positions of power within the United States on both sides, it was like over 60% profited off of some of the things that went on within big pharma over the last few years. It's crazy. And then lastly, religion. And that's a big topic because Saturn is going into Pisces and Neptune is there, and eventually we'll see that conjunction happening closer to 2025. It'll be interesting to see Saturn come into conjunction with Neptune, and then they both move into Aries. But for now, I think that there may be a push or an incentive to have a united world religion. That may start happening. We might start seeing that certain organized religions are like trying to kind of come together, because remember, in a sign associated with Neptune, they want to take action to unify and bring people together and dissolve what might be boundaries between religions. And we're also going to see an uprise of cults and secret societies. So there's no coincidence that you guys are hearing a lot right now about the Illuminati. Or you guys are hearing a lot right now about secret societies and like what's being done and these, you know, groups that run the world or shadow governments or like whatever. But we're going to hear more about that. Yeah, Saturn can produce limitations. So we might see that, you know, there is some regulation of some type of, you know, societies or regulation for churches or religious centers or limitations. Certainly that's going to be a theme there, but there can also be a crackdown on religious or spiritual communities. And some of them may be cult or secret societies. I don't know. We'll see. But I think that I'm watching that conjunction that's going to start setting up. And I'm hoping that as Saturn and Neptune ingress into Aries in a couple of years, we all move more to more traditional ways of seeing religion and spirituality, that it's not us just believing in one higher power and that we're all just ants under a magnifying glass. But I hope to hear more about where science and religion meet, or science and spirituality meet. I hope to hear more about the God particle and the realization that we are all somehow connected and that we're not focusing on just one God out there in the skies, but realizing that we are connected to the divine, that it is within us. I've been listening and reading a lot to the connections between recently. This was my thesis paper also in college, was how the Bible is more metaphorical, right? And that actually science does support the book of Genesis. And so I think we're going to hear more about science and spirit, because we're going to see sextiles between planets in Pisces and also placements in Taurus. And I also really feel that it's leading up to a complete dissolve of what might be organized religions eventually at some point, or a breakdown, because we're going to expose so much corruption and we're going to expose crime. And we're also going to see where there's so many illegal acts and there's acts of abuse and things that are going on, that hopefully we go back to like worshiping gods and goddesses and deities and planets, and also really learning to treat our body as a temple. Saturn and Neptune and Aries, I think, is like we are. And Saturn and Pisces, I think, is also a limitation. There's a limitation of them not knowing how powerful we are individually. That if we are just getting our sunshine, eating well, connecting with people, being in harmony, loving each other, loving the earth, that we have the ability to heal, and that we can actually evolve. You know, there is a huge spiritual evolution that's going on right now, and there are powers at bay that do not want that to happen, because once we start to tap into that and we realize that we have that capability, a whole series of other events are going to be happening, right? Keep in mind, Neptune also has connections to aliens. It's not just Uranus. It's Neptune. Other dimensions, other places, and also under the sea. So I keep hoping. I'm like, man, when are they? I think they might find Atlantis. I don't know. I thought maybe with Jupiter, but maybe with Saturn going into Pisces, we're going to start to see structures under the water that are ancient structures that become unveiled. And we start to kind of realize also that there is a connection to older secret societies and our true lineage as humans, of where we really come from. And I'm waiting for that personally, but you know, maybe I'm just idealistic. We'll see. Okay, so the question is, and this was like my big prompt for 2023, is we are being given the opportunity starting this year, and it's leading really 2024, 2025, to escape the matrix. Okay, so we are going to have the opportunity to escape the matrix. The question is which pill will you choose, or which reality will you choose? That's more of how I want to relay this to you guys. I'm just reloading something. Give me a second here. Here we go. PayPal's acting up. Okay. Which side are you going to choose? Which reality are you guys going to be choosing? That's the question. How do I put this? You know, I've thought about this, and of course I got sick, right? When I got sick, I was like, well, now I have more time to put more into this presentation. And this kept coming up for me. That was like, people have the opportunity to wake up now. We're going to have that opportunity to wake up. Saturn is moving into Pisces. Pluto is moving into Aquarius. We are seeing outer planets moving into the later signs, right? So things are wrapping up. And on one hand, this is going to be a year that moves very fast with the Uranus aspects. On the other hand, I think we're going to also see that there is a need to take a step out of society, start reflecting more, start practicing our beliefs, start connecting to our higher selves, connecting to the cosmos, and using that as guidance to be able to kind of help us move through our physical reality. When I say escaping the matrix, this is really important because Pisces is connected to screens. Okay, so it's what you see on TV. AI is going to be so incredible. It's getting to a point now where we don't know what's real. I was watching a thing the other day that was like about how some journalists spotted in all of like Putin's recent, year or two, all of his presentations, if he's on a boat, if he's giving an honor, if he's giving, a speech somewhere, seeing similar people in the background. And this guy was like, are these actors? Is this AI? Like, what is this? Try to keep in mind that the people that you see on the internet, whether it's an influencer, whether it's somebody who's on YouTube, whether it's an anchorman, it doesn't matter. You know, it does not matter. Some of these individuals will be AI. They will not be real people. There is an incentive to now create a fictional reality to keep a lot of us kind of stuck up in this, thinking that what we're being told is real. What's going on in other parts of the world is real. Also censoring what's going on in parts of the world as well. So when I talk about which side or which pill you're going to choose, for a lot of people, it's like in the movie The Matrix, where Morpheus says, like, do you want the red pill or do you want the blue pill? One's going to send you down the rabbit hole. The next 2 years is going to feel very much like Through the Looking Glass in Alice in Wonderland. And we're going to be told some wild things, and we're going to see some crazy projections that might be affecting our belief system. It might be some crazy weather patterns. It might be some events that are playing out in the world that are really not playing out. But if you do decide to go the path of being conscious and waking up, and really starting to question what's going on, it's going to send you into a bit of a spiral or a bit of a rabbit hole, because then you're going to start to realize that all of this is being created for a grand purpose, to be able to kind of keep you trapped in thinking, acting, behaving, spending money in a certain way, feeling limited. I have concerns about the fact that there may be, I'm going to say, entities out there that are feeding off of this. You guys have all seen Monsters, Inc., right? I know this is like a silly example, but it's kind of like Monsters, Inc., where all of the city is basically being run on the screams that are coming from the little kids, right? So silly example, but most everybody's kind of seen this movie. When I meditate on this, it's really similar. I'm like, oh, if everybody's scared and they're afraid, nobody wants to make a change, and they're being told just to not question things and stay in their house and keep quiet and just keep spending money and stay at your desk in your cubicle and don't connect with people, then they control the world. But if you ask questions, do your research, get out there, talk to your neighbors, get active, get sunshine, eat your fruits and veggies, if you meditate, reflect, pray, whatever it is that you do, right? Give a little bit of time to sacred time and be reflecting. That inner voice is going to get super, super loud. And it's going to start guiding you in a much more positive direction. It's also going to be a voice that's going to guide you in times of doubt. It's also going to help you see your way through what can potentially be a dark period for the next year or two. And it can bring you closer to your higher self. And ultimately, it can have a positive impact, not just on you, but on the collective, and help all of us raise the vibration and move out of that collective fear. Okay? So I want you guys to think about your moods, your emotions, your feelings as your personal responsibility. Many of you guys would not just take trash and throw it out of the couch. So I'm reading, throw it out of the couch. I'm reading as I'm talking. Sorry, guys. Would not just take trash and throw it out of your window. I would hope not, right? We're not just going to roll down the window and throw garbage out onto the street. Although some people do that. That's how I want you guys to think about your output of emotions, right? So I'm not telling you don't be mad, don't be angry, don't be sad. I'm telling you focus more on what you're putting out there. And if you're finding that you're tapping into lower emotions like anger, fear, resentment, whatever, it's your obligation to transmute that. It's your obligation to get back in the body and go, why am I feeling this way? Am I being taken advantage of? Am I in an unhealthy environment? Am I being kind of hit by some stuff energetically? You know, do I need to go and take a salt bath? Do I need to just meditate? Do I need to go outside and just scream in the forest? Whatever you're going to do, whatever. Because the more that we become aware of our collective emotions and our bubbles, the cleaner our auric field is going to be. And as we go out into the world, we're going to have a positive impact on other people, right? That's what I want you guys to think about. And we can change the way that reality is going, because I feel like time is not linear. I feel like the future is not defined. Although the astrology talks a lot about like what's potentially coming, it's never a guarantee that it's going to play out in a specific way, especially when you're dealing with some of these outer planets collectively. We have control. You know, we're going to see some collective trends that are going to happen. Yes, Pluto in Aquarius is going to change the masses. It's going to change resources in future generations. Yes, Saturn in Pisces is going to bring up a mental health crisis, and it's going to bring up issues on a spiritual level. Yes, Uranus in Taurus is going to change money and resources, but where do we start looking at how Pluto sextiles Neptune, and Neptune sextiles the North Node, and also like Taurus energy, which is physical change, body, pleasure, art, security, resources, love, right? So these are really, really, really important topics. I encourage you, when you find yourself questioning something this year, it doesn't matter what it is, if you find yourself questioning something, listen to that voice, consciously go into things eyes wide open. Don't be afraid to admit that you're wrong or that you didn't know. That can't be an excuse, but we can admit it. I didn't know, I didn't know. Now I know. Now this has been brought to my attention. Now I'm going to ask questions. Like I said, going back to that quote, I would rather have questions that I don't have answers to than have answers that I cannot question. If you find yourself in a situation where you're wanting to ask questions and it's getting shut down, or you're not getting any leads, or you're not getting any clarity, that's the moment where you decide if you're going to take the red or the blue pill. So you can go deeper and you can start kind of questioning and following things. Follow the money, right? You've heard that a lot over these last few years. Follow the money. Where does the money lead to? What control, what businesses, what people? But follow your intuition. And when you find yourself in a situation where you're not only questioning reality, but you're willing to peek beyond that and look beyond that, right? I tell this all the time. Pluto at the last degree of Capricorn. That's what I named my business after. Looking beyond the veil. It's about clairvoyance. So Pluto in Pluto in Capricorn, 29 degrees, square the nodes. I'm convinced that there's going to be a war on clairvoyance. There's going to be probably a lot of people in government, in also armed forces and stuff, trying to use remote viewing and anything in regards to using psychics. And there's probably going to be attack on people who are looking into the future. That's inevitable. I'm anticipating that with Pluto and Aquarius. Why? Because astrology is meant to give power back to the people. Because foresight is meant to be something that prepares you and lets you know what's coming. For thousands of years, we've been able to predict weather patterns, political things, rises and falls of kingdoms, and all kinds of things just using astrology. So for some people, this is going to be seen as a weapon because it's going to be giving people insight and information and inspiration to liberate them. There's a reason why Uranus is connected to Aquarius, right? So I'm encouraging you guys to wake up. Let this be the year that you're not just asleep and going through the motions and just consuming and falling asleep, okay? Make the conscious decision to escape the matrix. And it doesn't mean that you need to go all solar power and that you need to get off the grid. For some of you guys, you're choosing to do that. And I think it's smart because you're doing it before a lot of these things are going to kind of come down on us. But for others, it's making small conscious steps to be able to get out of these systems that have programmed us to just consume and to also hurt other people, to be afraid, to be judgmental, and to isolate ourselves and also certain members of society. All right. March 2023. Holy cow. This is a really big month. And I want to talk to you guys why I think the spring, at least here in the Northern Hemisphere, the spring equinox is so significant. This will be the beginning of the astrological new year. But I have had my eyes on March of 2023 for a very long time. And this is when you guys are going to start to really feel the rumbles of the really big changes that are going to be happening. Okay, so holy cow. Saturn ingresses into Pisces. So Saturn moves into Pisces on March 7th, 2023. Mars in Gemini, it will be direct at this point, but it will come into its third and final square with Neptune, which is confusion with media, with information, with health, with screens, with weather, manipulation, things like that. So we're still in a haze until March, which is weird because once we get into like April, May, June, it's like, boom, it just takes off like a bullet. March 16th, 2023, Sun, Mercury, Neptune, all conjunct in Pisces. Okay? Right? All conjunct in Pisces. So energy, Sun conjunction of Neptune, energy, softer energy levels. We're sleepy. We're still intoxicated. We're confused. We're fearful. Mercury, the mind, information, anything like that. And the conjunction to Neptune. So it's really great if you're a poet, a musician, a psychic, if you're into metaphysical stuff. It's great for meditation. That's awesome. But all of that information, spirituality, and awareness is going to square Mars in Gemini. So we're going to hear more threats of war, more fear-mongering, things like that that's going on. And also, I think we're going to hear more information about water, more information about hospitals, more information about viruses, right? And it's all going to square Mars, unfortunately. It's still in a square to Mars for a couple days. On March 20th, 2023, Venus will conjunct the North Node in Taurus. This is a good transit because the North Node is ruled by Venus, right? It's connected to Taurus, so about physical embodiment. It's gotten out of Aries, and it's going to start to kind of help us focus on North Node topics. So really significant day for money, resources, and love. Just so happens to also be the spring equinox in the Northern Hemisphere. Another reason why I think this is a better New Year's chart personally. And then March 23rd, 2023, Pluto enters into Aquarius. Holy cow, guys, like March is the month. Right? I'm not telling you guys to just sleep off January and February, but March is when you're going to get more bang for your buck with manifesting. March is going to be when you have figured out some of the stuff that's getting ready to be unveiled, and you're going to be able to make better plans financially, physically, right? All kinds of stuff. So Don't beat yourself up if you got a late start on your New Year's resolutions. Just hang tight until we get closer to that new moon in Aries. The first one of two, right around the spring equinox, okay? So very big things that are happening in March. Everybody, all the Pisces are about to be lit. The Pisces and the Aries, you guys are all going to realize like, oh, it's our time. It's you know, now we have to come out on stage, because I'm telling you, Pisces, Aries, and Taurus, you guys are, Aquarius too, but you guys are really like time to show up, guys. It's time to kind of get the show on the road. All right, so Holy Cow March leads us to the real New Year's. This is the traditional astrological New Year when the sun ingresses into Aries. This will be on March 21st, 2023. And boy, oh boy, is this a big one, because we are going to be seeing that it just so happens to coincide with the new moon in Aries. Okay, so same day that the sun ingresses, roundabout. It might be like earlier in the evening, but still it's going to be 0 degrees. So the new moon and that are at the same time. We've got our little friend, the ram, down there. He's saying hello. New moon in Aries and the spring equinox. Like what? Like this is a real fresh start, right? So you're going to see some of the craziness that's happening in March be like that wrapping up. And that's why I was laughing when we pulled the Hanged Man. I don't know if that, I think that was for April. But there's this sense of like, well, now what do I do? Right? Now what do I do? And the Seven of Swords came up for March. It's like, can I trust this? Can I not trust this? But it's really important to just really spend the next couple of months observing. Yeah, somebody said that in the chat, just to observe. Okay, so we've got this spring equinox, new moon in Aries, one of two. We're going to have another one that'll be happening in April. It'll be a solar eclipse at 29. Mars rules this particular new moon. You've got Mars in a trine within a 2-degree orb. So it's like, yes, we're going to get going. And Mars is also making a square, So Mars is coming into Cancer, making a square with the new moon. So you're going to feel like, I got to go. I got to do this now. And Mars is going to trine Saturn. So there's definitely going to be much better energy to set new intentions. Although a new moon square Mars is going to feel like it's uncomfortable. We have to get out of our comfort zone. We have to get something initiated. But Mars trine Saturn I really like. Okay. 0 degrees is the beginning. This is the very first degree of the zodiac. So this is also kind of saying new life, new opportunities, fresh new starts. We always have that during the equinox. It's always 0 degrees sun in Aries, but this happens to be a new moon. So this is the one that you really want to set intentions with. Also, just so you guys know, eventually the North Node is going to come into Aries. So you'll set that new moon intention, and then it's going to build as it goes on. We'll have a solar eclipse at 29. The North Node will hit that. We're going to have the new moon in Aries closer to the beginning of 2025. We're going to see Saturn and Neptune go there. So these intentions that you set are going to be pretty prominent for quite a while, not just for the year, pretty much that whole period of time. Okay. Mars is in a trine with Saturn, and it's also in a trine with the South Node. So it basically says that we need to take action to consciously detox, cleanse, cut, clear, let things go. And it's also going to trine Saturn. So it's saying, and Saturn is saying, yes, but it's emotionally, right? Spiritually. So once again, very Chariot. Mars is going into Cancer. We're also going to see that 8 of Cups energy. Time to move on. Cut your losses. Got to keep going. Big intentions. If you have any planets around 0 to 3 degrees of Aries, sun, moon, and rising, super important. If you have a cardinal, sun, moon, or rising, 0 to 3 degrees. So Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, you know, big energy. All right, so that's going to be the spring equinox. I'll do more on that as we get closer. I don't want to spend too much time on that, but that's going to be the second way of looking at the new year. And the conjunction to Mercury is also cool because it's kind of saying like, yeah, I'm what I'm saying I'm going to do. There's a lot of action. Mercury's going to come in conjunction with Chiron. It's also going to come in conjunction with Jupiter. So we're going to say, this is scary. This hurts. This is hard work. I have to do it myself. Yes, but you got to do it. Okay. All right, so let's move on now to big changes ahead. Let's talk a little bit more about Saturn, Pluto, and Jupiter. So just for your guys' awareness, if you're looking at specific degrees, yes, Saturn's going to enter Pisces. It'll go from 0 to 7 degrees of Pisces. Pluto is going to enter into Aquarius. It is going to only go to 0 degrees of Aquarius, and then it will retrograde back into Capricorn. It will not fully stay in Aquarius until 2024. So if you have planets 27, 28, 29 degrees of Capricorn, 0 or 1 degrees of Aquarius, you are going to be having a conjunction involving Pluto. Okay? Yeah, if you guys have any planets in the degrees that I'm mentioning, it counts. Okay, so then we got Jupiter going into Taurus. So Jupiter will enter Taurus and it will go 0 to 15 degrees. Okay, so if you have any planets within these degree ranges, I'm going to go through all the 12 signs, don't worry. But just if you're looking at your chart right now, whether it's a conjunction, it has to be within those degrees. An opposition will be the opposite sign. A square will be within 90-degree angle, right? So 0 to 7 of Pisces, 0 of Aquarius, and 0 to 15 of Taurus. That's what we're looking at. And these are outer planets, guys, okay? Jupiter changes signs every 12 years. We see Pluto about like literally 270 something odd years, I don't know. And then Saturn changes signs roughly every 2.5 years, but it takes about 28 to 29.5 years for Saturn to make a change. So for some of you guys, if you have Saturn and Pisces, you're having a Saturn return. None of you guys have Pluto and Aquarius. It's not possible. You'd be a vampire. If that's the case, I'd love to hear from you. That's very fascinating. Pluto and Aquarius might teach us more about vampires, honestly, but probably more in politics. And Jupiter in Taurus. So if you have Jupiter in Taurus, this is your Jupiter return. Okay. So let's look at these planet profiles specifically. I want to talk to you guys about Saturn and Pisces. I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's donating. I appreciate it. We are going several hours here, so if you guys want to donate to this presentation, we have so much more. We're going to do the 12 signs too, so I appreciate your donations. It makes it possible for us to do this. You can scan the QR code that you see intermittently throughout the presentation up here, and that will take you to my donation page. Appreciate you. You guys can also give me a thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe, leave me a comment, share this stream if you are a part of astrology groups. Saturn entering Pisces, 0 to 7 degrees. So this will be March 7th, 2023 through February of 2026. So we're going to be seeing Saturn hang out for 2.5 years, right? Obviously Saturn, it's about structure, routine, responsibility, limitation, form, delays, separation. These are the keywords we think of when we think of Saturn. So if you happen to be an Aquarius or a Capricorn rising, your ears should be peeking up because Saturn rules your chart. So you need to know where Saturn's going, right? If Saturn's changing signs, you got to be like, okay, where is Saturn? I'm going to tell you guys in a minute. That's why you're all good little astrology students and you know your rising sign because you're going to get a lot of information from me when I get to the 12 signs. Saturn going through Pisces. I talked about oceans. I talked about hospitals. I talked about mental health stuff. I also think it's going to possibly be crackdowns when it comes to stronger penalties for crime. Hopefully, we're also going to see that there's more support with mental health. There's more focus also in learning more about spirituality and learning about the cosmos and what's out there. Pisces is ruled by Neptune. Okay, so on one hand, I'm like, we're probably going to see that there is going to be a limitation in being able to have natural or homeopathic treatments. We're probably going to see a limitation also on like medicinal ceremonies that people are doing. Okay, there may be more research on things like mushrooms and cannabis and ayahuasca and peyote and kambo and all that stuff. But there may be limitations. So we might start seeing that there's more federal regulations to some of this stuff. There might be more penalties for some of these uses of traditional medicine. When I say traditional, I mean real traditional, not modern. Because Pisces and Neptune are connected with liquids or drugs or anything that's altered states. We may see that there's limitations on alcohol. There might be crackdowns on alcohol or on alcohol companies or lobbying perhaps. It's got connections to oceans, mental health, hospitals, jails, and hidden worlds. So this is also, like I said, secret societies, what's being hidden by the government, what's being hidden by research associations, what's being hidden by hospitals. These are things that you guys really want to ask yourselves, because Pisces has connections to all of these things, as well as pharmaceutical companies. And Pisces is also what's going on globally. It's everyone. So we might be finding that there is possibly more limitation into where we're traveling, right? And what access we have to certain platforms or certain things in general. But I think it's going to have a big effect, I think, on our relationship with water and the oceans. I think that's the big thing that comes up for me. And just watching Saturn coming into conjunction with Neptune is we're going to realize that there is a need for us to all collectively release and let go of something, okay? And it can be energetically, emotionally, spiritually. The list goes on. And like I said, it's 0 to 7 of Pisces, okay? So if you have any placements, 0 to 7 of Pisces, know that it will go retrograde. I'll give you guys the retrogrades in a minute. It will hit any of those placements within those particular degrees. So here's the most important transits that I'm looking at for Saturn in Pisces for 2023 only. This is not the whole transit. This is just 2023 only. Number 1 is going to be the Saturn sextile, the North Node in Taurus. Okay, so a sextile, we have to put a little work into that energy. We have to do the work where Saturn is to reap the benefits where the North Node is. This will be short and it'll be sweet, but we'll still get it. With Saturn sextile, the North Node, you have the opportunity to learn how to take responsibility for yourself. Building your dream life is now possible. Okay, Saturn is structure. Saturn in Pisces, building the faith, building the vision, building the vision board, building the spiritual support, building that quiet time so we can envision and actually see something physically come into formation, Taurus. So look at where Pisces is in your chart. Saturn's going to go there. It's asking you to buckle down so it can better support that North Node in Taurus in your chart. Saturn will also sextile Jupiter in Taurus, which I really like. This is an opportunity to build something long-lasting in your life. You are able to make steady progress, but this combination puts an emphasis on stability in building the life that you want. Faith and vision play a huge role, right? Because Saturn wants seriousness, commitment, timing, structure. It's like focusing on that form and that consistency so you can have growth in the Taurus area of your life. So it's referencing that North Node also, guys, okay? Jupiter is expansion. It's physical wealth, physical land, abundance, growth, health, life, all that stuff, food. So it's envisioning on a global level, how can we have wealth for everybody? How can we have health for everybody? How can we have food for everybody? How can we have energy for everybody? Uranus is there too, but you won't quite see that sextile yet. And then finally, the Saturn trine the South Node in Scorpio. And so we know that while Saturn is trining the South Node, it's sextiling the North Node. So this is the other side of that aspect. So it's emotional because the South Node's in Scorpio and Scorpio is a water sign, as is Pisces. So this is much more emotional, sensitive, and empathic. I think of like colonics, enemas, cleanses, tonics, how we can use water for healing, cleansing, clearing, and also treating certain ailments. But also trines can work in a way where it's too much energy. So Saturn and Pisces trine the South Node can represent where we're finding out that cancer is on the rise as a result of contaminants in our drinking water. That there are certain treatments that we can do or that we can actually have longer life or more longevity through staying hydrated. So we're going to find out that hydration is so important and emotionally detaching from the past and all that is toxic, negative, and that holds us back, combating fear with faith and also determination. Okay? So that's the most important transits that are associated with Saturn in Pisces for the year ahead. But who this affects the most? That's probably what you guys are wondering. Who is this going to affect the most? If you have 0 to 8 degrees of Pisces, okay, sun, moon, or rising, or if you have a personal planet there, this Saturn transit is going to create a conjunction. So this is about patience, perseverance, dedication, sacrifice, and focusing also on career growth, especially for Pisces sun and risings, that's going to be a theme. Okay. If you have 0 to 8 degrees of the mutable signs, all right, so sun, moon, rising, personal planets, you will be experiencing a square, which is a hard 90-degree angle. This is going to kind of push you to have to do some work. You're going to have to act in a way, right? Talk to a fixed sign. We'll tell you how that's been playing out this year. The nice thing is that mutable signs are adaptable. You guys are open to change. So you guys deal with the square better because it's just about ushering in new energy. It's ending things to make room for new beginnings. So if you're having a square, right? So this would be if you're a Gemini or a Virgo or a Sag or a Pisces, sun, moon, or rising, you are going to be experiencing a square. So this is actively making changes. My advice is do not delay, expect the pressure, be flexible, and try to see other people's perspectives and like where there is options and room for there to be some shifts going on, right? And if you have 0 to 8 degrees of Scorpio or Pisces, you're going to be experiencing water trines. So Pisces is a sister sign for you guys. So if you're a sun, moon, or rising Scorpio or Pisces, or if you have planets in these signs, you'll be experiencing water trines, which is emotional ease, right? Psychic development, healing, and emotional commitments. So you're going to get some support from Saturn. It's going to stabilize something in your personal chart. But it might be more emotional stability. It might be, healing stability. It might be coming to terms with something and letting something go, right? So just keep that in mind. That's how this is going to be affecting you guys the most. And we're going to see Saturn will do its retrograde dance. I'll give you guys all the retrogrades in just a second. Let's talk a little bit about Pluto and Aquarius. Like I said, Pluto will go from about, I think, 27 of Capricorn all the way up to 0 degrees of Aquarius. So this is the big news. You're hearing everybody go, Pluto and Aquarius, it's going to change everything. Yeah, but it's going to take time and it's going to play peekaboo. So it's only going to be there briefly. This will be March of 2023. Okay, so March 23rd, 2023 through June 11th, 2023, Pluto will be in Aquarius. It'll stay in Aquarius 2024 to 2044. So that'll be the full transit. So it's going to play peekaboo. It'll be there for about 2.5 months. And Pluto represents rebirth, death, trauma, transformation, wealth, crime. Okay, so think of Scorpio, think of the Phoenix, death and rebirth, endings and beginnings, right? Within and without, it's just you're going to see lots and lots of change. And I think just energetically, because Pluto is Hades and it's connected to the underworld, it'll make itself known. You're going to see the positive side of transformation, but we're also going to see where the unwillingness to adapt or release or let go can isolate us even more. That's kind of the feeling that I get. Aquarius rules the people, so the collective masses of people, humanity in general, politics, networks, the internet, rebels, alternative ways of living or alternative people, and humanitarianism. So in general, right, Pluto and Aquarius, it's a fixed sign, it's an air sign. So we're going to find that power is going to be with the people. Power is going to be with unity. Power is going to be with the destruction and the rebuilding of society as a whole. We're going to hear more about power and fees in regards to charging more for money, new types of energy that's going to be kind of coming on board. Major changes with the internet. Not many people know, but like there's talk about this Web3 that's going to be coming. The internet's coming up on its Saturn return. So I remember dial-up. I remember that. I remember not being able to be on the phone and the internet at the same time. And so not a lot of people know that, or at least like when I talk to like my siblings, they're like, what's that? I'm like, you had to get this CD and put it in your PC and you had to download AOL and you had to have a screen name and then you couldn't be on the phone and the computer at the same time. And meanwhile, as I'm saying this to them, they're like scrolling through their phone and they're like, yeah, okay, what? I'm like, you don't even know. But the internet's coming up on its Saturn return. So this Web3 that they're talking about and changes that's going to be happening with the internet, I wonder if there's going to be power and control over what we can do on the internet. You hear stuff that's like potentially being passed in Texas where they're trying to limit social media for people under the age of 18. You hear things about other places in the world, like talking about potentially in Australia, where you have to have a certain, I think like credit score. You have to be like qualified for something to even have access to the internet. I'm wondering if there's going to be this incentive or push to basically be like, look, you have to be registered and you have to have an ID if you want to use the internet. Pluto is also about, I think it's about invasion of privacy. And I think about, Pluto in Aquarius, and, we have almost 1 billion cameras, right? I'm looking at one right now, but I'm talking about the camera on your phone, on your iPad, on your computer. I'm talking about the cameras on all the streets. When you go to the grocery store and you buy stuff, this is all facial recognition. That's what's being set up here, right? Recognizing your face. Not a lot of people know. Go and do your research on this. When you're like on an app or on a website and it says like, we want to make sure you're not a robot, click these things and put the picture together. We see it all the time and people don't think, they just do it. It's actually registering supposedly and looking at your face and your response, right? We use an app to get into our phone. It scans to get into our bank. We use it to unlock our phone. We've been programmed to do this. They have this information. They can read our facial recognition. They can see our eyes. They can see what we've been looking at. They can decide what information they want to be pumping into certain social media, platforms. You go and you look at something on a website, you put something in the cart, you leave it, and then immediately you get an email that's like, hey, we saw you were looking at this. Guys, this is going to be about their ability, in general, I say they generally, to have information and to be able to see what's going on, what you're doing, and where you're selling in so many ways all of this stuff to them. They know what you're buying, they know what you're looking at. Everything is being looked at, right? And in a lot of ways, it's kind of scary when I think about it, because this is the future that we're going into. If you look at like the social credit score in like China, it's like, they can see everybody's face and it recognizes it and you immediately have a credit score. Well, in the United States, we have credit scores. It's a thing. It's not that different, but now it's going to be digitalized. And now if you're walking around with a chip in your hand, or if you just want to wave your hand at Whole Foods and pay for something, if you're not complying, if you're saying things on the internet they don't like, if you're doing things out in society they don't like, if you're buying too much bacon and they don't like that, you're not going to be sold a meal. You're not going to be able to fly somewhere. You're going to be separate from society, right? So it's kind of scary when you think about some of the stuff that's like, that's coming and that's going on. But yeah, there's going to be lots of issues with how much information is too much information, and how they're controlling what we have access to or what we can be doing with our resources. Important transits. We're going to see Pluto retrograde back into Capricorn. So like we have a short sneak peek into Pluto for the next 20 plus years with this transit in Aquarius. Then a final review of the extreme control, power, and structures in our life. So that retrograde back into Capricorn, I think, is very important, because we're going to see what the future looks like. And as things are starting to kind of come out about the future, the retrograde back into Capricorn is like, what do we do about these excessive powers out in the world, right? How do we take the power back? How do we face these bigger structures or people in the world? And that's where the square North Node in Aries is going to be what the individuals do, unfortunately. Now, Jupiter square Pluto, this is a really big transit. It happens basically, right when the nodal changes happen. This is the obsession with big time power, success, or growth, right? So with big risk sometimes comes big rewards, but for others, the themes of greed, overindulgence, gluttony take center stage. And this is a very all or nothing energy. Jupiter wants excessiveness, it wants wealth, it wants abundance. Jupiter in the sign of Taurus is going to be more money, raising the cost of land, beef, food, energy, higher interest rates, higher charges and fees from our banks, coming into a square with Pluto in Aquarius. It's going to be a gnarly one. The Jupiter square Pluto is going to really enhance the energy and the feeling of Pluto. So it's going to make Pluto much more seen. And then we're going to see Pluto also square the nodes. So Pluto going into Aquarius just in general, because it's a new ingress, is a significant thing. But the fact that it's going to square Jupiter and then the nodes is going to feel larger than life. A collective hard push towards the change and the need to evolve or get left behind. This will bring up the topic of wealth and values. Now, this particular transit happens roughly every 8 years. So we can look back in time. The last time we've had these squares, Pluto square the nodes in evolutionary astrology is the need to evolve or die, right? I don't know. Does anybody in the chat have Pluto square the nodes? I do. I have Pluto, Sun, and Mercury all in Scorpio. So I just want to like get in there into the nitty gritty and talk about all the stuff that people are afraid to talk about. I want to figure out what makes people tick. I want to get to the truth. I want to uncover things. I want to figure out like what are the darker undercurrents and how we can be able to change and transform the way that we look at power. That's basically the long and short of my natal chart. This squares my nodes. So for me, it's been this need constantly over my lifetime to kind of go through this birth, death, resurrection period when it comes to where Pluto is in my chart. So Pluto in Aquarius is the need to evolve, change, and transform our goals, humanity, collective, the internet, tech. And how it comes into a square with the nodes is it's basically saying it has a huge impact with the North Node in Taurus on our planet, right? How buying all of these cell phones, which gives off radiation and is also sending certain communities into slavery to go and be able to get the materials necessary to make these chips, is literally killing people financially and physically. How this obsession with materialism and greed and power and control is literally eroding our morals collectively, right? So it's a gnarly one. And the square to the South Node is like, if we don't do that, we get trapped in that South Node of fear, toxicity, abuse, death, letting go. We're at a point with humanity where we have the opportunity to take a big step forward and say, this must change. We have to do things. And it works positively and negatively. You're going to hear people say, if we don't make these cutbacks, if we don't have these taxes, if we don't limit your ability to travel, if we don't limit stuff with the internet, then you can't make money. They're trying to get everybody online. Go and watch the movie The Matrix. Go watch the trilogy, but specifically watch the first one. Because what people are going to realize is that the agenda all along, the incentive all along, literally since the beginning of 2020, has been orchestrated to isolate us, get us farther into consumerism and being trapped in the cycle, I think, of being controlled, working from home, not having a feeling that we can afford to be able to take a step back, not being in our bodies, and also fearing for our livelihood. So we become reliant on tech. We become reliant on what they give us. They create the problems so they can invent the solutions and then sell it back to us, unfortunately. All right, so who this affects the most, the Pluto in Aquarius transit. 0 to 2 degrees of Aquarius, okay? So I said if you have 27, 28, 29 of Capricorn, you too, but specifically 0 to 2 degrees of Aquarius, you will, sun, moon, and rising, or a personal planet, you'll experience a conjunction. So the conjunction is the strongest transit you can have. It's personal. It's about a personal regeneration period, rebirth, healing trauma, solar figure themes, okay? Husbands, brothers, fathers, bosses, mentors, that kind of stuff, authority figures, career changes, right? So if you have Pluto crossing your ascendant, death and rebirth, baby, it doesn't mean that you will die, okay? Yeah, some people go through a Pluto transit and they transition, right? But I hate to break it to you guys, like, death is not what everybody thinks it is. You get to go on to the next realm. But Pluto conjuncting the ascendant is a transformation of the identity, of the self, of the body, right? If it's conjunct your sun, rebirth of the ego, anything in regards to your career changing, a relationship with a father figure or a male figure changing, your own personal identity changing, and the moon is total change, transformation emotionally with female figures, with the mother, with the home. Obviously, this is general. You got to look at the whole chart. If you have 0 to 2 degrees of the fixed signs, okay, so we're talking about Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius, but everybody but Aquarius will experience a square or an opposition. This is a hard angle. This forces you to make change. So you need to actively make these changes, guys, okay? Do not delay, all right? There is intense pressure, so expect the pressure. It's like a pressure cooker. You will feel the need to let something go, most likely, or you will feel the need to make something happen, depending if it's an opening square or a closing square. Detoxing is a huge theme, removing whatever doesn't serve you, okay? So that's going to be a big thing for you guys. I'm talking to you early Pluto in Scorpio people. You guys are next up on the list. So those early, 80s people, you guys are going to start seeing that Pluto is coming into a square with your Pluto. So it's your first Pluto square. And if you have 0 to 2 degrees of Gemini or Libra, sun, moon, rising in your chart, you're going to have a Pluto trine, which is actually really powerful, really positive. I'm experiencing Pluto trine my ascendant right now. So far, I'm liking it. So far, we'll see. I'm going to have it for a year, so I haven't had it exactly, but I'm having it trine my ascendant. And it's air trines are about information, right? It's detached. It's about communication. So it's intellectual. So power through communication, power through socializing, power through sharing, right? That's why I'm doing more of this stuff. Big changes, big growth. It can produce more opportunities for harmony and coming into your personal power, but you don't want to abuse it. You want to be mindful that you have this really strong period of time where you have a trine to those placements. So what do you do? What do you share? How does information become powerful, and how does that help you form allies and relationships and partnerships and things like that, which is going to be more harmonious. All right, so now let's move on to Jupiter. Let's talk about something a little bit more positive. So let's talk about Jupiter and Taurus. Obviously, we know the year kicks off with Jupiter in Aries. It will not be until May 16th, 2023 that Jupiter will move into the fixed earth sign of Taurus. So you guys can go back, reference my video. I did Jupiter in Aries. I did several. So I did one when it first ingressed, when it retrograde, when it came back. Just know that like March and April, when the sun is in Aries, is awesome, because right after that, the spring equinox, that's super potent. Like that's the time that you really want to be working with Jupiter and Aries to start new things. But you can reference those videos. I'm going to be talking more about Jupiter and Taurus because that's going to be most of the year. So from May 16, 2023 until May 25th, 2024, we're going to see Jupiter move into the sign of Taurus. It'll go from 0 to 15 degrees this year. So it's gonna get up there. We're gonna see it kind of go through half of the sign. And Jupiter is a positive planet, okay? It is expansive, the biggest planet in our solar system. It bestows positive beliefs, wisdom, abundance, education, wealth, expansion, especially in the sign of Taurus, because Taurus is a fixed earth sign. So Taurus rules finances, banking, food, the earth, materials, but also people like farmers, artists, jewelry makers. If you are an artisanal something, if you cook and bake and do other things, that can be Taurus. Architects, anything that's about working with money, working with finance. It's a great time when Jupiter goes into Taurus just to learn more about banking, finances, wealth, right? Like learning more about wealth and where your money is going, who you're buying products from. A lot of people talk about, oh, I'm not going to vote. What's the point? Vote with your pocketbook, right? Vote with your money. Buy from brands that you can get behind. Go and do research into the companies you're buying from, right? Are they exploiting people and using child labor? Are you getting something cheap, but at what cost? How did that affect the animal or the country that it came from? Are you choosing to buy organic? Are you choosing to buy natural things, right? Learn more about where your products are coming from. Learn more about where you can spend your money and where you can be putting money into businesses that are trying to make positive changes in the world, right? And exercise your right to learn about financial freedom. Not a lot of people, we're not taught how to do our taxes at school. We're not taught how to start a 401k or how to stash money and save away. We're not taught about investing in the markets. They don't teach us these things because they don't want us to know these things. Because if we know this stuff, we have the opportunity to grow. They don't want you guys to save. They want you guys to spend. And in some certain situations, for some of these currency things that they're doing, they're creating an incentive for money to expire, for you to have a cap on your savings. Why? Because they want you to buy things. They want you to not save things. They don't want you guys to have resources, right? So think about that. Go and learn more about financial wellness, especially because 2024 is such a big year. Jupiter will conjunct Uranus. There will be overnight millionaires for people who invested in things that are going to positively impact our world. Things from bringing back forests to expanding, grow operations for food, expanding also in global efforts to educate people about growing food and becoming more self-sufficient, right? That's what's going to make money. And it's also help redistribute wealth. So you can really plan this year accordingly and be able to feel more abundant in 2024. But abundance is not going to be these mini McMansions and having, like Range Rovers and having expensive bags. Freedom and the choice to choose your food, rights when it comes to your body, where you're doing banking, things like that, that is going to be wealth. So there's going to be a completely different way of looking at wealth as we move forward. Who is this going to affect the most? 0 to 16 degrees of Taurus, guys. If you got a sun, moon, rising, personal planet here, a north node here, a Venus here, a Jupiter here, right? Super significant. 0 to 16, you will experience a conjunction. This is personal growth, luck, financial gain. For some of you guys, it's pregnancy, foreign travel, and higher education, right? But wisdom, learning, some of you guys will take on gurus. Sometimes you guys will decide you're going to start teaching something. Some of you guys are going to invest more in travel, invest more in education, right? For 0 to 16 degrees of the fixed signs, all right? So this is my, obviously, my Leos, Scorpios, and Aquariuses. You'll be experiencing either a square or an opposition. This represents sudden expansion, okay? It can be out of the blue, like all at once, too much. Pressure to grow, growing pains, outgrowing situations, out of your comfort zone, overly optimistic. Depending on this, I'll take you guys through the 12 signs. So I'm going to tell you how it's going to affect everyone. The opposition is more relational, so positive things coming from other people, okay? So I'm talking to you, Scorpio. For the other fixed signs, it's just uncomfortable growth that happens too quick. I have a bunch of planets in the first 10 degrees of Aries, and I have Jupiter in Cancer, and I'm a Libra rising. And when Jupiter went into Aries, I started to feel that growth really quick, and I freaked out. And then it went back into Pisces, and then it came back into Aries, and it's squaring all my stuff. And it's like new office, new home, new projects, new goals. It was like all at once, and I was like, I'm melting, like. It's just a lot, and it's initiating new things. So sometimes too much of a good thing is too much of a good thing. So it can just be everything kind of hitting you at one time. For 0 to 16 degrees of Virgo and Capricorn, you are going to be experiencing Earth trines, okay? And that's because Capricorn and Virgo, Taurus is your sister sign. So you're going to experience physical trines, which is positive, physical gain, growth, luck, happiness, positive physical changes that come more with ease. It's not kind of coming at you like some of the fixed signs, okay? All right, so let's move on to the next slide. You guys have that. Important transits relating to Jupiter. All right, so these are pretty significant in my opinion. I talked to you guys a little bit about conjunct Chiron and Aries. So it's not in Taurus, but it's important because you're going to be seeing this in the spring. This will be March and April of 2023. So Jupiter and Chiron, they come into conjunction once every 13 to 15 years, okay? So that conjunction is fusing the themes of Jupiter and also Chiron together under the sign of Aries. So in the sign of Aries, this will spark a healing crisis. We're learning to tend to our own wounds. This will be the key lesson. Like I said, the blood, stuff with the nervous system, things in regards to our head, concussions, impact. Athletes, we're going to hear more about that. Effects also, I think that the V word is having on the military. And it's going to spark a healing crisis because Chiron wants us to deal with a wound. Aries says, right now, deal with it right now. We got to get going. And Jupiter says, what do we have to learn? So what are we going to learn collectively about a sudden wave of health problems, right? What are we going to learn? The last time we had Pluto in Aquarius, we had record numbers of people dying. So let's put 2 and 2 together. We don't need to say more than that, but I do anticipate we're going to find out about increased numbers of people dying. I think we're going to also start to see a significant decline in birth rates, which is going to prompt people to realize that it's important to be having kids. And we're also going to see that as a result of all of these impacts that people are having with all of this health crisis stuff that's like popping up, we're like, what did we learn from this? Right, unfortunately, and new laws relating to regulation with health and our own personal choice when it comes to health as well. I'm hoping to do, like I said, a Chiron and Aries workshop. So I want to make it a workshop so I can talk to you guys about how to, share stories, share healing stuff, bring people together in the community, and talk about ways to be able to kind of work through this healing crisis that's coming, because it's going to come. We're going to see it this year and we're going to see it next year, and it's all leading to 2025 and 2026. When Jupiter in Taurus conjuncts the North Node, okay? So Jupiter expands our future in a very, very big physical way here. 2023 will be offered some type of wealth in a new way. For some, it'll be riches. For others, it will be temptation. Okay, knowledge will be power. So May 30th through June 4th, 2023 is when Jupiter conjuncts the North Node. Now that's pretty positive, especially in a physical sign. So there's going to be more money, right? More resources, more opportunity, but it's going to square Pluto. So hear me out on this. Remember when they were offering the jabs? And they were like, oh, you get a free cheeseburger, or you get $10 off, or you get a coupon if you do this. It's the same thing. If you convert your account to this digital banking, we will give you an incentive of $1,000. And when you have a community or just globally a situation where a lot of people would do a lot of things for $1,000, it would really go a long way right now. Maybe not at the grocery store, but people would clamor at the opportunity to say, yes, convert all of my money dollar to dollar. I'll take that money. It's going to be like the poison apple, right? So it's going to be like, okay, we'll give you this. There's going to be an incentive, get a higher, advancement on your credit card. We're going to give you $10,000 more on your credit card. The interest is going up, but we're going to give you $10,000 more, and we'll give you, X amount in bonuses or whatever. That's the square to Pluto. So you guys need to realize that there's going to be opportunities for wealth. But at the same time, there's also going to be temptation. And what are you willing to digitally, Pluto and Aquarius, sacrifice? What part of your freedom, what part of your privacy, right? To be able to have convenience and ease. Are you guys going to allow them to put chips in your arm? That's a serious question. Are you going to do that? If your bank says, hey, put this in your arm so it's easier to go places, right? They're doing this in parts of Europe. People are already doing this to make it easier to get on the subway, make it easier to buy things, whatever. Jupiter in Taurus sextile Saturn in Pisces. Financial and physical growth is stabilized with Saturn's guidance. More opportunities for social and political peace. That's the good news. Because the sextile is going to bring in more generosity, more awareness, more information, more growth when it comes to the collective, right? And opportunities for social and political peace. So June 18th through 2023, and then again on early 2024, we're going to see that. And so Jupiter is about growth and positivity, and Saturn's going to say, yes, I'm going to let this grow. I'm going to let this slowly, but I'm going to let this grow. And then 2024, it's like all hell breaks loose and Jupiter Uranus just explodes. And I think it's going to be because they're easing people into this new banking system this year. They're going to ease you guys in and say, it's the same thing. You're still going to, you can use your credit card. It's just a different currency. Don't worry about it. It's still numbers in the bank. But then when 2024 hits and people realize, oh shit, they're closing things down. They're not letting me use stuff. I can't buy things. What do you mean I can't go to on vacation? I've used up all my credits. People are all going to clamor and jump on the crypto train. And Jupiter Uranus is going to totally blow crypto up. So I'm going to keep telling people, go talk to your investment people, diversify your portfolio. Don't put all your money in one stock. Don't put all your money in one coin. Don't put all your money in the bank. You need to have something physical. Guys, start a hobby, start a side business, start making money in a separate way rather than just working for another person, even if it's passive. And look at what's happened these last few years with the pandemic and where you can do something that's going to be useful, right? So that way you can be bringing in more resources, so that way you're better prepared for the Jupiter Uranus. If you're involved, if you're a butcher, if you're a designer, if you're a jewelry maker, if you're a baker, if you're a farmer, like these people are going to make so much money in the future because they have so much knowledge, and they're going to be able to come in and teach people how to fend for themselves, how to make things themselves, right? So if you know how to do any of this stuff, there's a huge platform for you to make money just sharing the information that you know. This is part of the reason why I have been shifting from just doing readings, because I can sit in my office and do readings all week. Wouldn't make content, right? But that's only helping a small number of people. By me scaling back on readings and going, no, I'm going to make the time to go on YouTube and make videos and educate people and tell them that they can free themselves and that they can heal themselves and that there's ways to be able to start moving with the collective energies rather than feeling like the world is crumbling. That's going to impact more people. So that's why I'm creating this content. That's why I also do readings on the weekend. That's why I'm also teaching classes. That's why I'm going to start trying to do like more private events, because that's going to help more people. I know that I can help more people by being able to teach. And it's going to do more good because that's going to be spread through those people that I'm working with too, right? All right, so people keep asking in the chat, I'm getting to the 12 signs. I just got to take you through the retrogrades. And once we go through the retrogrades, then we're going to do the 12 signs. So this is a snapshot of the Mercury retrogrades. The Mercury retrogrades in 2023 are going to be all in earth signs, all of them. They will all start. So when we look at a retrograde, we look at the sign that it starts in. They will all retrograde fully through each of the signs, except for the Mercury retrograde in Capricorn, which will be at the end of the year. It will start in retrograde. It will start its retrograde in Capricorn, and it'll retrograde into Sagittarius. Okay. So save these. Obviously, you guys know the deals with retrogrades. We don't fear them. We rework, rethink, reschedule, reorganize. If you're somebody who likes to buy gadgets, you travel, you do all of this stuff, these are times that, you want to be mindful. Buying cars, signing leases, not backing up your hard drives, trying to plan business trips and stuff can be a little bit more difficult. And we're going to see more physical breakdown with technology. So transaction issues, things like that will happen because it's going to be in earth signs. Mercury is the sign of travel, but it's also the sign of gadgets, and it's also about commerce and exchange. So all of them will be in earth signs. I feel like it's like deja vu. We had this last year, although they started in air signs and retrograded to earth. So the first one, we're in it now. Surprise! Mercury retrograde starts the year 2023. December 29, 2022 to January 18th, 2023. So we got a little bit more time. It's all going to be taking place in Capricorn, where we're restructuring things in regards to our careers and our goals out in the world, our responsibility, big government changes. The second one will be a Mercury retrograde that's taking place in Taurus, and that'll be April 21st, 2023 through May 13th, 2023. Big changes going on. It's going to retrograde also, with the nodal changes that are getting ready to happen, Pluto changing signs. It's going to come in close proximity to Jupiter. So that's going to be about money, banking, and resources. Okay. We will have August 23rd, 2023 to September 15th, Mercury retrograde in Virgo. Kind of important because Mercury rules Virgo. So this is going to be a really interesting time. Changes with health, with the service industry, things in regards also to just major scheduling changes. That one's interesting because they all kind of like aspect Uranus in some way or Jupiter in some way this year. And then lastly, it'll the end of 2023 is going to be very similar to the end of 2022 going into the new year. We're going to have a Mercury retrograde in Capricorn. So it'll be December 12th, 2023 through January 1st. New Year's Day, Mercury goes direct. That's cool. But it'll be in Sagittarius, okay? And there's going to be aspects to Mars too. So they will all be in earth signs. So expect physical reorganization, changes, and transformations, guys. Thank you. I'm seeing some of your guys' comments. I appreciate it. I appreciate your guys' comments. Make sure you hit the like button. If you want to share this with other people, please do. And also there's a QR code if you guys want to donate. The more I can do these things and get support, the more I can put this out here for free. Here is also the retrogrades for the rest of the planets for the year. So we've got Venus that'll go retrograde in Leo over the summer. We've got Mars that's going to go retrograde in Gemini. It's retrograde right now, so it's not going to retrograde again. It's been retrograde from October of 2022. It's going to go direct here in a little over a week, so that will be on January 12th, so that'll be a good thing. I look forward to that going direct, to be honest with you. As a Scorpio, I'm over it. We've got Jupiter that'll go retrograde September 4th, 2023 through December 30th, 2023. Sorry, that's in Taurus. That should have said Taurus, but it's in Taurus. Jupiter will stay in Taurus. Once it enters Taurus, it's going to stay there all year. Okay, remember 0 to 15 degrees. It's Mercury retrograde. I was waiting for it. I knew that it was too good to be true. I was like, where's the issue? Saturn's going to go retrograde in Pisces. Remember 0 to 7. Okay, it'll go retrograde June 17th to 2023 through November 4th, 2023 in the sign of Pisces. And Uranus goes retrograde August 24th, 2023 to January 22nd, 2023. It's backwards, but yeah, you guys get what I'm saying. And then August 28th, 2023 to January 26th. So the retrograde is actually August 2022. So summer of 2022, it's going to go direct in January here pretty soon. And then August of 2023 through January of 2024. Neptune's going to go retrograde in Pisces, June 30th, 2023 through December 6th, 2023. And Pluto's going to go retrograde May 1st, 2023 through October 10th, 2023. Remember, it'll leave Aquarius, go back into Capricorn. Okay, so it starts to retrograde in Aquarius. Throughout this entire year, if you're new to my channel, we do a video every week. So every Sunday, I'm going to talk to you guys about the astrology. If there's new moons, if there's full moons, if there's eclipses, all that stuff, we will talk about this. I just want to let you guys know when the retrograde dates are going to be. All right, so let's move now to Venus retrograde in Leo. This is the one last thing I'm going to touch on. This is the last thing, and then I'm going to do the slides for you guys talking about the 12 signs. So I appreciate your patience. And maybe you've seen me reference in other videos. I'm like, I feel like Charlie from Always Sunny, where he's like this and this and this and this, and he's like yelling at everybody, trying to explain like his like conspiracy theories. So I had to kind of factor that in there because this is definitely what I'm going to look like right now. So let me just say this, okay? This is the Venus retrograde in Leo. It is going to be so incredibly dynamic. It is not even funny. So I just wanted to tell you guys why. So yes, you see a lot of stuff going on here, but I'm going to explain. So Venus retrograde. Changes, transformations, karmic stuff, back and forth in relationships can happen. Changes in values. In Leo, it's a solar sign, so it's very active. It's very exciting, very creative, lots of drama. As it retrogrades, it will come into conjunction with Mercury. So we're going to be hearing about some big changes in money, big changes in relationships, right? Especially in Hollywood and all that stuff. And it's going to square in its retrograde, both Uranus and Taurus, so emotional upsets, financial upsets, you know, lots of stuff. And it's going to square Jupiter as well. So boom, I mean, Hollywood, big changes. You're going to hear about big changes in relationships, couples, scandals in regards to Hollywood and money, Hollywood and relationships, children, right, in Hollywood and things in regards to that, if you get what I'm saying. And anytime Venus squares Jupiter, it's like, too much. Oh, I spent too much money on the credit card. I ate too much sugar, you know, like love overdose. And anytime we see Venus square Uranus, it's just like wild changes with fashion trends and things like that. So I can't help but notice this, the astrology reminds me a lot of like the 2000s. And so like this whole like butterfly hair clips and like the Y2K wear and like all of these like 90s things, like I feel like every time I walk into like a department store or like Target or something, like my inner like 13-year-old Candace is like thrilled that people think that jellies are like back in again. So yeah, personally, I mean, I really am excited to see what happens. I'm a little nervous financially for the banking system. I anticipate this is going to be a time where all the millennials are like, yeah, now I can buy a house, you know? But when I look deeper beyond just the squares between the fixed signs, which is very loud, okay, And the south node is ruled by Venus, the north node is ruled by Mars. So when Venus makes aspects like this, we're gonna feel it. And it's about collectively kind of letting go and releasing of Venus-related things, relationships. So there's gonna be some hot gossip about who's with who's having a kid, who's breaking up with who's invested in this thing, like big breakouts with like new pop stars and like all kinds of stuff. But what I'm really focusing on is not the squares, but the fact that there are two yods that are going on. There's two, okay? So you see Venus hanging out in Leo, going retrograde, in conjunct Neptune, in conjunct Pluto. So Venus is the focal point as she starts her retrograde of trying to reconcile with Neptune, which is the hidden invisible world, especially when it comes to screen and Hollywood and behind the scenes stuff involving children, and Pluto in Capricorn, which involves money and power and government. That's about all that I can say. Then we look at, on the flip side, on the other side of this, we see a sextile between Venus and the South Node. So what we're releasing and covering, letting go, especially in regards to law and regulation and alliances, that's creating a yod to Neptune in Pisces. So what has been hidden, that has been illegal and affecting the rules of law when it comes to performers, actors, and children in the workplace. So yeah, interesting stuff here. We've got two really significant yods, and Venus and Neptune are both kind of the focal points here, and they're also going back and forth with each other. And it's going to also be exposing secret societies, people in the entertainment world who are involved with the Illuminati, people who are involved in politics and human trafficking. It's all going to come out, all of it. And you guys are also going to see, as it squares Jupiter and Uranus and Taurus, where it all ties also into the banking system. Do some research and go and look into what's going on right now in the Bahamas, and where a major bank that shall not be named is potentially being held accountable for looking the other way while some of these things have been going on. There is a reason why they don't want this stuff coming out, because it's potentially going to take a lot of business out of businesses. It's going to take a lot of people who are high in society off of their platforms, and there in turn, when people decide to start not supporting some of these individuals in society, or buying their music or their concert tickets or worshiping them, it's going to really affect things economically, and it could potentially create a whole financial takedown. So I know I sound really crazy right now with all of these aspects, but you know, I try to kind of be like middle of the road, but it's hard for me not to kind of look at some of this stuff and go, follow the money, right? Where does the money go? And what is it that they're trying to hide? And where is America's Pluto return really shining a light on the fact that this country is run in a way that so much stuff goes on behind the scenes? Military budgets, what we're spending, stuff that's going on also with like immigration and what's going on at the border, and like why so many people are going missing. I mean, the list goes on. So it's some deep stuff. That's about all I can say. Probably already said too much, but I'll leave it at that. And just know that the Venus retrograde is going to be so significant for everybody because it's aspecting the nodes, but really, because it's trining the North Node, right? So we've got the South Node ruler trining the North Node, and where all of this drama that's coming up is actually incentivizing people to go, what the hell is going on? Where am I putting my money? Now, keep in mind also that there's also going to be like false flag stuff and things that are going to be created to keep you distracted. So I'm not saying all of it is real, right? Sometimes this stuff is coming up because they don't want you to see what's actually really going on. All right, that's it. Somebody has to say it out loud. What everybody's been waiting for. Predictions for the 12 signs for all of you guys. So I'm going to talk to you guys about where all of these things are taking place for each and every one of the 12 rising signs. And I'm going to give you the tarot card that I pulled while I was meditating on this and give you my 2 cents about how this is going to be affecting you. I cannot engage with everybody in the chat, but I'm just going to say thank you guys for your comments. Thank you guys for your support. I appreciate it. We're coming to the latter part of our presentation. So if you like it and you feel like being generous, there's going to be QR codes if you want to scan them and if you want to donate to this. You can also support by giving me a thumbs up, participating in the chat, sharing the stream, You can go to my channel memberships. You can support my content if you want more content like this. You can also go and buy my calendar, or you can book readings. All different ways that you can support my work. So this will be predictions for each and every one of the 12 signs for Western astrology, whole sign. Okay, so guys, this is where it really pays to know your astrology. If you are a whole sign user, listen to your whole sign rising sign, then listen to your sun and your moon. If you're a Placidus user, then you want to be listening for, like I said, those degrees of where the planets are going to be moving as a reminder, okay? Saturn will go 0 to 7 degrees of Pisces. Pluto will go from about 27 of Capricorn to 0 degrees of Aquarius. We will see Jupiter go from, I don't know, right now it's at what, 2 degrees of Aries all the way through 15 of Taurus, okay? Those are the biggies. But listen for your rising sign. It's going to tell you where these transits are happening in your particular chart. And then you also want to listen for your sun and your moon sign. All of them may resonate with you. Okay, so let's jump into it. Let's take a look. Obviously, we're going to start with the Aries and the Aries risings, right? What's up, Aries? Hopefully you guys are doing well. In a lot of ways, I'm really excited for you as a honorary Aries moon. I'm excited for some of these Jupiter transits. I'm going to talk to you guys about the lessons of each planet, what you really want to focus on throughout the year. But I also want to let you know that the card that I pulled for you was the Lovers. So this is really exciting because I really feel like for you, this is about figuring out what your desire is, what your passion is, and just like taking on life head on. Like it's going to be really good for you. The Lovers talks about choices and duality and options. So for some of you guys, it can feel like weighing your options, being at a fork in the road. For some of you guys, it's also about learning to fall in love, but it can be about with yourself. That relationships are not limited purely to just relationships that you have with other people, that it's important for you to be going beyond that and looking at platonic relationships and also like finding love within yourself. Okay, so it's not just about relationships. Saturn's lesson for you as an Aries rising. Saturn is going to be moving through the sign of Pisces, okay, so through your 12th house. Your lesson from Saturn is to really, I would recommend developing a regular routine meditation practice, okay? That's going to help you gain insight. That's going to help you have your quiet time. That's going to help you have your private time and really connect with source. Embrace alone time. I know some of you guys are going to feel a little like an outsider. You're going to feel like there's a sense of you not having connection all of the time, but that doesn't mean that you're not connected, okay? So keep that in mind. And then also, Saturn's lesson is about reflecting. So it's really important for you to be focusing on reflecting on your thoughts, on your dreams, on your vision, on your goals, on the collective, sending positive vibes, sending that out there and healing individuals because you can make a difference through doing that. Pluto's message for you, because Pluto is going to be going through your natal 11th house of Aquarius. Pluto wants you to get serious about your goals, okay? Like big goals are coming, opportunity to totally change and transform your goals, change and transform your networks, change and transform your friendships. But it's about being the change that you want to see in the world, okay? So be the change that you want to see in the world, have powerful unions, really take stock in like who your friends are and people that are making a difference. Yes, some of you guys will have endings of friendships. Yes, some of you guys will lose friends and they may transition. That's part of what happens with Pluto in your 11th house. But it will bring a rebirth to your social kind of standings with people, and it can bring new people in as well. So focus on some of those powerful transits that's happening there. And it's really, really important for you to get serious about your goals, right? Jupiter is going to be leaving your sign. So the first couple months you have it in your sign, then it's going to go into Taurus in May. And this is going to help you expand your values, okay? So yes, it's a money transit. It can bring more money, more resources. It can bring bonuses and all that stuff, but you're working harder for the money. So money's coming in, but it's as a result of the work that you're doing. But it starts with a positive outlook at the beginning of the year. It can bring more resources, but I also think that you're going to realize that information is valuable. So you're going to go, yes, I'm going to take that class, but you're also going to go, yes, I'm booking that trip. You may be hungrier than usual. Jupiter in the second house can definitely expand your food. Maybe you have a wider culinary kind of experience. You're trying new things. But I think maybe you're learning how to garden, learning how to invest, and just learning more about your values in general. Over the summer, Venus will go retrograde, and that's going to be happening for you in Leo, which is your 11th house. This is going to bring opportunities for elaborate parties, romantic connections, and friends from the past. So you might have a blast from the past. There may be a sense of somebody who you were friends with in the past that comes back. They connect with you online. They want to be friends. Keep in mind that that's going to be squaring all the planets in your second house. So there is a need for you to be careful about like online investments and loaning money to friends and things like that. But there can just be a sense of just having more, you know, like elaborate parties and like social connections with other people and just like really having a good time, especially because your ruling planet Mars is going to go through that part of the skies. And for your lesson with the North Node moving through Aries in your sign and the South Node moving through Libra, listen to your gut, Aries, okay? The North Node going through your sign is bringing your attention to your body. It's bringing your attention to your own passion, your own drives, you as an individual. Yes, it can make you less focused on relationships. Yes, it means that you may clear out some relationships, but it's important for you to learn not to people please. We're not people pleasing in 2023, Aries. Be courageous, right? Be willing to step up and say things that other people are unwilling to say. Be willing to defend people who cannot defend themselves. Educate yourself. Travel often if you have the opportunity. And do not fear spending time alone. Relationships that are solid will maintain, but watch those eclipses in the fall. There can definitely be some changes that are going to be taking place in relationships for sure. Okay, so good luck, Aries. Let me know how 2023 goes. Let's move on to Taurus and Taurus rising. For Taurus and Taurus rising and Taurus moons, the card that I got for you guys is the Empress, which is kind of cool because I feel like for many of you guys, it's like a period of rebirth. It can be literal births. So some of you guys might be having children. Some of you guys might be starting new businesses. Some of you guys might be growing things and starting to really start to see the fruit of all of your labor coming in. Mothers, mother figures, divine feminine energies, that's all like really important for you. But it's also going to be a year where there's much more focus on, I think, just giving to yourself, right? Giving yourself things. And I don't necessarily mean physical things. I mean experiences. I mean also really focusing on how you can appreciate more beauty and more love and that kind of stuff. Just much more in a feminine way. Saturn's lesson for you, my Tauruses, is to focus on socializing, okay? Saturn in Pisces moving through your 11th house means that, yes, you are going to realize that good friends are hard to come by. You need to work a little bit harder to get out there and to socialize and meet people. Connect with the variety of people. You know, Pisces in your 11th house can be spiritual people, artists, people that are a little bit more bohemian. You know, they're from all over the place. They have a different background or belief system than you. But that's okay. And that's also going to really lend positive energy to the Uranus transits in your sky, because what it's going to do is it's going to help you embrace this new and improved version of you, right? So to some extent, I think personally, group learning, group teaching, group trips, like, you know, if you want to take classes with people, I need you guys to get out there and socialize, because it's only going to help you really kind of better embody some of the changes that you're going through on a personal level. Pluto's message for you, my Tauruses, it's go time at work, okay? Huge, profound change in your career. Pluto moving into your 10th house is a very big deal. It's going to be very loud because it is happening at the top part of your chart. It means that there may be an ending of a career that makes way for a new beginning. It may mean that you come into a very powerful time where you have a lot of fame and notoriety. It may also be a time where there's just very powerful unions. If you're a Taurus and you have a business partner, or if you are in business with your spouse, this is a huge, huge time because Pluto rules your 7th house, and it is about transformation and how you personally change publicly. But also, my Tauruses, you have to watch your reputation, okay? If you get engulfed in some relationship drama, if you get engulfed in some, you know, public drama, professionally at work, it's gonna be out there. Okay, Pluto can be brutal. And keep in mind, especially if you're within the first 2 degrees of Taurus, you're going to be experiencing a square. So you really want to watch for that. There is going to be some opportunity for a complete transformation when it comes to your professional life. Try not to go against the grain. Jupiter's blessing for you, okay, going into your sign is huge. This is amazing for Taurus, sun, moon, and risings, because this is going to be bringing you more positivity, more abundance, more money, more resources, but more of a philosophical outlook on the world. So your beliefs are coming into mind. You might be teaching more, you might be sharing more, you might be writing, publishing in some way. And so this is really important, especially if you work with food, if you work with resources, if you work with money. You may have insight that you can kind of share with people, which may in turn actually help you make more money. Also, for my Taurus risings, my Taurus suns, my Taurus moons, pregnancy is a thing. Jupiter is bigger. So if you have any placements within the first 15 degrees, pregnancy is possible, but so is joy, so is positivity, so is weight gain, especially if you have Jupiter that is crossing your ascendant or your sun. You're more predisposed to wanting all the sweets, the sugars, the cakes, all that stuff. So just a heads up, a way to combat that is just be mindful of what you're eating, opt for fruit rather than things that are processed. Have natural honey and things that are organic, have travel, read a book, things like that, so you can really feed Jupiter. Otherwise, you're going to want lots of like fattening foods and things that are sweet, so you're going to have that craving. For summer, and when we see the Venus retrograde in Leo, that's going to be tearing through your 4th house, Leo. So this is a really big deal. Taurus. It'll be tearing through your 4th house in Leo. This will bring home changes. Now, this is important because Venus rules your chart. So if you live with a woman, Taurus, it's very possible there's like a big change going on with like a home or a living situation. Leo rules children. So likely if you're pregnant or you're expecting a child, you may be in a situation where you're like, oh my God, we have to buy a house, we have to move, we need more space. Like that's going to happen. Also healing in the family karma. So Venus going retrograde in your 4th house, there might be like lots of karmic things coming up in regards to your family and needing to kind of move through that. But for the most part, you know, just because you're ruled by Venus, just be mindful. Buying and selling houses at that time, not ideal. Also, there can be delays with property. There can be challenges with women in the family or things in regards to just housing. Then with the North Node going into Aries and the South Node going into Libra, the North Node's moving into your 12th house, the South Node's moving into your 6th. Your focus is on your faith, right? Taking active alone time, learning more about your faith and your belief system. Private time for reflection, opportunities for travel abroad. Aries in the 12th house makes me feel like getting involved in a spiritual group, a religious group. Also, a private gym might be really good for you. Just something that's going to give you the opportunity to have alone time and just focus on yourself. Meditation can be really helpful, and any time for privacy and reflection. Okay. Good luck, my Tauruses. All right. So we now have Gemini, rising, sun, and moon. And for those of you guys who are asking in the chat, there's a QR code right up here. You can scan that with your phone. It's going to take you to my PayPal. You can make a donation if you feel like donating, and if you have gotten some assistance, or if you appreciate this. I appreciate you. It makes it possible for me to keep making these free. All right, so now we have got Gemini, sun, moon, and risings. So the card that I got for you is the Queen of Swords, which I kind of chuckled because I was like, ooh, I like that, right? You're feeling sassy. Mars is about to go direct in your sign, so you have something to say. There's been a sense of rerouting or reworking your energy. Queen of Swords is about the feminine embodiment of the element of air, so nurturing your thoughts more, nurturing your communication more, your communication style, really stepping up, focusing on what you have to say, what you think, publishing, teaching, writing, things like that are all really important, and just really sharing what's on your mind with the world. That's going to be your focus for the year ahead. Saturn's lesson for you going into Pisces, okay? So yes, you're part of the mutable gang. As a fixed sign, I cannot wait to say goodbye to Saturn in Aquarius. It's been real. But I'll tell you that the squares teach you, like I said, patience and perseverance. All right. So Saturn's lesson for you, because Saturn is going through the top part of your skies for the first time in 28 to 29, 30 years, Saturn is moving through your career house. All right. So it's important for you to be career minded. Remember, it wants to lay the foundation for you to focus on your professional life. So it doesn't matter if you're 17 or you're 55, there's going to be some need for you to step up, take responsibility, and be really focusing on your public image and what you're doing when it comes to your career. But yes, it's going to feel a little uncomfortable. Pisces is the dream. So a lot of you guys are like, dream job, where are you? Thankfully, you've had some Jupiter transits recently, which have helped you. Many of you guys throughout this transit, though, will land your dream job. It is possible, and it could be in film, creativity, nonprofit, spiritual work, something like that. That is very possible. Just embrace responsibility. That's the best advice that I can give you, and just be open to making changes in your professional life. Pluto's message for you, moving into Aquarius. This is awesome. It's a sister sign, okay? So I definitely think you personally are going to benefit from the knowledge aspect, right? Because Pluto is moving through your natal 9th house. So you're going to realize knowledge is power, transformation of your beliefs. So you might go, I'm ditching religion, I'm joining the astrology cult. I'm ditching, what I thought I knew. I'm focusing on the science, whatever. Transformation of beliefs. This can also be a really powerful time for, making changes in your education plan. You might decide that you're going to go back to school. You might decide that you're going to want to go and get your master's. You might decide you want to be a teacher. There can also be a major kind of blowout ending, though, that can happen. So you might say, I don't believe this anymore, and it feels like earth-shattering. And then my other recommendation is travel far and often, okay? Especially if you have Pluto trine your ascendant, right? If you're a Gemini rising, because traveling is going to give you a better way of looking at the world, and you're going to transform the way that you see the world. And there, in turn, you're also going to feel like you want to connect with people who are in other places. So powerful friends in other places. Jupiter is going to be blessing you moving into Taurus, which is your 12th house. So this is expanding your spirituality, right? Expanding and helping you find your purpose. There is possible chances to meet foreign partners, right? Because Jupiter rules your 7th house of relationships. So you may be connecting with people in foreign places, but there can also be more of a focus and an emphasis on completing education or secret teachings. That can be a thing. So if you were wanting to study spirituality, occultism, anything in regards to ancient teachings, this is a great time to do it. Summer, when Venus goes retrograde in the sign of Leo, it is going to be going through your 3rd house. It'll be going retrograde there, so it's an opportunity for vehicle changes. Be very careful buying cars. I wouldn't do it during the Venus retrograde because likely it's going to be something wrong or something that you don't see coming, or you don't have something thoroughly looked at. So be careful here. Vehicle changes, sibling drama. Yes, it can be a thing. Relational issues when Venus goes retrograde. And also creative talents emerge. So you might start journaling, meditating, writing, channeling. You may start putting together a YouTube channel. You might start working on things behind the scenes, creating a podcast, writing a book, something that's about your spiritual beliefs and getting it out into a platform, or just what you're seeing from your dreams, okay? And as the North Node moves through Aries and the South Node moves through Libra, you're going to be focusing on communities, right? Because the North Node's going through your 11th house. So your friends, who you're networking with, if you're like, man, I really wish there was a group for this, initiate new groups, okay? Initiate, Aries. Go and start a group. If you can't find a group locally, start one. If you can't find a Facebook for something, start one. Go and start a Discord, talk about things, bring people together. This is going to be something that's going to be really beneficial for your growth. It's also going to sextile your ascendant, so that's really good as well. And the South Node being in Libra, it's still positive because it's going to be making trines from the 5th house to your ascendant. So you're moving more into the collective focus. Still, creative talents can emerge. There can be some sense of showing some of your talents through a group incentive. So it's not just going to be about you if you're a creative. It's about how you're creating with a group of people. And I would advise you also to be goal-oriented. This is very, very important for 2023, okay? Good luck, my Geminis. I hope it's a good year. Now we've got Cancer, rising, sun, and moon. Okay, so for you guys, I got the King of Swords. So that was cool to see the King and the Queen kind of coming up together. This is more like the more masculine, initiating, going out there, being more stern, really mastering something. That's what I think of when I think of the kings, the element of air, right? So that's interesting. So personally, I feel like this is about probably you guys sharing information with the world. This is about you mastering something, finally writing that book, finally taking that class, finally putting yourself out there, right? Getting something significant done, and having a voice out in the world and feeling heard. This can also be about boundaries, laying boundaries and telling people what works for you and what doesn't work for you. I like that this kind of ties into Saturn. So Saturn going into Pisces, it's going into a sister sign, so it's positive, and it's going to go into your ninth house. So this can be about finding a guru, finding a teacher, finding a mentor, you being a teacher, or you getting out there and publishing something. Higher education is a big theme. So going back to school, finishing a degree, self-education, whatever. It can be more spiritual though. So you might be focusing on like going and getting a Reiki certification, or learning astrology, or finding a tarot mentor, or learning more about healing techniques. Spirituality is a huge thing with Saturn and Pisces. And I think you're going to be learning techniques that can help you heal and better manage and deal with your emotions. Ceremonies and gurus come up. So when I say ceremonies, the ninth house is like weddings and, ceremonies and achievements and things like that can be coming up. So you can be having, being recognized for something that you've done well. But marriages too, that can be a thing, and new teachers and mentors that are going to be coming into your life. Pluto's message is to embrace the change, okay? So embrace changes and transformations. Pluto is very comfortable in the 8th house. It likes being there. Being that it's going to be in Aquarius, it's going to in conjunct your sign. So there's going to be something that's going to kind of happen there, just a heads up. Yes, you may feel like you're seeing death and change and transformation and loss more. You may feel that more than most people. But this is also about shared wealth, inheritances, or possibly even taxes. So you're going to learn the power of joint resources, the power of savings, the power of, finally tackling your taxes, or where you've made investments, or where a partner suddenly comes into some money, or where there's suddenly an opportunity to get a loan to expand your business, right? These are things where other people step in, and inheritance, taxes, alimony, spousal support, child support, all of these things are things that can come up here. Insurance, even insurance claims and insurance coverage. Jupiter's blessing. So this is new generous friendships, okay? Jupiter's going into Taurus in your 11th house. So it's going to bring new people, new faces, and they're going to be generous. So they're going to be generous. They're going to be involved in the arts. They're going to have big meals. They're going to want to have family dinners. So there's possibly going to be opportunities for you just to really expand your social circles, really be optimistic about your goals, right? And also there's going to be opportunity to party, to have a good time. Taurus sextiles you naturally, so I'm really excited to see how it's going to sextile your ascendant, and it's going to make you feel loved, or it's going to make you feel supported. So you may find that there's friends that kind of come in that are very generous, and they really kind of help you feel more emotionally secure. Over the summer, Venus will go retrograde in the sign of Leo, and that's going to be happening in your 2nd house, my Cancers. Be very careful with the spending here, okay? So Venus, about money and resources. The 2nd house is like a Venus-related house traditionally, and it's a solar house, so it's about what you have control over. Yes, you're going to see that there's financial fluxes. Yes, you're going to see that your values are going to change. This is about money and resource karma, okay? Be careful. Big purchases and investments may not always pan out, but equally, the squares to Uranus and Jupiter that's going to be happening in your 11th house might be really significant friends in high places that come in that really help you transform your financial situation. Big jobs, opportunities, a friend that steps in that's an angel investor, somebody who's like, hey, let's build a business together. Just be careful with the spending there, because there can be lots of changes that are kind of going on, because not only will the sun be there, but Venus is going to be retrograde and Mars, so you're going to have to spend money to make money, and it might be go big or go home. I don't know. And then for the North Node going through Aries and the South Node going through Libra, the North Node's going through your 10th house. Cancer, right now, I know it's difficult. You got a Mars retrograde in your 12th, but Jupiter's in your 10th house. Eclipses are going to start happening. The North Node is going to move into your 10th house. Such a big year for career for you guys, okay? So embrace new careers, be courageous, be willing to go out on your own, be willing to start your own business, be willing to also be more entrepreneurial, all right? Take a chance, start something. This is about starting something. You don't need to know the end result yet. Likely you're gonna see it get worked out over the summer. But embrace new careers, embrace self-employment, embrace launches, and for God's sakes, when we have these eclipses that are taking place, that new moon and then the eclipse too in your 10th house, go and set some intentions, okay? Go and set some intentions. Yes, you're gonna have Pluto square the nodes. A lot of you guys are realizing that messy relationships that are toxic are getting in the way of feeling like you're in the driver's seat and that you have control, and it's interfering with your ability to kind of be successful. So relationships, business partnerships that are controlling, that are negative, they got to go. And you'll see when Pluto makes those squares, they have to go. South Node's going through your 4th house. You're clearing out relationship past. You're moving away from home. You're changing your home, changing your relationships, perhaps even with your family. But everything is in order to honor that North Node transit in your 10th so you feel like you have more control over your life. Okay, so tell people what you're doing, right? Communicate, talk about boundaries. That's what you want to do with that King of Swords. Good luck, my Cancer risings. For Leo rising, Sun and Moon. Of course, I got the Strength card for you. And no, I'm not making this up. These are the cards that I really pulled. So the Strength card is really cool because like that's kind of your card, right? Strength and also the Sun. Finding personal strength. Leo, this has not been an easy year for you, 2021, 2022. You have had Uranus and Saturn duking it out, lots of relationship changes, lots of career changes, but it's like this is the year that you realize that you prevailed. You kind of beat the odds. Jupiter starts the year in Aries in a sister sign. Okay, so that's going to be really helpful. I feel like this is about strength and realizing that if you don't fight certain situations, that love prevails, that situations prevail, that you have the opportunity to be able to let love in and let things kind of happen on their own terms, right? So yeah, it's oh my goodness, especially for my Leo risings. Have strength and faith in the fact that strength is not always about physical strength. It's about emotional strength, right? And how you have the opportunity also to practice empathy for other people. Saturn going into Pisces in your 8th house. Quincunx, also your sign. So it's a little uncomfortable. You're going to be learning all about insurance matters, right? You're also going to be learning about joint resources. There may be a sense of feeling limitation from others where other people aren't paying their way. They're not contributing. They're no longer sponsoring you. It's harder to get increases with resources. It's harder to get loans, limited joint finances. So it's very possible that other people are not as willing to share or other people are not as willing to pay for things. You're also going to see that there is a real focus on mental health, okay? Because Saturn rules your natal 6th house of daily routines and health and cleanliness, and the 8th house is about transformation. So you may feel like you need to change your insurance so you qualify for better mental health or physical health coverage. You may have a partner that's making less money or loses their insurance and then you have to pay for it. There can be all kinds of things like this that can kind of come up through these transits, but the 8th house has changed in transformation with others, and with Pisces, it's psychological. There can also be a sense of having to deal with inheritances as well, and wills and death and that kind of stuff. That can happen, but it is preventable. Pluto's message for you, I'm sure all of you guys are waiting at the edge of your seat and you want to know, because Pluto's going into your 7th house, which is going to create an opposition to your sign. So what this means for you is that there is going to be a need for you to confront someone or something, okay? It depends, because Pluto can be powerful unions, right? But it also can be difficult endings. Pluto is ruthless. That is the truth. Pluto rules your natal 4th house of home and family. So some of you guys are having to duke it out with family members and say, you know what, I can't do this anymore. We can't have a relationship. Some of you guys are telling your partners, I want a divorce. I'm leaving. Other people are going through such prominent changes in rebirth that it can feel very uncomfortable. So it's going to be about confronting other people. But like I said, death and endings and new beginnings. Okay. So it's really similar to like a Pluto-Venus transit. If it's already there, then you know what it's like. If you have any personal planets within the first couple of degrees of Aquarius there, it's going to be more colorful. Can it mean that there is a death of a spouse? Sometimes, but that's bad astrology, so I'm not going to tell you that. But it's definitely about transformation of that other person, and it's like how you combat that. For some of you guys, it's like, I never thought I'd get married again, and here I am, right? And it's like the rebirth of your view of relationships in some way. So that is possible. Jupiter's blessing for you going into the sign of Taurus. You are going to be one of those people who's going to have that too much expansion type vibe. But it's good. It's just so wild for you, Leo, because Pluto goes into your 7th house of relationships and Jupiter goes into the 10th house. And some of the changes with relationships happen as a result of you going big with your career and wanting bigger, better things. Both the 7th and the 10th house deal with your fame and also your reputation. So just a heads up. Jupiter expands things. So in your 10th house, it expands your career, right? It brings positive reputation, more money, more opportunities for resources. And honestly, like fame or success. So for those of you guys who are really focusing on getting out there, totally changing your reputation, being seen out in the world, you may become notorious in some way, right? Good or bad. But you may be seen more. But it's really great for your career, and you're going to see Jupiter there. You're going to see eclipses there. So a lot of you guys are really climbing that ladder in terms of your professional life. And you're also really focusing on doing it in a way that's bringing you more creative work, right? Because Jupiter rules your 5th house. Summer, Venus retrograde. For God's sakes, Leo, don't cut your hair, please. I don't want to see bangs in 2023. I don't want to see your hair being bleached. I don't want to see perms. I don't want to see, there's a lot of things I don't want to see, okay? I don't want to see bad lion tattoos, okay? As a Scorpio, you and I are the 2 signs that are always going to have our zodiac on our body. Please don't do the whole back piece of a lion. It's not going to turn out well. Just trust me on this. You might overprocess your hair and have to shave it and literally get a wig. I mean, like, this is the kind of stuff that could happen, so be very careful. Venus going retrograde in your sign, if you're a Leo rising. Style changes, yes, but oh my God, they can be so gaudy, so outrageous. Like you're gonna permanently burn everybody with all of the denim and the gold bangles. The lesson here is to focus on self-love, all right? How you love yourself without all the bells and the whistles. You can consider making changes, but you don't get the plastic surgery. You don't do that during a Venus retrograde. There is a need for you to possibly speak with a consultant and go and talk to somebody before doing anything really dramatic. So I need to make sure that your hairdresser is competent and sane and is gonna like step away from the chair when you're like, yes, make it all red, you know? I think perms are going to be a thing for Leo risings. I think a lot of you guys are going to do that because Jupiter and Uranus they're going to square Venus and Mars. So a lot of you guys are going to have crazy tans, tons of jewelry, lots of gold, really loud and exuberant, and like I'm just going to sit here and sip my tea and watch. Now with Aries North Node happening and the Libra South Node, you're focusing on the North Node going through your 5th house. So opportunities for, excuse me, not your 5th house, your 9th house. So it's moving through your 9th house. North Node in Aries is in your 9th house. The South Node in Libra is in your 3rd. So opportunities for romantic getaways, right? Traveling by yourself, going places, having trips, getting on airplanes, meeting people abroad, having more adventure. So it's going to be having fun. Get comfortable traveling by yourself. Get comfortable taking classes by yourself. Really be learning more about self-wellness and self-development. And welcome new gurus that are going to be coming into your life because there's going to be new belief systems, new opportunities for new faith and like training in certain things. So if you want to go on a yoga retreat, if you want to go and finally, you know, learn how to publish your book, things like that, that's going to be coming up. And I think personally for you, it's also just going to be about embracing life and realizing that life is like what you make of it for the most part. So that's what you're going to be experiencing. Good luck, my Leos. Let's move on to Virgos and Virgo risings. Of course, I got the Hierophant for you, right? A lot of you Virgo risings are shaking in your boots because you realize that this is the transit that's coming where you get more serious about your relationship to other people, commitment, and really having more structure in society and doing things a little bit more traditionally. So the Hierophant talks about marriage sometimes. The Hierophant talks about a mentor or a teacher or a professional status change or a title, doing things in a more traditional way. So a lot of you guys are going to be embracing that this year. You're also going to realize that it really is beneficial to have good partnerships, right? So I also feel like for you, the seventh house Saturn transit, it's not just about, oh, am I getting married, right? It's going to be who do I go to when I need support, right? And so not many people realize your seventh house is your astrologer, Virgos and Virgo risings. So it's a year that can be really beneficial in having a spiritual guru or a mentor or a guide, a therapist, somebody who's by your side. But this is business partnerships. This is also clients. This is also romantic relationships, committed relationships. So as Saturn makes his way into your seventh house, there's going to be relationship lessons for sure. That's a big theme. For some of you guys, it's about finding true love. So you may get really serious about finding true love because Saturn rules your fifth house of children and relationships. It can be a moment where you're like, do I really love this person? Are we still good for each other? If you're single, you may find somebody who's older or more mature, or a much more mature love relationship. For some of you guys, it can also materialize as marriage, but Saturn is karma. So there is some kind of karma relating to relationships. So Saturn can also be the turning point where if you guys work through it, you can be stronger together. But if you know that it's just not working, it's very possible that, you know, you may have to kind of cut somebody loose. Now, Pluto's message for you in the sign of Aquarius, Saturn's been in your sixth house for a while, teaching you more about health and routine and being of service, right? So here comes Pluto, and Pluto's moving into this part of your chart, creating an inconjunct to your sign. And so this is going to be about mental health focus. This is going to be learning new skills, right? How you can be of better service. Pluto's connected to your third house of the mind. So better mental health, better mental routines, limiting your screen use, making sure that you're aware of negative self-talk, anything in regards to also challenges in regards to health with pets or coworkers. That can definitely happen. Changes in the workplace, it might be all digital, right? You might find out in 2023 that they're closing the office and you're permanently working from home, or there's going to be, digital office spaces and people clocking in and clocking out, and it's just totally changing and transforming something about your daily routine. Also mechanical issues with computers, issues also with cars. That can be a thing. Some of you guys might have a number of issues with a car and go, you know what, I need to get a different vehicle, or I'm changing the way that I'm actually going to be going places. For some of you guys, it can be, oh, I'm working from home. Why do I need this expensive car payment? Or why do I need to have, this lease? I don't need it. I'm not going anywhere. Jupiter's blessing for you. Jupiter is associated both with Sagittarius and Pisces, so your fourth and your seventh house lord. It's moving into the ninth, and so you're going to see that there's opportunity for adventure. Partners might be pushing you to relocate somewhere or to travel places abroad. They're going to say, let's go to this place. I've always wanted to go there. Let's relocate to this place. Hey, now you're working remotely. Let's go and live in this city. Let's go and do a visa here for a couple months and do a work stay. Education opportunities, going back to school, publishing, teaching, learning, but also it's a really good year if you have to deal with anything legally to have a good lawyer by your side. Yes, it can be costly, but also you're going to be more willing to spend money on it, or somebody who's going to help you publish a book, or somebody who is going to help you complete your education. New gurus can arrive with Jupiter in the ninth house. That's another theme. And it's also a sister sign. So if you have any placements 0 to 15 degrees of Virgo, it's going to form trines. Changes and transformations about your belief and your philosophy, about life, about travel, about love, about also just what you know, right? It's all going to expand. And so the more that you're embracing other places and other cultures and seeing what else is out there, the more that you're going to realize that there's a big world out there, that it doesn't have to be confined to one little space. Over the summer, Venus is going to go retrograde in your 12th house. This is going to be colorful. So a Venus retrograde in your 12th house can bring up secret admirers, okay? There can be foreign affairs. There can also be extended getaways. Kind of dicey here because Venus is what's hidden in the 12th house and what goes on behind the scenes. So there can be a sense of you really fixating on somebody and getting connected to them and then getting lost in this romantic affair, especially with Mars being there. You may travel abroad and have a connection with somebody. There can definitely be like this sense also of just more creative, romantic, expressive things that are kind of playing out. But opportunities also for like affairs, secret admirers is like a thing that can happen. And just longer periods of time where you can have getaways. 12th house is about healing or temples or, you know, private places and centers. So there can be like wanting to go and do retreats, wanting to go and do artist retreats, things like that, you know, classes and stuff on like maybe even like acting and stuff that can come up. And then with the Aries North Node and the Libra South Node, Aries North Node is moving through your natal 8th house, okay? So you're embracing change, even if you don't know what it means, even if it's scary. You're getting in touch with yourself, right? Including your sexual needs, your intimacy needs, your psychological needs. And Aries is initiating self-change. So 8th house is joint resources. So as the North Node is going through there, you're supposed to let people help you. You're supposed to let people give more to you to help you. So part of that is about the willingness with the South Node through the 2nd house to go, I don't have to pay for everything. I don't have to buy everything. I don't have to have all the things. I don't have to be spending money, right? It's okay for me to take a step back. I can use spousal support. I can use inheritance. I can use loans. I can use credit cards. You're going to have that experience. And with the North Node in Aries, you're the one saying, no, I need more from other people. You're going to pay this. I'm not just going to cover this. So be mindful of that. You might have to fight for it. There might be some situations where you have to stand up and you have to go toe-to-toe with an insurance company, or you have to talk to an estate lawyer, or you have to tell your spouse, hey, I need you to chip in more, or that you're not spending money on things as much. It is very possible. But joint assets is a big thing, you know? And as somebody who's going through the North Node transit right now here and the South Node in the 2nd, I can tell you that it's much more powerful embracing that change and merging and doing something different with another person than it is trying to figure it all out on your own. So it can be really powerful for you guys, okay? Good luck, my Virgo risings. Let's move on to Libra and Libra risings. And since we are halfway through the presentation of the 12 signs, if you're waiting for your sign, it's coming. Don't worry. If you have liked this presentation, whether you're watching it live or you're watching it in the replay, make sure you give us a thumbs up. You subscribe to the channel. Leave me a comment. Let me know. Was this helpful? What do you think for the year ahead? And if you want to scan the QR code and make a donation or join my memberships, it is so helpful in keeping this stuff going. Libra rising, sun and moon. I pulled the star card for you, which I think is really cool. Because this is about finally becoming a part of the collective. This is about you finally healing and moving through something, about embracing something new in your place in the world. This is about healing, right? Being able to finally heal something. Aquarius is associated with this sign. Pluto's going into Aquarius, right? Aquarius is a sister sign. It rules your 5th house of children, joy, happiness, creativity, finding your place in the sun. It could literally mean you're a star, baby. I hope so. I'm a Libra rising. But I think that this is about finally embracing healing, which is so cool because Pluto's in your 5th, right? Really assisting you in all ways, shapes, and forms if you have a Libra rising, sun, or moon. And also Saturn's in your 6th house, which is about healing through the day-to-day routine. And so Saturn's lesson for you, I think, is health and routine, right? Health and routine. Pisces in your 6th house, Saturn transit, it's basically going to be about your day-to-day routines. So Jupiter's been there. A lot of you guys have realized that there's been some bad habits, some oversleeping, overdrinking, overeating, overworrying, overworking. Here comes Saturn. And Saturn's going to say, okay, it's time to kind of clean this up a little bit. So yeah, you're going to have to do all of the stuff. I'm a Libra rising, you know, so for me, it's like, it's putting my clothes away. I'll do all the laundry. I don't want to fold it. So my New Year's resolution is fold my clothes, put them away. It's also making a conscious effort to be more active, making a conscious effort to be aware of what I am eating or what I am consuming in my day-to-day life, especially through screens and stuff. So that's kind of my resolutions. I don't know about you. But Saturn is going to also be about schedule management. So really picking a schedule, sticking to it, being consistent with it, being of service, giving more to other people, giving back, taking care of a pet, adopting an animal, finally making that commitment that you're going to join a cause or start a nonprofit, or making the time for the things that are important to you. Saturn rules your 4th house, right? Traditionally, so home. So it is about home maintenance, home upkeep, cleaning up after yourself. But also it can mean where work is getting so hectic that you're like, yeah, I need to hire somebody to help watch my kid. I need to hire an assistant. I need to have somebody come in and design my home for me, right? That kind of stuff. Feng shuiing your space might be a thing. So health in a sense of a healthy schedule, health in a sense of making time also to check in with your mental health and where health and diet and habits and your work environment or your schedule is impacting your health. Pluto's message for you is Pluto moves into your 5th house. Thankfully, it's going to be a sister sign. Okay, so if you're the first couple degrees of Libra, you're going to benefit the most. You're going to have a trine. Pluto moving through your 5th house is saying it's time to get creative, right? It's time to get creative. Remember, the 5th house is about creativity. Pluto rules your 2nd house of money and resources, really investing in your creativity very seriously. And getting serious about how you express yourself, and that can mean in the form of children. So a lot of Libra sun, moon, and risings are going to be having their whole world change throughout this transit in regards to children, right? Or lovers, or love affairs, or gambling, or creativity, or taking chances. The list goes on. Remember, Pluto will be here for 20 plus years. So for many of us, it will be the period where we have children. It will be the period where we have our own businesses. It will be the period that we become known as artists or creatives. Passion is a good thing. You're going to find out that passion is a very good thing. But sometimes Pluto through the 5th house can give heartbreak. It can. That's the truth. So we're being too passionate or not listening to our inner child or being so consumed and focused with fame. We got to watch that. But it's also going to show you that you can be your own center of attention, right? So it's about being the center of attention with Pluto being there. And that square to the node in your 2nd house is like, make the investment, spend that money on that hobby, buy the paint set, take the dance classes, do all of that stuff because it's going to be really important and it's an important process of your values. So a lot of you guys are going to go, yeah, it's time to have a kid. It's time to launch a business. And yeah, for me, it's been cool because I feel like I've gotten a little bit of an upper hand on this. My North Node's in the 5th house in Aquarius. So Saturn's been in my 5th house, squaring all my Scorpio in the 2nd house in opposition to Uranus. And it's been like, okay, I'm going to change my schedule and just be more creative. And I've been making these presentations. So all the presentations you see, I have been making them. I've been designing them, putting them together, creating the information and being like, I'm going to put it out there and just, this is my baby. Let's see if it ends up bringing in more. And it has. Everybody has been super supportive, very generous. They've been buying my courses. They've, bought the calendar that we put together. They've been supporting, everything that I've been doing. So that in itself is just a testament to show you how that energy works, Libra. Okay, so you have to really be willing to invest in things that the heart wants. Jupiter's blessing for you right now is in Aries, so it's expanding your relationships and opportunity for partnerships. It's going to go into your 8th house of Taurus. This is about inheritance, wealth, okay? Investments will grow. So Jupiter rules your 3rd house. So if you have an online business, if you're involved with a local community, if you write, if you publish, if you have a YouTube channel, you'll find there's more money coming from that because Jupiter's going into the 8th house. But also inheritances and financial support from siblings. You're going to have support also that may come from a spouse or a business partner. They're going to make more money. So investments grow, wealth grows. Keep in mind, in the back of your mind, 2024, that Jupiter-Uranus connection happened. So really it's like you're chugging along. Everybody's chugging along until 2024. And we're going to see something really valuable is going to emerge. Over the summer, we're going to see your chart ruler Venus go retrograde. This is a big deal. So it's going to go retrograde in Leo, Libra. Because Venus rules your ascendant equally, you and Leo are not allowed to get bad tattoos, cut your hair, do anything crazy. I think this is interesting because it's going to happen in your 11th house and it's going to sextile your ascendant or your sun or your moon. So this is like friends from the past come back, especially women. It can be romantic partners from the past can come back. People can reconnect with you on social media. blessings from other people, getting a lot of support from groups and other people, potentially even online. And exclusive clubs might be opening their doors to you. So maybe you're starting one, maybe you're going back to one, maybe you join a group or you reconnect with friends that you haven't seen for some time, and it seems to be like a really prominent time in your astrology. And then with the North Node going through Aries and the South Node going through your sign, it's going to be really interesting because you're going to see that with the North Node and Aries in your 7th house, so much opportunity for growth in relationships, but you're also going to see that like partners are going to be a little bit more feisty than usual. They're going to be more active than usual because Aries deals with like fitness. If you're looking to like work out with a partner, if you're looking to get a trainer, if you're just wanting to put a much more healthier or more fit kind of persona out into the world, people are going to see that. If you're single, you can meet people, but also new clients come in, new business partnerships come in, you know, and yeah, Jupiter's there now for you guys. So a lot of single Libra risings, really significant time with opportunities to like meet partners of destiny. And it'll be there clear until 2025. So it'll give you some time, right? But what I will say for my Libra risings is keep in mind that Neptune and Saturn are approaching your 7th house. So when you do decide to get into a relationship through these transits, you need to see people for what they really are. Be mindful that with Neptune getting close, that you can be meeting people who can be deceptive. There can be issues with honesty. There can be addiction issues. And you really want to suss out those partners very carefully. And just be mindful that it's going to be a time where you're really embracing having much more of a public image, like much more public recognition. So if you are focusing on some of this stuff throughout some of these transits, you're going to be seen a lot more, and people might just start gravitating towards you, especially if you have like a client-based business. Okay, so good luck, my Libras. Let's move on to Scorpio and Scorpio rising. So for you guys, Scorpio rising, sun and moon, the card that I got for you is the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, thank God. Positive things are on the way. I love that with the Wheel of Fortune, you see like the grand fixed cross here. So it is talking about the 4 fixed signs of the wheel and how you've been kind of like going through it these last few years with some of the squares. And so fortune is in your favor. Things are changing. It's on the up and up. There's more positive things coming for you. It's about expansive and information and knowledge and good luck, right? So the wheel of fate is turning. Saturn's lesson for you is Saturn is going to be moving into a sister sign to Pisces. So if you're Scorpio, sun, moon, rising, 0 to 8 degrees, you're going to benefit this the most. Saturn is moving into your natal 5th house, right? Which is about creativity, self-employment, love affairs, taking chances, getting serious about love, getting serious about children. And so Saturn rules your natal 3rd house of communication, right? So if you have like a business online, if you write, if you have a public platform, if you're involved in teaching or travel, and Saturn also has connections to your 4th house. So a lot of Scorpio risings are going to be like, do I move? Do I not move? Am I moving for a romantic partner? Do I talk about having children? Do we talk about having serious committed relationships? This is like a huge theme for some of you guys. So creative online media work is a big thing. Like if you're like, I want to launch a YouTube channel, I want to start a podcast, I want to get serious about my creative business, like let's get the show on the road, okay? Especially because Pisces is about screens. Children and inner child work. So yes, Saturn through the 5th house within that 2.5 year period. If you have kids, there's much more need to be attending to your kids. If you don't have kids, you might think about having them, or you might meet people who you consider doing that with, or you might need to have serious conversations about children, right? Do I want them? Are they behaving? That kind of stuff. Education with your children too might be a thing because the 3rd house is education. But inner child work also, okay? So Saturn has been spending several years in your 4th house where you have felt restricted, isolated, and kind of lonely, right? In the sign of Aquarius, it's been squaring your ascendant, so it makes your body have issues or it makes you feel depressed. It's been squaring your 7th house, which means there's been some conflict in terms of relationships or issues with finding a partner or issues with partners wanting to live in other places. And there's just been this battle that's gone on for 2 years between Saturn and Uranus. So hang in there, Scorpio. Know that now that we have Saturn that's moving into your 5th house, you have the opportunity to really embrace love, relationships, and commitment to joy and happiness. Saturn in the 5th house feels like a killjoy, but really you just have to spend more time prioritizing having fun. So yeah, you're working a lot, right? Jupiter right now is in your 4th, but you got to find time for date night. You got to find time to disconnect, to disengage. You got to take a paint class. You got to take a dance class. You got to have fun. Pluto moving into Aquarius is very, very, very big, because especially if you're the first few degrees of Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising, Pluto is moving into an angular house. So it's moving into your 4th house of house and home. Likely, this transit is going to materialize as a complete transformation of your foundation. So if you look at where there's been delays and limitation with home and family, with feeling like improvement with where you're living and all that stuff, Pluto comes in and goes, time for a change. So if you've been delaying moving, you might move. If you've been delaying renovating the house, you might do it. If you've been delaying cutting that family member off who's toxic, you might tell them what's up, right? Pluto is your chart ruler. So even though it's going to square your sign, it's still really important. So like the Pluto square, Pluto being in the 4th, is basically saying it's really time to make powerful home changes. It's time to have emotional transformations, big, big time, when it comes to your goals revolving around home and family. You might find that family drama is unearthed, right? The 4th house is burials. So I've had the Pluto cross in the IC and go into the 4th house. It was marked immediately with a death in the family, which started a whole crisis for a parent, and it materialized as a big transformation in regards to their relationship with family. And now that it's leaving my 4th house, I'm like mind blown with just how much stuff has happened. So keep in mind that Aquarius is about technology, so you might update your home with new tech and all kinds of stuff like that. But just, I think, watch for the drama. Family drama can happen, and you're still going to see the North Node in your 7th house, the South Node in your sign. It's coming into a square, right? Okay, so Jupiter's blessing. Jupiter is moving into Taurus in your 7th house, Scorpio. So it is bringing you the blessing in the spring all the way into next year of relationship expansion. So if you want to meet somebody, you will. If you're in a relationship, it gets better. It expands. Jupiter has connections for you personally with your 2nd house. So this is really, really good, because it means that you and your spouse are making more money, or you and your business partner are making more money, or you're bringing in more clients, you're making more money, right? That's a thing. So relationship expansion, you're going to travel with a partner. You might meet a partner in a foreign land. You may have opportunities also to have much more of a public image, public speaking, publishing, financial alliances, like really significant people come in, Scorpio. And so what I think is cool is that Jupiter and Uranus are inching their way towards each other in your opposite sign. And like, you're going to find that you have more abundance in relationships, more abundance in resources, and you're stronger with another person. So you can like really make all of your financial dreams happen. And we're going to start seeing that sextile to Saturn that's going to be happening in 2024. So it's like you and a partner in some way are going to focus on long-term goals and planning, and just going big with totally transforming your home and your private life. And it's going to enhance your relationships and financial alliances as well. Now, summer of 2023, Venus goes retrograde. It'll be in Leo. This is going to be really interesting for Scorpio risings, all Scorpio placements, because you're going to see that it's going to kind of create some fixed T-squares. Venus rules your 7th house of relationships, and it rules your 12th house. So there can be some airing of some dirty laundry in relationships that can come out. So be very careful. If you are in a relationship, yes, a lot of you guys have Uranus in the 7th house. So if you're in a committed relationship or a marriage, if you guys go your separate ways, or if you guys split up, it's going to be very public. So just be mindful of that this is about a status change with Venus retrograde in the 10th house. It can be good though. It can be that you take on a new business partner and then you go public about it. It can be that you have met somebody significant and you decide to be in a committed relationship and now everybody knows. New professions arrive. So there's an opportunity to have new, professional opportunities. It can be more creative. It can be more fun. It can be more time in the spotlight. And it can definitely bring fame and reputation topics up to the front and center. But it's interesting because it's going to conjunct Mars, which is your chart ruler. So I think it's about new businesses that you have with new partners. And it's going to square Jupiter and Uranus in your 7th house. So it can even be that there's new business things that happen that just enhance the need to be a better partner, or partners not being too wild about some of the professional changes that you've got going on. So just watch for that. Throughout this year, you're going to see the North Node in Aries, the South Node in Libra. So it's about getting healthy and getting organized with the North Node in your 6th house. It's about learning about fitness and routine. So you need to be aware of your habits and your patterns. Make time to get organized, stay organized, be fit, go to the gym, prioritize health and wellness, and focus on being self-sufficient. And work independently. Have some time to work on some of your own stuff, whether this is starting your own business, just working alone, like whatever it is. You know, that North Node in your 6th house and the eclipses can prompt healing issues. Jupiter and Chiron are there now. So Scorpio risings, you need to be mindful of your health. That's a real thing. And I would really just encourage all of you guys to be willing to work through some of these habits that you may have that may not be very positive. And you need to kind of spearhead that, and you need to take that on, okay? And I think it's how you're spending money, or what you're eating or drinking or like consuming, because Jupiter has a relation to the 2nd house. So you might just be like, you know what, I need to curb this. And that's it for my Scorpios and for my Scorpio risings. All right, so I'm gonna take you guys to Sagittarius, and this will be for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising. I love that I got the Queen of Cups for you guys. That's really cool, because it talks about getting in touch with your inner emotional self. How appropriate with having Venus go through, having Saturn go through Pisces. So this is about getting in touch with your emotions, listening to your intuition, reflecting on anything in regards to just your emotions and your empathicness and what you're absorbing, and just focusing on your feelings. Saturn's lesson for you, okay? Because Saturn is going through a mutable sign. Saturn's going to go through Pisces, so it's going to go through your 4th house, all right? Especially if you are a Sagittarius 0 to 7 degrees rising. This is colorful. So when Saturn goes through the 4th house, go get yourself a Scorpio, ask them what's going to happen. They're going to give you the lowdown. They're going to tell you it's all about roots and your family and the past. They're going to tell you got to fix a bunch of stuff in the house. There's going to be more home expenses. There's also probably going to be issues with water. Check your dishwashers, your washing machines. Make sure you have flood insurance if you're in parts of the world with that. Look for damages with swimming pools. Be prepared to renovate kitchens, bathrooms. That's like a thing. Home expenses and private life work. So you need to do more work revolving around that. The reason why I say that is the 4th house is the home, it's the private, it's the emotions, and Saturn rules your 2nd house. So it's about home and family values and what you're spending in these parts of your chart. Pluto's message for you, okay? Because Pluto is going to move into Aquarius. So air signs are friendly with you. It's going to sextile your ascendant. This is really focusing on you doing more work, right? In regards to transforming your mind. So listen to your intuition. That's what's really important. Listening to your intuition, journaling, right, can be really powerful. It's an exercise for releasing and getting all of your thoughts on paper and getting the message out, and learning about the cosmos, because the 3rd house, it can be about education and how you communicate, and Pluto is connected to your 12th house. So you might want to learn tarot, you might want to learn astrology, you might be really consuming a lot of videos like this, right? So you're learning more about that stuff to better understand your subconscious patterns and habits, and how to release and let go of some of this stuff, or why certain things happen. Has not been easy for Saggies with these eclipses in the 12th house. You've been clearing things out and kind of combating fear. So I think Pluto moving into the 3rd house is learning how to communicate what you're afraid of, and learning to embrace looking into the future. Jupiter's blessing for you guys, because Jupiter is going to be blessing you in the sign of Taurus. It's spending the first part of the year in Aries, so the next couple of months is great. Have fun, go out there, date, have a good time, party, live it up while you've got Jupiter and Aries in your 5th house. Take chances, fall in love. A lot of you guys will also potentially get pregnant over these next couple months if you're trying. And it's also going to be about having a good time and tapping into your inner creativity and your inner child, and doing inner child work. When it moves into Taurus in your 6th house, It's about excess being analyzed, okay? So like just reflecting, you know, like Jupiter went through Aquarius. That's when I did my podcast. And I started that with Jupiter and Saturn in that sign. And so I was doing the podcast and drinking and having a lot of fun, going to casinos and eating and doing all that stuff. And then Jupiter went into my 6th house. And I was like, oh my God, like, what am I doing? So it's about looking at excess. Where are you overspending, overeating, overworking? You're going to learn more about food and fitness because Jupiter is your chart ruler, so this is important. You're going to also learn about just being of service and how to better be of service to other people. You might be concerned with, how do I help feed other people? How do I educate other people? You know, how can I make donations to other people? And just feeling like you can assist other people, but you might develop new skills. So you might develop new culinary skills or new financial skills along the way. But joining a gym, you know, getting a gym membership or getting a trainer can be really positive as well. Summer, Venus goes retrograde in your natal, Venus goes retrograde in Leo, which is going to be going through your 9th house. So this is all going to be about reviewing anything in regards to education. So returning to education, going back to school, going back and finishing that book, going back and finishing writing a book, returning to places that you have visited before, that might be a thing. So if there's a place that you've traveled to before that you really liked, you might go back there. Opportunities for love abroad may open up for you here as well. And then with the North Node in Aries and the South Node in Libra, you know, this is going to be about that North Node moving through your 5th house, getting in touch with your inner child, learning how to have fun, learning how to embrace your inner creativity, being the center of attention. So whether it's your children, whether it's, you know, you, whether it's your creative business or a hobby or sports, learning how to be more creative, having fun, and taking chances. This is the lesson here for you. There's eclipses here that are coming as well. It is all going to be making some really harmonious aspects, not only to your sun, moon, or rising, but also during the Venus retrograde. So I really encourage you guys to learn more about creativity. Very exciting, Sag. You have to let me know how that pans out. Let's take it to Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising. All right, so for Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising, I got for you guys the Chariot. Okay, the Chariot. So this is exciting because this card also came up in my numerology. But this came up for you especially. It's like you're going places. You got to get going. You got to get the show on the road, right? Especially when you have, you know, the North Node that's moving through your 4th house. You got Jupiter in the beginning of the year moving through your 4th house. So this might be moving. This might be going home, spending time with family. This is about your emotional needs kind of taking a hold of you. Pluto's going to leave your sign soon. The nodes are still going to square Pluto in your sign though. So you're going through this need to totally change and transform big time. So that mid-July period, you really want to pay attention. But this is about getting the show on the road. So if you have finally wanted to move, buy a house, relocate, go back home, move to another country, all of these things are very possible for you. You're like, yep, let's get the horses ready. Saturn's lesson. Okay, Saturn in Pisces, it's learning lessons. So Saturn's your chart ruler. When it moves, it's important. It's moving into Pisces in your 3rd house where you're learning the importance of emotional intelligence. You're learning how to communicate. You're learning how to speak another language. You're learning more about your community. Maybe you're buying a car. Maybe you're going to start a book. Anything like that. Yes, the Chariot can also mean cars. But communication is key. So that means read the fine print. Ask for a contract. Get it in writing, right? Make the phone call. Have the meeting. Like, get it all out there. And like, let your intuition be your guide for planning. Mental health is a huge thing, especially if you've got Pluto somewhere around your sun, moon, or rising right now, right? 27 to 29 degrees. The heat is being turned up. You're feeling that boiling pot. But mental health and how you communicate and talking about it and talking about how you're dealing with change and grief and loss. And it's going to play a huge role in this next year. And something that's great for Saturn transits in the 3rd house is just, man, go for a walk. Get in the habit of walking, get in the habit of journaling, talking to people, being able to get your feelings out there and really helping you kind of process some of that stuff. Pluto's message, now that you're graduating after going to hell and back, so congratulations, Capricorn, is about a financial rebirth. Okay, so Pluto and Aquarius moving into your second house, financial rebirth, opportunities for total transformation in terms of how you're making money. You guys might make more money than you ever have before because Pluto in the second house can bring wealth. But this is also about knowing that you're only going to make as much as what you're worth and self-esteem work. So yes, some of you guys will get money from an inheritance, but some of you guys will also make a huge job change and quit your job and have to figure out how to make more of it in a new and improved way. But self-esteem is huge. Focus on that. Know that Pluto has connections to your goals. So your goals in regards to finances are changing now, big time. And abundance goals are huge, focusing on abundance, and whether or not it means that you're wealthy because you have a lot of money, because money does not buy happiness. It can improve our living situation and it can solve a lot of issues, but you can have a ton of money and be piss poor emotionally, right? So I think what you're going to be learning is that your goal is to have more friends. Your goal is to have more connection. Your goal is to be able to see you transform your resources in a number of ways. Now, Jupiter's blessing for you is going to be in the sign of Taurus. So it's a sister sign, right? So Jupiter is moving into your natal 5th house. So it's leaving your 4th house where there's been lots of focus on either your mom or illness in the family or home or property stuff. Now you're going to see Jupiter move into your 5th house. So it's in a sister sign. So if you're a Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising, within the first 15 degrees, you're going to experience a trine. Jupiter in the 5th. Risk pays off, okay? So you might make a risky investment, but it might pay off. You might put money into a slot machine. You might hit it. You might get a scratch off. You might win the lottery. Maybe. Not everybody. But Jupiter going into the 5th house, because Jupiter rules the 12th, means that there is going to be this sense of, I had a dream that this was going to happen, so I'm going to take this chance, right? Yes, creative energy, right? Creative growth, more opportunities for love affairs, romantic partners, younger people, okay? If you're if you're a Capricorn rising, Jupiter going into your 5th house and also the eclipses in your 5th house means that there could be pregnancy on the way. So there may be a kid coming into your life or a new romantic partner or a lover coming into your life. All right, so now we've got Venus going retrograde in the sign of Leo, and that is going to be taking place for you over the summertime, okay? So that's going to be happening in your 8th house, all right? So this is really, 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 really big. This is about possible opportunities for inheritances, joint financial power, bonuses of some kind in regards to your benefits. So your partner might have more money come in. You might get a bonus. You might get a nice bump. You might have an insurance payout. It is possible that money that was owed to you comes back to you, especially if it's in like child support or like a creative project that you launched and you're waiting for this to kind of pay off. Yeah, can we get moderator? Can we get the moderator? Here we go. We've got, there you go. Okay, so joint financial power, bonuses, and benefits. So Jupiter is basically going to be squaring this Venus retrograde. So it might mean that you get an inheritance out of nowhere. It might mean that an investment that you made, it suddenly pays off. Okay, so watch for that. All right, so now moving on to the next, we are going to see with Aries North Node and Libra South Node. As the North Node in Aries moves into Aries, it's going to be moving through your natal 4th house. So learning to build a home within yourself, right? Building a home within yourself, learning about your roots, learning about your family, moving back home, buying a house, building a house, moving to another country, spending time with your relatives. This is what's really important, especially if you have family overseas or if you have a lineage of coming from a different culture, and visiting home and family in some way. So making the effort, taking the initiative to go home and visit family more often. That's definitely going to be a theme for you in expanding the home and also your family as Jupiter is going through there now. All right, Capricorn, good luck. Congratulations on graduating with Pluto. You're almost done, okay? Now for my Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Risings, you guys get the Fool card. I like that because it's about sudden new starts, new chances, turning over a new leaf, you know, going on adventures, being optimistic. It's ruled by Uranus, so this is very much connected to you. You're ready to embrace the new. You're ready to embrace the new. And so, yeah, take chances, you know, focus on saying yes. You know, you're going to go through this change. Pluto's going into Aquarius. So you're going to feel it. Even if it's not conjunct your Sun, Moon, or Rising, you're going to feel this change profoundly. And it's about endings and new beginnings. But first off, let's talk about Saturn. Saturn's lesson for you. Saturn's moving through Pisces. So it's about 2.5 years of Saturn in your second house, which means he's going to tighten the belt a little bit financially. As Saturn goes through the second house, right, you are presented with a series of challenges in regards to redefining your resources and your self-esteem. So you got to set a budget, right? Set a budget. This is important. Saturn is also one of your traditional rulers, so you're going to be impacted by this pretty significantly. Develop a healthy set of values, right? So some of you guys might go, I don't value this, I'm getting rid of it. I don't value that, I'm getting rid of it. And learning not to make fear-based decisions when it comes to resources. You may also cut back on drinking or eating something, or there might be a focus on fasting in some way. And self-esteem work is so important. Doing a lot of spiritual reflection on that and what your value system are in general. Pluto's message for you, big change, okay? Pluto's going into your sign, so it's about coming into your power. It's going to make a conjunction in some way or another eventually over the next 20 years. So for some of you guys, Pluto is going to be in your sign for the rest of your life. Coming into your personal power, body transformations. Pluto rules your 10th house of your career, your public image. So you're transforming something very significantly. So some of you guys will get plastic surgery. Some will lose 100 pounds. Other people are going to have a bionic eye. I don't know, something like that. But it's a huge, profound change in your public reputation, in your public image. Big body transformations can happen. I would say pay attention to your nervous system. This is really important. Pay attention to your reproductive system, really important, and your energy levels. It's a period of rebirth, so transformation, death, letting go, right? And embracing this new version of you. So you're coming out of your caterpillar phase, you're coming into you know, your butterfly phase, and you're getting ready to start showing everybody this new version of yourself. Jupiter's blessings. Jupiter's going to be moving into Taurus, so it's a fixed sign. So you're going to have that kind of like overload of new things, so overdoing it in some sense. Jupiter has connections with Sagittarius, which is about friends, or it's about your goals. And it also has connections to Pisces, which is about your resources. So home expansion, Jupiter in the fourth, excuse me. Jupiter's going to move into your fourth. Home expansion, friends in foreign lands. You might visit them. They might come to visit you. You might do a stint in another country. You might decide to buy a bunch of land, start a commune. Who knows? I don't know. Something like that with Uranus being there, right? Getting more into agriculture, learning more about gardening, learning more about psychic intuitive development. There's going to be all kinds of things popping up with your family. You might find out you have other relatives. There might be a sudden ending in a living situation. There can be like this, you know, family secret that's exposed with Jupiter and Uranus in your natal fourth house. But a lot of you guys are really trying to simplify your life, and you're focusing on living closer to nature or trying to make that possible. So I think that it's really important for you to be focusing on how can I kind of get back down to basics and learn more about domestic stuff. It can be flipping houses, buying houses, renovations, things like that. And you're going to see over the summertime, Venus is going to go retrograde in your 7th house of Leo. If you guys are in a committed relationship, pay attention, because that's going to be with Mars, and it's going to be making squares also to Jupiter, Uranus in the 4th. So there can be some Mexican standoffs going on in regards to where you're living or where you want to live within relationships. But equally, this can bring partners of destiny. So a Venus retrograde in the 4th can bring in a soulmate, bring in a love relationship, bring somebody in who you're meant to align with and kind of get you back on track. Relationship power is a big theme with Mars and Venus there. Love affairs, serious commitment, suddenly getting married or separating. And the theme of domestic relationships, because Venus rules your 4th house. So there is this sense of like, are we growing together or are we growing apart? Like, I want to sell the house and buy a farm, or I want to move to Spain. Something like that's going to be going on. And you're like, come on, like, let's just do it. And so it's like explosive, because you're probably going to find that there's something so significant when it comes to the home or domestic life that you're telling a partner, like, we have to make this change. This has to happen. And if you're not with me, you're against me, or vice versa. So I'll talk more about that as we get closer. But for all the fixed signs, especially the fixed rising signs, you guys are really going to be feeling this one. And I would say, be open to relationship change. Be open to trying to, not be as emotionally explosive, and realize that you might meet somebody who totally changes the way that you look at home and family, or where you're willing to live. The North Node's going to move through Aries. The South Node's going to move through Libra. So as the North Node goes through Aries, it's going through your 3rd house, helping you find your voice, writing and learning, and exploring more of your community. Okay, so this is so important, you guys. I cannot even begin to tell you, write that book, launch that website, learn the language, relocate, buy the car. Like, these are things that are going to happen with the North Node in the 3rd. But find your voice, especially if you're focusing more on writing or learning something. Get out, go for a walk, explore your community, meet your neighbors, make an effort to do that. Just get around and share your ideas with other people and initiate things. You're going to talk to people. You might even get into like motivational stuff. So you might be, a coach, or you might be teaching something, or finally publishing something that might kind of come up for you here as well. And that's what I have for Aquarius. So have fun with the Pluto transit. I'm so curious to see how this plays out for you, even if it's just for a short few months. Embrace that change, okay? And stay with me throughout the year so I can kind of give you some assistance as you go through some of those transits. All right, so last but certainly not least, I have Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Thank you guys. You're the real MVPs for waiting all the way through. You guys are the best. The card that I got for you is Temperance. Opportunity for healing, for balancing, recentering, getting grounded, getting focused. Anything in regards to just kind of finding your equilibrium and knowing that all of the pieces are kind of coming together now, right? So it's about finding the right timing for things. It's also very much connected to like alchemy and anything in regards to being able to let all of those things kind of settle, because it is like a healing card. It can be about sobriety, and with Saturn going into your sign, I think a lot of Pisces are going to be like, it's a very sobering time. Your health might be very sobering. Your experience, life might be very sobering. It might be a time where you stop drinking, stop doing recreational drugs. So you finally deal with a problem, you deal with your health. That stuff can definitely come up for you. But it's about also finding your spiritual balance and calling on like higher archangels to kind of help you initiate some of that healing work. Temperance card for Pisces. Saturn is moving into your sign, so I'm sure you know this. 0 to 8 degrees, Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising, pay attention. This is going to be a conjunction that you're going to have, or if you're a Pisces rising, it's going to be moving through your 1st house, which requires self-discipline. No, thank you. I'm not going to have another glass of wine. No, thank you. You're not welcome in this space. No, I cannot overextend myself. No, this is not for me. Get comfortable with that word because it's going to be necessary in order for you to kind of have better boundaries and, building the dream. Okay. Saturn rules your 11th house of goals and friends and associations, and whether or not you're a leader in these groups, whether or not you're initiating these groups. And in order for you to participate, you gotta be complete. So Saturn is saying focus on your health, especially your physical health. Saturn rules the skin, bones, teeth, right? And Pisces rules feet. And also pay attention to mental health and any substances or anything that might be addictive, or things that you're drinking or eating, or medication that you're taking. Pluto's message for you is secret teachings. Okay, so Pluto's going into your 12th house. It's really amplifying your spiritual curiosity, the willingness to kind of look into other cultures and belief systems and the afterlife and psychics and seances and all that fun stuff that come with the 12th house. So you might be more focused on sacred teachings, deep, profound spiritual work, needing time and peace alone, being in temples and healing centers, and connecting with the cosmos. And so there is a need for you to feel like you're doing that. Maybe you feel like there's some opportunity for regeneration. You're learning about past life regression or hypnosis, or maybe even other lives, right? Past lives and karmic stuff. And Jupiter's blessing for you. Jupiter is going to be moving into the sign of Taurus. So it's leaving your money house in a couple months. So you've got a couple months of earnings. Then it's going to go into your third house. And this is all about public writing, speaking, new vehicles, gadgets, travel, language, and potential moves. Now, Jupiter is important because it's your traditional time lord. So Jupiter rules Pisces traditionally. It also rules your 10th house of career. So as it goes into the third house, some of you guys will be making a living, or your public image will be connected with public speaking or traveling or posting more, learning a new language. Yes, some of you guys may move, right? You might realize that right around the eclipses in the spring. But some of you guys also might pick up new gadgets. You might get a new car. Some of you guys might look at electric vehicles because Uranus is there, or you're looking at moving to a new place spontaneously. Maybe you visit there for a little bit, then you decide to move there. And also really great for just finding your voice and really feeling like you're getting your message out there in a public way. Now, summertime, we're going to see Venus go retrograde in Leo. It's going to happen in your 6th house, okay? So once again, Saturn in the 1st, health and body, Venus retrograde in the 6th, health and patterns and routines and habits. So it is mirroring that. Talk to any Capricorn. They'll tell you this right now. They've got retrogrades in their 1st and retrogrades in their 6th, and a lot of them are focusing on their health. So health changes are likely with Venus retrograde in your 6th house. All right, so hopefully that should work. Sorry guys, this is what happens when you do a live stream for 5 hours. Your mic dies. Let me put this back in here. All right, can you guys hear me? You should, hopefully. Cool, sorry. We almost made it, guys, we almost made it. The summertime Venus retrograde in Leo, you know, you're going to have to pay attention to your health. And if health stuff comes up, you're going to have support, you're going to have assistance. You may find more time for creativity, more time for healing, more time for pets, more time for art. And that's the positive side of this. And so if you guys do have any health ailments, or you guys have anything that puts you down sick for a week or something, it's meant to make you realize how to integrate more of that into your daily routine. And so on and so forth. There can also be changes that can happen with work and your career stuff as well. So just a heads up. With the North Node going through Aries and the South Node going through Libra, you got that North Node going through Aries, and that's building your own wealth, okay? So the North Node is going through your 2nd house, and this is about being able to become more self-sufficient financially. Yes, you have to work hard. You have to work really hard for it. And the South Node is hanging out in your 8th house, so you don't have the ability to rely on joint resources. There's more limitation. There's less opportunity. You're trying to clear debt. and you just don't have some of the same support that you're used to having. So it's really reinforcing the fact that you have to really work hard, but don't overwork, right? Remember, your health and wealth are the same thing. So there needs to be a fine balance where you're not overworking. Okay, so then also being self-sufficient and focusing on positive self-esteem. Okay, so I would say positive self-esteem is like building yourself up, gassing yourself up. You can do that. It's okay. You'll see more opportunities for this when we get into March and April in the new year, when we start seeing those eclipses roll in and you're just focusing on really rebuilding yourself. So definitely a year of health, definitely a year of healing. Definitely a year of possibly feeling like you're kind of getting to your limits, right? But as long as you're really clear about your boundaries, I think that you can move through it, and really staying super, super grounded and, yeah, practicing sobriety. How appropriate with Saturn in your sign, and you got the Temperance card, right? Okay, so that was my whole presentation. It's been a long one, and I just want to say thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you for hanging with me because this got rescheduled and pushed back a week. I appreciate it. I was really bummed out to do that, but you know, it is what it is. Now we have a better idea of what's coming for the year ahead. I'm really optimistic about 2023, even though things are going to be fast forward and it's going to be sudden and exciting, and there's going to be so many changes. I hope that you guys are being a part of the change that you want to see in the world. I'm working really hard to create more content like this for you guys. It's possible because you guys make donations or you join my memberships. I also have live readings that we've been doing on Friday nights. So if you want to get a reading, you can. Some new stuff that's going to be coming out that I'm working on the channel. I'm trying to do a series of educational videos that are going to be planets through the houses and the signs, so I can start teaching you guys astrology. You can also find that there is a QR code somewhere around here. So if you guys want to send a donation, if you stayed for this and you liked it, please do. And equally, somebody already saw it, but I set aside time on this entire month of January for those of you guys who want to get a personalized mini reading from me. So if you click the link, we'll go ahead and post it. It'll take you directly to my website. I have a special promo for $75. I will send you a personalized voice note where I take a look at your astrology and I give you a mini rundown on what to expect for 2023. Super important if you are Pisces, Sun, Moon, or Rising, or if you are still having eclipses or nodal returns or anything like that. It can be really helpful. It is 50% off of what I would usually charge for this stuff. So I'm only going to be allotting so many of these. When you go to the link, you can click the button. You need to put in your birth information. This will be delivered to you within 7 business days to your email. It's a little confusing, but you just pick a time slot. The time slot that you're picking is the time I'm setting aside to be able to do your reading and send that out to you. So I'm only going to be offering this until the end of January. So if you're a part of the live and you want to get one, I recommend getting one. If you're watching this in the replay, you can go to the link and see if there is more time available. I have limited slots. I also am booking one-on-one readings, so you can go to my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. You can book a session with me in March or April of 2023 if you want to get a personalized reading, or if you want me to read your natal horoscope or an election or a solar return or anything like that. And we always have donation-based readings that we do on Fridays because I'm booked out usually several months in advance. I know not everybody can afford a reading, but I want to make these services available to people who need assistance. Now, if you want to learn astrology with me, you can sign up for my Astrology 201 course. It's going to start January 22nd, 8 consecutive weeks. We're going to learn about transits, and I'm going to teach you guys all of my tips and tricks on how to be able to track transits in the natal chart using returns and also progressions to be able to make predictions using astrology and to make astrology work for you. This is my level 2, so you need a basic background understanding of the planet signs and houses. I do have for sale my level 1, so if you want to take that, it's over 18 hours of chart and instructions and lectures, very similar to this format. You also become a part of my level 1 group, so that way you can go and you can learn how to learn beginner's astrology. But that's to prepare you for level 2 if you guys want to join me. We're going to have limited seats, and it's going to be live, so we're going to be meeting every Sunday for 8 weeks live, and we're going to be learning this stuff. I've told you guys so much stuff, so I don't need to promote myself anymore. But I just want to say thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Here's to 2023. Please make sure that you give me a thumbs up, you're subscribed, share this with other people. Come back, let me know how this is panning out and how 2023 is affecting your personal astrology. Thank you guys so very, very much, and I will see all of you very soon. Take care.